That's good. Well, we'll begin. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to Utah State Board of Education's board meeting. I'm going to read the statement for electronic meeting. As authorized by Utah Code 52-4-207, this meeting is being held electronically with an anchor location to reduce the risk to health and safety from COVID-19 by limiting in-person participation. Again, this meeting is recorded and is streaming. The streaming's up starting at 9 o'clock. Okay, we're going to go to roll call. Member or Vice Chair Belknap.
Here.
Member Booth.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Laura. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Miss Laura.
Thank you. I think Randy's here.
I'm going to count that as a present and here, including the beautiful piano. Okay, Member Cannon.
I don't see her.
I didn't see it either. If you can shoot her leadership, you shoot her text, see if she's having a problem. Member Klein.
I am here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Were you just talking about Member Cannon?
Yes.
I finally got on. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Vice Chair Davis. Present. Member Earl.
Happy birthday, Laura.
Member Hanson.
Good morning.
Member Hart.
Here.
Member Hutchings.
I'm here.
Member Hymas.
Here.
Member Lear. Did we?
Chair, I understand she has a hearing this morning and she told me she will not be
That's
joining
right.
until 11 a.m.
Okay, we'll watch for her. If somebody sees her join, let us know. We'll recognize her. Thank you. Member Moss. Here. Member Norton.
Here.
Member Straight.
I am here.
And Chair Huntsman is present. So we have more than a quorum. Welcome and happy birthday, Laura and Member Booth. That was just awesome. Thank you. Okay, we're going to get right to our agenda. Again, thank you for joining us and want to welcome everyone that's online. And we've done this before. We know what we're doing and we're going to take care of the board's business today. So thank you for adjusting yourselves with situation that's before us. We're going to turn this, and we're going to go to our next item, which is our board member message, and that's going to be provided by Member Earl. And apologize, we're not in person. She was prepared for an in-person deal, but we did a test. We can see you and hear you, so we'll turn the time over to you.
Good morning and happy new year. Welcome in 2022, right? I have a couple thoughts to share this morning, a couple of poems. And when we meet next time, I actually have just a little something for all present. Not sweets, unless you really want it, you can send me a text, but it's something else. But I just wanted to start with a poem. This poem is by James Patrick Kinney, and it's titled The Cold Within. It says, let me get my screen here so you can still see me. 6 humans trapped by happenstance in bleak and bitter cold. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so the story's told. Their dying fire in need of logs, the first man held his back. For the faces around the fire, he noticed one was black. The next man, looking across the way, saw not one of his church and couldn't bring himself to give his fire of stick and birch. The third one sat in tattered clothes. He gave his coat a hitch. Why should his log be put to use to warm the idle rich? The rich man just sat back and thought of the wealth he had in store and how to keep what he had earned from the lazy, shiftless poor. The black man's face bespoke revenge as the fire passed from his sight, for all he saw in his stick of wood was a chance to spite the white. The last man of this forlorn group did nothing except for gain. Giving only to those who gave was how he played the game. Their logs held tight in death's still hands was proof of human sin. They didn't die from the cold without, they died from the cold within. James Patrick Kinney's poem was an example of what he witnessed during the rise of the civil rights movement. Humanity is replete with examples of individuals and groups who focus more on pride and self-awareness and blindness to the needs of others. May we not be satisfied with divisive messages of the day, those that divide in the name of justice or in the name of mercy, force and coerce false tolerance and compassion on others. A few years ago, my sister was dissatisfied with the thought of leaving us to focus on the cold within. In place, she spent time rewriting the poem to reflect the desire to overcome natural emotions against others. And I'm going to read that poem to you right now. It starts the same, but it's titled The Warmth of Charity. 6 humans trapped by happenstance in bleak and bitter cold. Each one possessed a stick of wood, or so the story's told. Their dying fire in need of logs, the first man dropped his in. Thinking of these freezing fellows, he couldn't help begin. The next man looking across the way saw one not of his church, lovingly and judging not, gave his fire the stick of birch. The third one sat in tattered clothes, warm and glow upon his face, believing the meek shall inherit the earth, his log was sat in place. The rich man kneeled to lay his log in the ever-brightening flame. For all he had, he acknowledged God, for it was his to claim. The black man's stick was entered in to warm his common friends, for all to survive the bitter cold, more warmth his stick would lend. The last man of this hopeful group humbly took his turn. He gave freely, no thought for self, his stick would also burn. Their logs burning bright within the fire was to each a blessing, and the charity that each had, may we also be found possessing. That's my sister, Christina K. Allen. And as I said, she at the completion of listening to the first poem, she seemed to be dissatisfied with the outcome and feeling that we could rise to something better. I want to share just 2 simple experiences that have happened in my life. One of those was when my husband was attending medical school in Reno. We had a child who was diagnosed with a severe illness, a life-threatening illness at that point. I had 2 young children at home, and we were consulted to go to Oakland, which was the closest children's hospital in the area. And as we reached out to the children's hospital, they indicated that if we could if we could provide a deposit of $20,000, they would see us immediately. This was somewhat of a stretch, being in medical school and trying to just kind of make ends meet as it was. So my husband began a search to what other possibilities or how we could, acquire the funding and such. And part of that meant reaching out to other hospitals and asking about their resources and services. The hospital we ended up going to was Primary Children's Hospital in Utah. And there were two across the nation. My grandmother worked for public health in Utah County for the bulk of her life. And she immediately called us and said, there's 2 places you can go, which, I don't know that that's really, you go where you're able to get, the services, but she said either Primary Children's, and then she gave another children's hospital around the nation. And she said, because they're the best. When we reached out to Primary Children's, goodness, I don't want to get emotional. It's really funny. We said, well, here's the situation, here's the lab results, here's the information. And they indicated that, they said, well, we'll see you first thing Monday morning. we said, well, we don't think you understand. We don't really have 20,000, we don't have a substantial money to put down. They said, we don't care. This is about children and families. Sorry, getting emotional here, but my point in relaying that story, there's two things that happen. One, it's a unique experience to live in an environment and a community that puts families and children first. Utah's laws put families and children first when it comes to education. There's services within the state, including Primary Children's Hospital, which is an outstanding hospital, puts children and families first. It is a unique opportunity and experience to live where that takes place. The other thing that happened, and it's in relation to this particular home, is that those around us that we knew reached out to us immediately, and those that we didn't know too. Other medical students reached out to us with words of encouragement and sometimes even a financial support, which at the time we knew that they too were limited in their resources. Ever grateful for that. The other experience I wanted to share had to do with a superintendent a couple weeks ago that at the conclusion of a performance by his singing, one of his high schools that was performing and singing, I had walked out to tell him thank you for coming because it was one of my schools. And I stood by the sidelines and watched the superintendent as he emotionally thanked the children for excellence in music and how the music had moved him because it was of such high quality, and his appreciativeness of their hard work and their willing to sacrifice an evening to perform. My point in sharing these stories, and even in our as we move into 2022, is to look beyond the divisive dialogues of the day and those things that in the name of justice divide, and in the name of humanity are very inhumane, that we can see those great things that go on around us, and we can see the miracles that take place because we are witnessing them every day. And I just want to leave by just offering a prayer at the close of my message. So, our dear Father in heaven, we're grateful this day that we can meet together. We're grateful for this nation we live in and for the communities that we reside in. Father, we ask a prayer and a blessing upon the families in the state of Utah. We ask a blessing upon the leaders, and we ask a blessing upon our educators and those that work so hard on behalf of our children and our families. Help us that we can see those things that will bring greater unity, greater compassion and greater kindness before us. We love thee and are grateful for thee. This we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank
Thank you, Member Earl. Next, we'll go to our education highlight. Jeff Van Holten, our Director of Public Affairs. Are you going to lead this presentation?
I am. Thank you, Chair Huntsman, and good morning, board members. Happy New Year. Jeff Van Holten, Director of Public Affairs. Happy to be with you today. Today's educational highlight, I'll start the video in just a moment, but I just wanted to give you a primer on the program that we're talking about. We have 2 delegates that were chosen from the state of Utah to represent us with the U.S. Youth Senate. We're very excited for them. They had to go through quite an extensive process. They had to be nominated by their school. Then once they got that nomination, had to submit up to a 20-page portfolio about themselves and things they have done, their community service. And then the competition began up on the hill at the Capitol building. And when they got there, they had to quickly prepare an essay on the spot. And then while that was being rated, they were sent to round tables where they were given a topic they drew out of a hat, and they had to give a speech on the spot about the topic that they had drawn. Once all of the scores were calibrated, we ended up with 2 finalists that were chosen to be the delegates for the state of Utah. We also have 2 alternates as well. And the video that you're going to watch today are with the 2 finalists, Neve Rauscher and Dottie Oman. I will get that up for you. Welcome, board members. So happy.
Jeff, we don't have any volume, or I don't on my end. Any sound?
Is that the case for all of you?
Yes, no
Yeah.
audio.
Janet doesn't have sound.
We heard the first few words, then it went silent.
Okay. Welcome, board members. So happy to be here with you all today. Today with me, I have Neve Rauscher and
Lost it again.
I think, Jeff, that we're hearing it from your speakers. So if you mute yourself, then I think that's when we're losing audio.
Well, then I just won't mute myself. That works better. Welcome, board members. So happy to be here with you all today. Today with me, I have Neve Rauscher and Dottie Oman. Neve goes to Waterford and Dottie goes to West High School. And they are both here today because they are the delegates from the state of Utah to represent us in the U.S. Senate Youth Program. So we're going to have them talk a little bit about the process that they went through and kind of their thoughts and feelings and what this means for them and what they get to do coming up in March. So, and we'll go in the order of Neve and Dottie answering each question. So the first question is, what caused both of you to want to apply for this program? Was there something about the program? How did you hear about it? What really drew you to seeking this out and this wonderful opportunity?
Yeah, so I'm actually the first person from my school to ever be nominated, which is really exciting. But when I first heard about this program, I was so excited. So I've always been pretty interested in politics and studying government. And I think it might have started when Hamilton first came out or when I was watching Parks and Rec. But for as long as I can remember, I've always wanted to go into public office. And then being able to have that like firsthand experience in public service and to meet all these really influential people is why I pretty much jumped at this opportunity. And I think the past 2 years I've been a captain for the debate and the ethics team. And I think through that, I've really gotten an appreciation for, not just forming an argument, but trying to make your case strong and then also focusing on what you're passionate about and focusing on civil discourse, especially since politics right now are super divided. And I've always felt pretty connected to my community and I've always looked for ways to kind of help and get more involved, which is why this opportunity seems so cool. I mean, obviously that's not the only reason I applied. I mean, just from looking at the past programs and there's like pictures of like delegates shaking hand with the president and meeting state senators. So it just looks so cool. And I was super excited to apply.
Great. Dottie.
Well, I think that, so I was first granted the privilege of learning about this opportunity by our office secretary. So West High School hadn't been part of the program for a really long time. And I think our first student that we nominated was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. And so since then, it's been a big school event to kind of work with these students and help them build their portfolios. And so that's how I learned about the opportunity at first. I think I was really excited to first and foremost apply because I wanted to meet the other students in the basement of the Capitol. I wanted to connect with a bunch of incredible youth from across the state. And it's not every so often that you get to meet students, like especially across from as large a state as Utah is. And so by having students from different schools interact with each other and being able to meet them was super exciting. Obviously, as Neve said, I think that there's a lot of really cool opportunities of being able to meet your elected officials. And I think a lot of times as students, we think that, our government is far away from us, but this opportunity gives you the chance to be really up close and really in the Capitol, speaking with these people who we kind of think of as, maybe a little bit more distanced from the community, but this opportunity really shows us that our elected officials are part of our community, and it gives us that chance to establish that connection as students.
Great. That sounds really exciting. I'm jealous. This never came up for me when I was in high school. So the next question is, what does it mean for both of you to be chosen as a delegate to represent the state of Utah? I'm sure it was exciting. What were your feelings when you found out? And what does it mean for you to represent us?
Oh, I was so excited when I found out. So I think one of the other finalists texted me and was like, hey, results are up, go check. And I logged in my email, and then it was like, congratulations, you're a finalist. I basically like dropped my phone and started screaming. It was so exciting. But anyway, I'm just really honored to be chosen as Utah delegate. I mean, every person that was at the competition in November was super qualified and super excited to be there. And for me to be able to represent Utah out of all the competitors there really means a lot. I think the leadership position that qualified me for this was being the president of community service this year. And we've been working a lot with incoming refugees. So I'm glad I can kind of promote that and continue with that going into this opportunity. And I think also this is just a once in a lifetime opportunity for me to, talk with senators about topics that are really relevant right now, especially to my generation and especially to Utah. I mean, I think a lot of my peers and other Gen Z kids don't have the right to vote, and our voices aren't always as heard as loudly as they should be, since a lot of legislation really does impact students directly. So I'm really excited to be chosen as a delegate because I'll have the opportunity to talk with senators and other members of public office that are, actively working on bills and legislation that affect us. And I think also hearing from all the other elected officials in Washington will be so cool and so formative. And in addition to that, I think Utah's never had a woman serving on the National Senate. So I'm also really honored and excited that I, as well as Dottie, can really bring that element of representation to the program. So I'm really excited for it.
Great, Dottie.
So I will admit that the email went to my spam. So everybody was finding out, and I was like, oh, I didn't get it. That's fine. And then, I think I only found out 2 days later after they were released, because I really thought it was in spam. And then it was in spam, but I thought, I just didn't get it. And so I wasn't notified. But then I think I got a Goodreads notification or something. And I was like, okay, I'll check that spam inbox. And it was there. So that was definitely very surprising. And I was really excited. And, students not being able to vote is actually my jam. I helped draft a bill in the legislature last year under the title of House Bill 338, School District Voter Eligibility Amendments, which I'm pretty sure the board has heard from me before on, to allow local school districts to have the choice on whether or not they'd like to allow 16, 17-year-olds to vote in local school board races. It was definitely a very eye-opening endeavor, but mostly I was really proud to be able to represent the students who I served on the Salt Lake City Board of Education, and to let their voices really be heard beyond just our local school board, beyond our schools, into the Capitol. And hopefully this opportunity will give me the privilege and honor of being able to represent those very same students, not just at the Utah Capitol, not just at my school board, not just at our schools, but hopefully at the United States federal Capitol, where they deserve to be heard.
Great. The future is bright. I love having these moments to talk to students such as both of you. So my last question for both of you is, what are you looking forward to most during Washington Week? And will it be virtual or will it be in person? Have they told you?
It'll be virtual this year.
Okay.
So yeah, Washington from our bedrooms. But yeah, I'm super excited. I'm looking forward to so many different things. So we're gonna have the opportunity to meet and hear from justices of the Supreme Court. We're gonna be able to meet our senators. So I don't know, shake hands with Michael Lee and Mitt Romney. We're gonna be able to meet the president and other really influential elected officials. So I think it'll be really inspiring to hear their stories and hear what they're currently working on and what their jobs fully entail. I'm also really excited to meet the other delegates. So we've been kind of communicating over group chats and online and talking about, I don't know, different things about current movements in our states and how our schools have been handling COVID or other current events or stuff we're passionate about. And then we've also just been bonding over how rough the college application process is going. So I think I'm equally excited to also get to know my fellow delegates. I think they're all so cool and they're all really involved in their communities and super passionate. And I think we're all kind of the people that are looking to go into public service and leadership positions in government in the future. So I think it'll be really exciting to collaborate with them during Washington Week and also meet all the politicians up in Washington.
Great, Dottie.
Probably the same. I'm really excited to meet elected officials and be able to hear about their own perspectives and their own feelings especially what it takes to kind of bring policy across the finish line. I think that's something that's really interesting and kind of a perspective that we often don't get to hear about. So hopefully I'll gather some insight. I also think I'm very, very excited to meet the delegates face to face, whether that's on a screen. I probably won't get to have that actual handshake with Senator Lee and Senator Romney. Maybe it'll be a high five, we'll see. But, I think I'm really excited to meet the other student delegates because the program is modeled after the Senate. You have 100 students, 2 from each state, and how valuable would it be to meet with students from different states from across the country with different perspectives? I think that's such a wealth of knowledge. And I'm really looking forward to being able to meet those students and make new friends for sure.
Great. Well, this is exciting. We are so excited for both of you to be representing the great state of Utah. You will do us very proud. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you, board members. This concludes our educational highlight for the month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, thank you very much for putting that video together. And it's amazing what we're doing with technology. And we're going to have 2 awesome ambassadors representing our state. Hopefully they have a great experience. Next, we're moving into our public comment portion of our board meeting. These will be limited to 2 minutes. Sybil Child, are you going to flash something when it gets close, or call something on your screen? Or I forgot to ask you that earlier.
Yes, thank you for that reminder. Let me pull up my timer. One moment.
Okay, so I'll be calling these out. I'll apologize early if I don't pronounce your name correctly, and I'll call out who will be speaking. I'll put somebody on deck like we've done in the past. So Sybil, let me know when you're ready, please.
Chair, I'm ready.
Okay, we're going to start off with Juliet Reynolds with Monica Wilbur on deck. Juliet, were you with us? Okay, we can come back. Monica Wilbur with Rihanna Danzy on deck. Monica, are you with us?
I am.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I want parents to know some of the things that the USBE will be discussing today and tomorrow, because as Member Earl said this morning, this is about children and families. I want them to know that the USBE will continue to try to entrench divisive CRT policies, even more so into our schools. Your own diversity and equity guidance documents define, quote, abusive conduct, unquote, as another quote, verbal, nonverbal, or physical conduct of a parent or student directed toward a school employee. Parents need to know that you are viewing abuse as a one-way street. The USBE voted yes on this language to single out that only parent or student conduct qualifies as abusive. I want parents to think about that. Parents need to know that your standards and assessment committee, with the exception of Member Earl, deserves a gold medal for its verbal gymnastics on trying to redefine biological reality to accommodate a radical transgender anti-family agenda. Parents need to know that schools across the state are collecting every kind of data possible on their kids through the gross overuse of online and tech platforms like Summit Education and Panorama Ed. Parents need to know your law and licensing committee is going to vote on a rule authored by your staff that values librarian rights over protecting children from explicit sexual materials. Members of the board, before you vote today and tomorrow on anything, ask yourselves first, are you knowingly voting for policies that deprive our kids of their privacy, of their innocence, or their trust in their fellow man? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Next, we'll have Rihanna Danzy with Nicole Mason on deck. Rihanna.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to address the Utah State Board of Education. My name is Arian Danzy, and I am the mother of 3 Utah public school students. The Utah State Board of Education must take concrete steps to protect marginalized school children. This is a life-threatening crisis in our schools, as punctuated by the recent suicide of a Black autistic 10-year-old student in the Davis School District. In reference to widespread racism in the Davis School District and explaining the purpose of an agreement entered into with the district, Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark of the Civil Rights Division stated, "Pervasive racial harassment and other forms of racial discrimination in public schools violate the Constitution's most basic promise of equal protection. The settlement agreement will help generate the institutional change necessary to keep Black and Asian American students safe. The settlement agreement shows us the way out of institutional pervasive racism in schools by providing a roadmap to compliance with the Constitution and protecting children's civil rights. All Utah school districts should be required to adopt these 4 elements of the settlement agreement. 1, create an Office of Equal Opportunity to receive and investigate complaints of racial discrimination. 2, to develop and implement a plan to engage the community on the district's efforts to create discrimination-free learning environments at its schools. 3, review all policies and procedures related to racial discrimination. And 4, require annual diversity, equity, and inclusion training for staff and administration. In addition to school districts taking these actions to fight racism, the Utah State Board of Education should pass a resolution encouraging Governor Cox to declare racism in Utah schools a public health crisis due to racism's physical and emotional harm to Utah's children. This would focus state resources and generate policy ideas on protecting marginalized children from harm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Nicole Mason with Emma Jenkins on deck. Nicole.
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Nicole Mason with Utah Parents United. And when I was a junior in high school, I was assigned it was an AP English class to read a book that started out with 2 men in the back of a movie theater, masturbating, climaxing, and ejaculating. And then later in the book, it talked about a graphic murder. And I had to read parts of that book several times because it was the first time I'd ever been exposed to something like that. And it was really something that haunted me and left me sick to my stomach. And looking back at my junior year in this AP English class, that's really all I can remember. That's what I took with me from AP English, was this depiction of 2 men masturbating in the back of a movie theater. And I think about my AP English teacher, and I think now looking back, like, what a jerk that he would expose me to that. And I don't know what life lesson he was trying to get me to learn, but I would submit that whatever that end was, the end goal of having me read that book, that the ends do not justify the means if the means are not moral. Now, I know that the Law and Licensing Committee will be talking about this library policy, and 2 minutes isn't enough time for me to go into the ethical, moral, legal implications of what that policy looks like. So I'm going to email that to the committee for that consideration to be discussed tomorrow. But I would submit that there's a lot of great stuff out there, like Plato's Allegory of the Cave,
30 seconds.
Dante's Inferno. And I think that education should enlighten and uplift us, and it should invite us to be our best selves. And so I would just ask that as the board members are going through reviewing these policies, that we think about what the ethical, moral, and legal implications are, and think about what things we can do to help students be their best selves and not have them remember the worst parts of books or of humanity as they go through life. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we'll have Emma Jenkins with Brooks Stevens on deck. Emma.
I'm here as a high school student, and I would like to thank the board for their attention to LGBTQ inclusion. However, I have 2 major concerns. These are in relation to the new policy on student pronoun usage and the recent LGBTQ symbol bans. Currently, teachers and staff cannot use students' preferred pronouns without parent or guardian consent. This new policy has been justified by a law which defines parental rights. I ask that you reconsider this justification. The assertion that using a student's preferred name and pronouns violates parental rights is baseless and harmful. This policy is actively and negatively affecting students like me. Moving on to the second issue, Davis School District has, and several other districts have begun to discuss, bans of LGBTQ symbols. They are justifying this under a state law which protects freedom in the classroom through political neutrality. This interpretation of the law is flawed. LGBTQ symbols in schools have proven to lower suicide rates. I have personally witnessed these symbols connect suicidal and struggling students to adults that can support them. Lowering Utah's staggering student suicide rate through an inclusive educational environment is not and should not be considered inherently political. Rather, it is bans like these that are politicizing inclusive symbols. I'm asking the board create a policy interpreting the political neutrality law and clarify that LGBTQ symbols bans are not justifiable. I'm asking that the board recognize on a state level these bans for what they are, and that is discriminatory. Policies that allow LGBTQ inclusion through teacher and staff support lower student suicide rates. And I'm here as living proof of this reality. I urge the board to continue to take action as student lives are, quite literally, on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Next, we'll have Brooke Stevens and then CJ Wilkinson. Brooke?
My name is Brooke Stevens, and I created the Laverna in the Library Facebook page to show examples of the explicit obscenity in Utah schools. I have spent my life and hundreds of thousands of dollars, because some places cost $12,000 a month, trying to heal the damage done to children who suffer traumatic abuse. The author of the book, Out of Darkness, has made the claim that children who suffer traumatic abuse need to see themselves reflected in literature. She's an English teacher. I strongly suggest you consult with doctoral level psychologists to get your information on the damage done by books that recount sexual assault, which is what Out of Darkness does. From my life experience, I can tell you that replaying abusive situations is not healing. In fact, my daughter, who suffered greatly before we adopted her, has to leave her classroom whenever they discuss abuse in any form. I've read extensively, searching for healing methods, and in the book, The Boy Who Was Raised as a Dog, the author Bruce D. Perry, a child psychologist, says that healing comes from the multitude of healthy relationships in a traumatized child's life. Why don't we introduce books that portray loving characters instead of this? Page 380 on Out of Darkness. Look at me, son, he said to Beto. Now I'm going to show you another side of what it means to be a man. What do you do with the field you own? You plow it. He walked over to Naomi. Lay down, he told her. Down. She dropped to her knees. Beto wanted to run, but he couldn't. Lie back, open your legs, stop crying. Then he pushed her back until her head was on the ground. Beto, you come here, watch, but don't try anything. I've got the gun right here. Beto looked long enough to see the revolver his father held near his sister's face. When you include these types of books in the name of diversity, your only outcome will be to increase the number of victims, re-wound those who suffer, and perpetuate the cycle of sexual assault. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Next, we'll have CJ Wilkinson and Sophia Anderson on deck. CJ?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
So today I'm actually going to speak on gratitude. And this is actually going towards all of the employees at the USBE and all of the teachers and school staff members all over the state of Utah who are showing up every day to do the work of equity and inclusion, and who recognize that our diversity is what makes us great in Utah. We appreciate all of you who show up to work with love in your hearts for all of Utah's students, and who try to make decisions with our students' mental, emotional, and physical safety in mind, alongside their normal education needs, because as we all know, they are absolutely intertwined. We appreciate those of you who are supporting students' First Amendment rights, their constitutional rights, and following Supreme Court cases along those lines, such as the Board of Education versus PICO and Grimm versus Gloucester County, which state that students do not lose their freedoms of speech or identity at the schoolhouse gates, and that they also have rights that must not be infringed upon. I also want to thank those of you who keep separation of church and state, because it's absolutely important to note that not everyone in the state,
30 seconds.
either adult or child, is a Latter-day Saint, and not everyone in this state, student or child, is Christian. And we know that you've received a lot of hate and harassment lately, much of it incited by a couple of your own colleagues. And we just want to thank you as a community for continuing to show up for all of our students. So thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Next, we'll have Sophia Anderson with Jen Brown on deck. Sophia? Do we see Sophia? Okay, we can come back to Jen. Are you with us? Yeah, I see Jen.
Yes.
Okay, Jen Brown.
Yes, I am.
With Becky Hope on deck. Jen.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jen Brown, President of Utah Citizens for the Constitution. Many prominent members of the community have come together to be part of this organization, and we want to acknowledge the work that has been accomplished on the state civic standards that are proposed K through 6. We want to add to the good that has already been done. As citizens, it is our responsibility to take part in this process. My organization has emailed each of you a report on the standards. Our conclusion is that the Utah statutes are not being followed, as well as the brevity in which our form of government, founding documents, and American history are studied is of concern. The term constitutional republic is not found within the standards, which is our form of American government. The standards must give essential content priority over more peripheral topics. We assert that core content must be taught yearly. I emailed the school board members last night with several pieces of information. One of those is a joint letter from the Senate President, President Adams, and Speaker Brad Wilson, the Speaker of the House. They have submitted a letter that states the Office of the Utah Legislative Auditor General has conducted an audit that found that there is a discrepancy in the schools which teaching about our constitutional government. And they are asking that this discrepancy be closed. In order for this expectation to be met, yearly instruction in our form of government needs to be achieved. And again, from those two, it says we expect that the final version of the standards will carefully adhere to the laws set forth by the legislature. And I would just like to tell the board, I look forward to continue to communicate with you on this topic. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Jen. Next, we'll have Becky Hope. Is Becky with us? With Emily Daly on deck. Not seeing Becky. Is Emily with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you're up with Bernadette Brockman on deck. And Emily.
Thank you. I appreciate this time to comment on this. This is a really big job, and I appreciate the time that has already been taken. I'm only going to actually speak on one little standard because it's indicative of what I have found in all the standards, and I've actually read all of them, and I've compared them with a site that's, it's a Fordham Institute, and they went and rated every single state's civics standards, and they gave them a grade, and Utah gets a C. And that's with our current standards. Our proposed standards, which actually lower us a little bit more than that. So right now, this proposed standard for K.3.4, explain why symbols like the US flag are considered important and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance. But our state code 53G-10-304 says that item 2 says the instructions shall include the history of the flag, etiquette, customs pertaining to the display and use of the flag, and other patriotic exercises. So that is a stark contrast. Our code has outlined exactly what our standard should be, but our standard is explain why symbols like the US flag, which leaves it open to any symbol that could be even remotely considered to hold as much weight as the flag. So I would encourage more revision to the standards to make sure that they are at least meeting our Utah code that we already have. It's very specific, and the states that received the highest grading always had very specifics laid out and left very little ambiguity. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Next, we'll have Bernadette Brockman with Genevra Prothero on deck. Bernadette.
I'm here. Good morning, members of the board. Thank you for this time to speak. My name is Bernadette Brockman, and I wanted to go over some terminology with you. Non-binary, gender non-binary or NB, gender queer, bigender, androgen, trigender, queer gender or quad gender, pangender, gender neutral, gender free, agender, neutroid, allogender, demi-boy, demi-girl, demi-man, demi-girl, demi-woman, feminine of center, masculine of center, girl-flex, paragirl, boy-flex, paraboy, libra-feminine, libra-masculine, gender-fluid, amalgagender, a non-gender, moon gender, puzzle gender, FTX, which is born female and now identifies as non-binary, MTX, born male and now identifies as NB. There are only two biological sexes, male and female. Compassion. You can be compassionate because there are individuals who are experiencing distress and discomfort when they identify as other than male or female. We don't need to rewrite science in order to acknowledge that some people are gender non-conforming. We don't need to create different genders for people to gain acceptance. There is a difference between being accepting of one's identity and enacting into law an otherwise compelling acceptance of labels. There is nothing wrong with young people experimenting with their identity.
3 seconds.
The DSM states that among females who identify as male during childhood change their mind. The rate may be as high as 88%. For males, it is high as 97.8%. However, writing into law or creating a gender identity policy is concerning. When definitions, like I shared with you, don't fit the narrative anymore, will you create another gender identity document? Or is there a better way to deal with our youth? Or is there a better way to deal with our youth as they experiment with their identity? Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Bernadette. Next, we'll have Genevra Prothero with Kelly, I think it's Strebel, on deck. Genevra?
First of all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to go ahead and first of all tell M. Jenkins I definitely respect your pronouns. And good morning, my name is Genevra Prothero, and I am here today to ask for every one of you to support our school librarians. I started the Shirley the Librarian group in support of librarians. I never in my wildest dreams would have thought the librarians and authors would be next on the hit list of these small groups of loud, misinformed parents who have succumbed to the false narratives about books in public schools. Books are already vetted prior to being put on the shelves of our school libraries. A girl kissing a boy or a boy kissing a boy in a book is not pornography. I know and trust our school librarians. Our students deserve to have a wide variety of choices in their lives. As a child, going to the library was my first experience that I had to make choices for myself. I learned that I love to read about dragons, magic, cats, and history. Reading a book is a way to be able to travel without leaving your house. You can go back in time and visit with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Joan of Arc, King Henry V, Princess Diana, etc. You can also dance with fairies, ride a unicorn, and fight a giant in a book of fantasy. Our son's first book he checked out from the school library was about bugs and snakes. Even though it is not what I would have chosen, it was vital for him to choose because it gave him some independence. Books teach about compassion, love, diversity, how to use your imagination to be open to new ideas. These parents that are trying to ban books are seeking control. They don't want their children to think outside of their own box. Perhaps the best thing for everyone is to have these parents sign a form that prohibits their child from using the library. I wish I had answers for all of you. I do know that banning books is going to destroy America. Please do not take books off of shelves. Keep on supporting authors and invite them to school assemblies. I will do everything I can to support librarians, to support schools, to support the board, and to be able to support the LGBTQIA community. Books that do show them a vision of themselves can save lives. I also support books about Black history. Black children do deserve to be able to see themselves reflected in books. Thank you.
Thank you, Geneva. Next, we'll have Kelly Strabel with Kelly Jones on deck. Kelly.
Good morning and Happy New Year. I've been asked to suggest to this board that new resolutions be set. This board is to represent education in public schools in this state, and yet there are many areas of concern. This board needs to take some of the money that they are giving to schools to buy pornographic books and access to pornographic websites, data mining through Panorama, etc., and visit 3 counties a month. Rent an auditorium and actually hold some nighttime meetings and actually listen to the people instead of the legislature, Spencer Cox, the teachers union, and yourselves as to what should be in our public schools. Most of you think of yourselves as the final voice of education in Utah. Utah law actually gives that right to the parent or the guardian. If you can't travel to hear from the people who pay yours and the teachers' wages and give them time to speak and you to listen, then I and others suggest you resign today. We don't need cowards at the USB any longer. We need people standing up for what is right and willing to work with parents to achieve educational excellence, not Marxist indoctrination. We have teachers who want to do the right thing, who struggle with their personal values and losing their jobs due to forced education methods by this board and Marxist members of the legislature who codified social emotional learning into law. They, like
30
you,
seconds.
exposed for indoctrination. People in this state want representation that reflects their values and not that of left-wing ideology currently being forced in Utah schools. $75,000 in donations to Spencer Cox to get raises from him to give more to his campaign next time from teachers unions is not how you educate students. It is how you rip off taxpayers. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And here in Utah, we are practicing failed socialist programs and Marxist ideology. Get out of Salt Lake, rent auditoriums in 3 counties a month, and listen to the people rather than the Marxism found in Utah and nationwide politics. Give them time to speak and simply give the voice to them and allow them to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we'll have Kelly Jones with Nicole Willis on deck. Kelly Jones, are you with us?
Good morning. Good morning to the board. Thank you for this chance to speak. My name is Kelly Jones. I'm an educator and a parent in Davis School District. I want to thank the board for working to ensure a variety of literature and scholarship is introduced to our students and for treating students on a case-by-case basis as we consider any potential barriers to school libraries. Parents can adjust access for their child but should not be able to do so for mine. As we contemplate the next steps in ensuring an honest and inclusive history in our K-12 schools, I want to ask the board to consider expanding our Martin Luther King Jr. essay contest to include more. Last week, we honored the students who won this contest in Davis. I won this contest at Orem Junior High in the mid-'80s. It was a tremendous honor for me to be able to read about his life, someone who was largely unpopular until the day that he was murdered. Those who fought against equality did not want his success. Now they quote him. Let's expand this program to include influential women of color like Shirley Chisholm, Dorothy Pittman Hughes, or those who have paved the way for LGBTQ rights like Marsha P. Johnson and Harvey Milk. We have a road named for Harvey Milk in Salt Lake, but do our children know who he was? Due to the efforts of Better Days 2020, our students are just now learning about the influential women who helped build our state. Indigenous advocates like Sekala Saw and Maytimbibu Perry from Utah. But have we included contributions of our Pacific Islander citizens who built Iosepa 30 seconds amid discrimination and difficulty? This Utah history is vital to include amid calls for greater transparency and honesty. We must always honor Dr. King, and we can do so by using his example to continue expanding our civics programs to include those who, like he, paved the way for equality. In the words of his daughter, Bernice King, unity does not equal justice. We should be unified by love and working for justice, but unity that seeks to calm unrest without working for justice is a component of false peace. As my father said, true peace is not merely the absence of tension, it is the presence of justice. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Nicholas Willis, and then we'll go to Juliet Reynolds. Nicholas. Not seeing Nicholas. Juliet Reynolds, and then Sophia Anderson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Hold on a second, sorry. I emailed each of you the policy that I will be referring to in my comment. And I'm here today to ask that the board adopt the book challenge policy Murray City School District has implemented as a template for the statewide policy. Our educators, administrators, and board members need relief from this epidemic of aggressive parents demanding books be removed immediately from libraries across the state. As a parent, I believe it is appropriate to have a pathway for voices to be heard and concerns addressed. As an adult, I know that hasty decisions without a balanced conversation usually fall short of expectations. This policy was developed with legal advice, and it not only provides a path for parents, but also allows the school community to meet and decide the fate of any book that is challenged. This process is fair and also allows the parent to opt their student out from being able to access the said book, which immediately removes their student's access to the book, no matter the outcome of the book challenge. The ripple effect that this has created for Murray City School District is that parent concerns will be heard. Our librarians know that our administrators respect them. Our educators know they are supported, and most importantly, our students know their voices are being heard and their diverse identities and life experiences will be represented.
30 seconds.
Yep. I want to publicly thank the Murray City School District for taking a huge step toward healing our broken community. I am proud to be a Murray City School District parent. The rest of the state deserves the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Next, we'll have Sophia Anderson with Becky Hope on deck. Sophia, are you with us? Sophia? So, well, I believe that's our second call out for Sophia. Let's see if Becky Hope is with us with Nicholas Willis on deck. Becky Hope. Nicholas Willis. Okay, well, probably has some challenges getting on or something. Want to thank everyone for participating in our public comment. Here, we also want to extend the invitation that public comments can be submitted in writing, and also want to thank those that participated, that they respected the comment period and summed up their comments at the conclusion of that period. So thank you. Next, board members, we're going to move to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Dixon, I believe next on our agenda is you're going to introduce the employee of the month, superintendent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members. I am excited to introduce our employee of the month. So Jeff, if you have our slide up. Many of you might know this wonderful happy face of Yuriko Murakami. Yuriko has been with our office for a number of years, and she is a stabilizing force in the Department of Special Education. We all love Yuriko. I have to tell a personal story that one day in the parking lot, I was not paying attention, and as Yuriko was crossing the driveway, I almost ran over her, and she has not held that against me, but been nothing but kind, forgiving, and gracious. So I owe her a great deal of gratitude. But Yuriko, I will read what her supervisors said about her and coworkers. I want to make sure you have this word for word. Yuriko is an amazing coworker, teacher, and person. Yuriko always takes the time to help train, find materials and innovative ways to do a task or a project. Yuriko always has a positive attitude that is highly contagious, and I can testify that that is true. Yuriko knows the USBE policies and procedures and has never-ending patience when it comes to helping others learn or understand them. Yuriko has a way with keeping track of so many different aspects of our department: computers, office furniture, software renewals, and general office supplies. Yuriko is wonderful about communicating if there are changes to processes, LEA contacts, and the status of materials. She can tell you where to find anything in our section, even if she's working remotely. The COVID pandemic was a challenge for everyone to adjust to, and Yuriko is an excellent example of how any job can be completed under any circumstance. She has dedication, kindness, and heart. I believe Yuriko is an integral person in our department. And that sums up who she is very well. I hope she's on screen. Do we have Yuriko on so she can wave to you? Well, if not, hopefully she's watching. So let's just give her a round of applause and thank Yuriko. And now we'll move, Chair Huntsman, with your approval to our new employees. We've had some amazing experiences hiring wonderful people.
Hello, I am McKenna Powell. I am one of the new HR analysts supporting the State Board of Education. I am filling in for Michelle today. Most of our new hires should be on the call. Some did have some other obligations, but if you do see them in the hallway or anywhere, or just go out of your way to say hello and give them a warm welcome. So starting off, we have Joe Hubby, who is a fiscal monitor. Joe is from Layton, Utah, and previously was a R&D tax credit specialist for Markham Accounting Associates. And I'll give all of you a moment to read the quote, as I'm sure I cannot do it justice. We'll move on. Oh, okay, sorry, there was a chat that just popped up. Okay, and so next we have Sam Uri. If we could just move along in the slide. Okay. Sam is a school finance director from Payson, Utah, and was previously an LEA business administrator for Carl G. Mazer Prep Academy. Up next, we have Michael, and I'm so sorry if I pronounce this incorrectly, Hakkarainen. He is a digital teaching and learning specialist, PCBL. Michael is from Maryland, was previously an instructional technology training for Utah Education Network. And then we have Jerry Rogers. Jerry is a fiscal accountability specialist within special education. Jerry is from Wyoming and previously was a financial analyst 3 for DHS within the Division of Child and Family. Okay. And up next we have Nicole Vance. Nicole is a Community Program Coordinator, CNP. Nicole is from Farmington and previously was a dietetic internship director at Utah State University. And hopefully, I hope if any of you are on the call, just wave and say hello. I know that there some weren't able to. Jessica Wilhelm, Special Education Secondary Assessment Specialist. Jessica is from Houston, Texas, and previously was an educational diagnostician. And Corey Erickson, another fiscal monitor from Murray, Utah, and previously was the Director of Software License Compliance for Novel Inc. And then Tyson Elfers is an IT Analyst 2 from Grantsville, Utah, and previously was a software developer with Twila School District. I think we skipped one. Thank you. Colby Wilson is an IT analyst from Paonia, Colorado. Previously was a teacher specialist within Granite School District. And Matthew Lors is a public education hotline specialist from Maryland and previously was an attorney for PHBM Law Firm. Mark Ramos, a network engineer from Hawaii, previously was a senior systems engineer for DirectPoint 7. And Teresa McIntyre is an elementary ELA assessment specialist from Centerville, Utah. Previously was a school teacher for Canyon School District. And we have Matthew Ricks, who is an IT analyst 2, also from Utah, and previously was a software engineer for Select Health. And then we have Caleb Kirsenbrock, who is a technical support specialist 2 from Kansas, and previously was a system admin 2 for Utah Imaging Associates. And Ephraim Zamora, education specialist, civil rights. Ephraim comes to us from New York City and previously was the director of strategy and innovation at WCF Insurance. Daniel Johnson is an SYS admin from Ogden, Utah, and previously was a consultant at Executech. I too like cake. Thank you for all of those who responded to us and sent us some lovely information and a quote. We're so happy to have you at USBE. And like I said, if you see them, make sure to say hi, let them know how awesome it is to work here. And if there aren't any further questions, I thank you for your time.
Well, and thanks to all those that just joined the USBE team. That's quite a good group here. Thank you for sharing. Superintendent, are you continuing on this, or should I invite Kathy Jensen?
That's under your purview, but I think that's the schedule. Thank you, sir.
Well, let's see. We have, well, before I do that, Brian Quisenberry, AAG Quisenberry, is going to introduce
our newest AAG.
Are you with us, Brian? We've got our new
Yes.
AAG.
Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, super. Good morning, board members and everyone. I'm super excited. And Ashley, I'll just go ahead and introduce you and explain a little bit about you. But I have Ashley Beal here. Ashley, wave so everyone can see you. There she is. She is our newest Assistant Attorney General. She started a couple of days ago. And we are just so super and excited and happy that she's here and on board and can start to meet some folks. Just so you kind of have a little bit of idea of who she is and where she comes from, we were able to kind of appropriate her from Las Vegas over in Nevada, where she worked as a children's attorney project attorney at the Legal Aid Center out of Southern Nevada, where she represented kiddos who have been or who were abused and neglected there in that county. And so is well versed kind of in the rights of children and has that that experience. She was, among other things, named the Young Lawyer of the Year last year in the entire state of Nevada, which is very, very impressive. U of U law graduate, and so I think she was looking for an opportunity to come back here to Utah and found it. And when we interviewed her and met her, we just she just hit it out of the park and was super impressive. And so Ashley, I hope that's enough gushing from me to share the impression that we're just super excited to have you on board. She offices right next to me where Michelle Buse used to office. And so when we meet back in person, if you get a chance to drop by and say hi, that'd be great. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Ashley. And I'm sure we're going to keep you really busy.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here and I look forward to meeting everyone and digging in.
And it's we lose a lot of fantastic people from the state of Utah. Now and again it's fun to poach somebody from another state, and especially someone with some recognition like you just received. So I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay. Next we'll go to Kathy Jensen, our Fine Arts Education Specialist. And Jeff, I think you're driving this, I believe.
Thank you so much. It is great to be here with you today to share 2 kindergarten images of aspen trees that were created by kindergarten students under the direction of Regina Stenberg at Riley Elementary. Then we have the last month been working on creating for you some way to share with you the other art forms, dance, music, and drama. So a teacher, Corinne Penka at Hawthorne Elementary in the Salt Lake District, used the aspen tree as a inspiration for student dance. She talked about the aspen tree having eyes. How does one look with their eyes to observe their surroundings? You can scan, zoom in and out, peek, glance quickly. What if you had eyes in different parts of your bodies? For instance, if you did a visual scan with an eye on your elbow, how would the rest of your body respond? So if you'll push play, Jeff, we'll watch this brief video of students at Hawthorne Elementary dancing as eyes on other parts of their body.
I'll just quickly ask everyone to mute because I'm playing the sound through my unmuted and we don't want to create the ripple effect of the sound.
Thank you. In the coming months, when we return to in-person meetings, we will have still pictures of art forms with QR codes where you can explore the videos of the students actually creating those other arts.
Thank you, Kathy Jensen. That concludes your presentation, doesn't it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. When I ride on the mountain moving cows or make trails or spreading salt or working on water systems, when I look at those beautiful Quakeys up there, aspen trees, I don't think I will, I think I'm gonna see children instead of those trees. I appreciate you sharing sharing this accomplishment of student art. Thank you. That's awesome. Next, we'll go to our superintendent's report. Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Hudson, and Kathy, thank you for those aspens. Those are, I have the same childhood memories of actually dancing among the aspens when I was a child. So thank you so much for bringing that back. Well, we're off. January, here we go, off to the races again. And while a lot of students and teachers and all of us got a bit of a reprieve during the holidays, you know, we hit the door running and learning is taking place, but we also have some challenges. So I'm going to talk about both the joy and the great things that are happening and some challenges, and then end by talking about one of the projects that you approved and giving you an update. So first of all, I want to talk about a couple of visits that Dr. Norman and I were able to make. And it's been such a joy to visit the classrooms and the schools of our board members. Board Member Norton, you're up next. I'll be coming to your classroom soon. But Dr. Norman and I were able to visit Albion Middle School with Principal Molly Hart. And the culture of Albion is just so much fun. We were there on a day where they were having a competition for door decorating. So the first picture you see was a very creative and colorful door with a dragon theme. And of course, the kids get involved in the decorating. And so the school was full of energy, competitive teachers for sure, wanting to see who had the best door, but just a lot of great ways to recognize kids and acts of kindness and just a wonderful student-centered culture. We visited the classroom and there was a spontaneous play that broke out in the classroom of the dragons. And as part of it, I was able to pull a sword out of the door and I was knighted. So I don't know if you can see this, but I was given this sword to keep, a bejeweled sword as part of the knighting and part of their play. But just a wonderful culture. And I credit Principal Hart for that culture and the student-centered approach that occurs at Albion Middle. A lot of great things going on. We were also able to visit Board Member Hymas at American Prep Academy, where he is a high school director. And I love that he just turned us over to a group of students. He had the students take us to the classes where they talked about their favorite teachers and their favorite classes and all of the clubs that they're involved in. And of course, like any good educator would be expected to do, we interviewed the students about their experience and about their goals and their hopes and their dreams. And it's clear at American Prep that they work hard to instill certain characteristics into their students. Students were very respectful of each other and of adults and very goal-oriented. And it was fun to hear them talk about all of the things that they're involved in, all of the clubs and the leadership opportunities that they have and the hopes and dreams that they have for their future. Many of them going to college for as the first members of their family to do so. So both experiences, as you would imagine, were wonderful. And I hope if any of you get the time to visit the schools of your college, you will do so. I do want to give a bit of a COVID update. You know, you've been hearing from people, I think, all through the holidays and beyond. I started hearing from schools, and especially this last week, about the rapid spread. You know that I've been a part of the school health advisory group, and we've combined 2 or 3 different groups that are meeting on a variety of issues related to COVID. And so we had our first meeting this week with this combined group and just talked about the trends, the spread, this variant spreads a lot faster than prior variants. And so by the time we hit the test to stay threshold, you're seeing a great spread already has taken place. And so based on that, we have a quarter of our staff out in many of our schools and a quarter of the students. And that is actually something that would trigger a school closure with other illnesses. So I'm hearing from a lot of teachers who are just really at their tipping point. They're frustrated by, as our parents and students, by having to have a lot of kids go into a gym. They don't have a student. The governor mentioned recently that his own daughter, who attends a school here in the Valley, was at a test to stay event, and she was one of the very few kids in many of her classes, and many classes without teachers. So we're at a crisis point in many of our schools, and I'll talk a little bit about that and some issues. One of the challenges with the test to stay, which is outlined in code, state code, is the personnel. And you've seen stories, or maybe you've personally experienced long lines at testing sites. And a lot of those testing sites have actually been closed down to accommodate test to stay in schools. You have to get in the queue for a test to stay date. And some of our schools can't even get a test to stay date until 4 and 5 days later. And by then the spread is quite rapid with Omicron. So there are also some issues with testing supplies. We've been okay up until now, but starting to run short. Federal government is actually sending some more testing supplies out, but they may not be here for a week or two. So the rapid spread, a lot of teacher absences, we can't get subs. I'll give you some data. I know Canyons earlier this week had over 200 teachers out due to illness, and they couldn't even fill half of the substitute slots. So these are the real issues that have been happening in many of our schools, particularly across the Wasatch Front, and a few in our rural areas as well. I've been meeting over the past couple of days, about 10 hours on and off meetings and calls with superintendents, legislative leaders, governor's office, to try and come up with some solutions. And we've had some of our districts already step forward who had Friday as a non-student day based on end of term, Monday as a holiday, and then taking an additional day. And there's a variation on some of these things, and some are feeling like they need a little bit more flexibility. So a couple of the solutions are to, and let me talk a little bit about test to stay as well. Some of the test to stay events, there was one in a district this week where it was 9:30, 10 o'clock, and they were only through the B's. It's a large high school, but we had to, I guess they had to excuse the state health workers or the local health department workers who were helping with the testing because they had an additional event in the afternoon that they had to get to. So there were about 25 school personnel that were leaning in, custodians, paraeducators, the principal, district office personnel, and 5, they could only provide 5 testing personnel from the health department. So just even our test to stay has become problematic. So all of those things are coming to a solution for a reprieve over the next couple of weeks. A letter should be coming out shortly. I've been watching for it. It's not quite here yet, but it meets the demands of the law, of the code that came from Senate Bill 107 and House Bill 1007, which outlines everything that needs to happen for in-person instruction. And the letter will give a couple of weeks reprieve for people who meet for schools who meet certain criteria. And I'll send that forward to you as soon as you have it, and we'll make sure there's immediate release so that the public has it as well. The letter will go out to all of our LEA heads with all of the details. So hopefully that will give a bit of reprieve and try to get both the spread under control and allow for schools that are at that tipping point to make sure that they can move forward in using good digital tools and resources where they need it. So without going into too much detail, because the letter is very detailed, I'll send that to you right away. And then last but not least, I want to give you an update on the ESSER funds that you allocated for teachers. And we hope this will show the appreciation you have for them as well. If you'll advance the slide, Jeff. Remember that in December, you allocated $12 million out of the federal relief funds for the efforts of teachers in their classrooms. And we have this really unique and wonderful partnership with Donors Choose so that teachers can register for Donors Choose and get up to $1,000 to meet the needs of their classrooms. And this would come in the space of supplies and materials and creative classroom solutions that help address the impacts that COVID-19 has had on learning in their particular setting. So with this investment, over 12,000 teachers will receive up to $1,000 in funding to support these projects. And our staff under the direction of Sarah Young has been instrumental in setting all of this up for the teachers. This collaboration between the state board and Donors Choose is the largest to date in the nation. And it really will provide our educators with resources that empower them to make decisions that they know can best support their students. This project will go live Tuesday, January 18th, and the teachers and school leaders will be notified shortly about the launch, and it will give them details about what to do. I've been contacted by at least one foundation, and some of them already work with Donors Choose and may even be able to come up with matches from businesses. So we're very excited about this project, and I'm just so grateful that the board is focused on ways that we can specifically help teachers during this very difficult time. So unless there are questions, that completes my report, Chair Huntsman.
Okay, thank you. The way my screen's for, oh, there it goes. All right. Thank you, Superintendent. Not seeing any hands raised at the time. I'm sure we'll have questions along the way. There's a lot of moving parts right now in public education to keep making it happen. Well, hang on one sec. I see a hand. Vice Chair Davis.
Thank you. Could you just clarify for a minute that bottom statement on your slide that said that the test to stay protocol is being suspended during this time? So could you just elaborate a little bit more on that? That's written in HB 1007, I think, right? Or is it not? Is that a health department initiative? And does that mean that like the districts or charters who are taking this kind of 5-day window then are not going to be doing the test to stay for students to re-enter? I've had some parents contacting me on this question, so I just want to clarify and make sure I'm giving accurate information.
Superintendent?
Without having the letter in front of me, it's my understanding, just in the draft letter that I saw, that we are suspending test to stay, excuse me, for a couple of weeks, just trying to catch up out in the community with all the testing events in the community. And I think your question is, does it only apply to schools who are able to meet the criteria and take additional days away from learning, or is it statewide? Is that what you're asking, Chair Davis?
Well, I guess I'm just wondering, are we suspending that for everybody? Or for example, if schools have a test to stay date scheduled, are those going to continue to happen and then those protocols stay in place?
Yeah, it's my understanding that any testing dates over the next couple of weeks that are scheduled will be suspended. But without seeing the letter and having that accurate information, once you get the letter, I think it will be clear.
Thank you.
And let me look, and then I can either put it in the chat or insert myself at an appropriate time so that you and the public have the accurate information.
Member Earl.
Yeah, Superintendent, as you're on these boards and meetings and such, I'm wondering if they're reporting on more than just the testing positive, because we know that this is a quick spreading virus, which is not uncommon. But I'm wondering about the actual severity of students in Utah in regards to this particular strain. Has there been data reported on that, or is that something that when you attend one of these meetings that you would be helpful, or would you mind seeing if you could get a hold of those numbers which would be, I think would be important to, get the full scope of this particular virus.
Superintendent?
Thank you. So we hear from epidemiologists who work at Primary Children's at University of Utah, and they give us another variance based on how quickly it spreads. And by virtue of how quickly it spreads, then it can affect those who are more vulnerable, adults, those with comorbidity, et cetera. There have been a couple of reported deaths of children. So just wanting to make sure that we have all of the data, and we don't get into the details of the epidemiology, but we do look at the numbers that are publicly reported, both at the school and county level and at the state level. Does that answer your
There's
question?
not really, other than people stating, we don't really have numbers on cases that are severe for children. Did I accurately state that?
Well, we don't see that data on the dashboard. So that's something that, it doesn't break it down by severity. It's just positive cases.
And that's kind of why I'm asking if you're in those meetings, if they have access to that information, I think that would be beneficial. So that's all I'm asking, if you're in those meetings and you're able to access that information.
Okay, I will definitely ask for that.
Thank you.
I think it's also really important to know the lag part of the data as it comes in from Primary Children. Then the rest of them, it's all about treatment and everything else. And then there is a little bit of lag information coming. And so it's, I know a lot of parents want real-time information. That's what they're reaching out to me. Oh, do you have something? Do you have something? And I said, well, you've got to look at the dashboards and draw your own conclusions on that, because we don't have any control of what's happening in the different hospitals and clinics and those other places. So it is a kind of a frustrating time for some parents that are trying to get all the information they can, what's happening in our state or in their area of the state. But thank you, Dr.
There
Dixon.
has been, if I might just follow up with Vice Chair Davis. So, phone a friend. I'm already getting texts of people who are listening. It was our intent, if arrangements could be made to suspend some of the test to stay that were happening today and tomorrow, especially tomorrow. So I think there are several high schools who are in the queue who have suspended test to stay. How long that will happen? Probably for at least the coming 2-week period, and then we'll see from there.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent.
And the letter has gone out to the first tranche. We're trying to get it to, it's coming from the governor's office, and it's going to our LEA heads, and then we'll get it to others. So as soon as I get my copy, I'll push it forward to you, and Mark Peterson can release it to through his normal channels as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your report. Next, we'll go to our consent calendar. Board members, as you're aware, this is a time if any of you want to pull an item from the consent calendar. We have both actionable and then the other piece is informational.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull this up. When I got on, I did not see any contracts. Is there something there now? This was yesterday, so or early. Sorry, I do apologize. I just didn't have time to go back over stuff.
Mine is turning on I've got my screen split and I have access.
Sorry,
I have
I'm
the same issue. Nothing showed up yesterday. I'm only seeing stuff show up now.
It is showing up presently for everybody.
Could I guess what I'm asking is I need to just take a quick second to review because there wasn't something there when I previously had looked and tried to review.
Okay. Well, we can take a pot. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Because I know the driver and myself, we're going to stay 100% engaged until lunch. let's take a quick 10-minute recess, I guess we'll call it. And it is, let's try to be back here at 10:47, and then we'll bring this back up. Okay.
Thank you. I'll take a minute to review.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be right back. Okay, can I be heard?
Loud and clear, Mark.
Okay, thank you. Hey, well, sometimes when you come back from these, you don't know if you're totally connected. So on the consent calendar issues, I know yesterday morning that they weren't on. And I think they were on approximately like noon. I don't know the whole story behind it, but I had them in the afternoon for review. I'm sure there's a ton of questions. We do have, well, I guess if we take the time to get briefed on each one, it's just like pulling them off. So we've got in our consent calendar, we have the informational ones, and you guys know the background on that. That's just for our FYI. Then we have our actionable ones that are actionable items. That's also on our consent calendar. So let's just take care of business here, I guess. I'll start off with Member Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to pull, it's number 2 on the agreements for board approval. That's the Utah Restaurant Association's foundation.
Okay. Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm just not voting for any of these. The only reason why is I have a number of questions on all. It would be difficult to adequately read through the documentation and provide adequate questions. So at this point, that's where I'm standing, at least on this. And then I do have a question on the information ones. Is it because I realized that we'd only post those that change the contract with an additional $100,000? So these are listed here because there's a change to the contract in some regard. Is that an accurate statement?
Yeah, no, not quite. Not just
okay.
Contract. The informational is all part, and we started this years ago for full transparency. And maybe Scott Jones could speak better to me about, or better than I can, on the informational pieces. But any contract or amendment, any contracts at all that have a value over $100,000 goes before the full board for approval. Under 100,000 has staff approval. And so there's amendments, there's continuation, there's contracts, there's people that are contracted as contracted employees. And that, did I miss that, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones? Do you want to add to that?
Chair, Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones. No, that's accurate. I just maybe add that it's in your board bylaws that, and you spoke to this, and Board Member Earl spoke to this as well. So the distinguishing factor is that any contract that's over $100,000 has to be approved by the board before myself or Superintendent Dixon or anybody can sign it. So that's why you have the contracts and agreements for approval agenda item. And then with that dollar threshold, then to your point, item 4.2 is an information item because we do want to ensure that we get any and all contracts and agreements in front of the board for review that are below that $100,000 threshold that, we can sign, I can sign, or Superintendent Dixon can sign, or Deputy Superintendent Norman can sign, to ensure that you're all seeing those agreements and contracts below that dollar threshold. So then, subsequently, when there's amendments to particular contracts, we ensure that, and depending on the dollar amounts associated with the amendments, we follow this same process and in support of that particular policy within your bylaws. Did I answer your question, or perhaps augment or support your statements and Board Member Earl's statements, Chair Huntsman?
So let me ask Board Member Earl, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess my follow-up is, although we didn't change the money amount on Panorama, we did change the scope of the work. So we're now including adult social emotional learning that we're going to be measuring, and I do have an issue with that. So I guess it is informational, and I guess according to our policy, we don't vote on that, but I just, just in a quick glance, because I haven't been able to go through all those, if that's the change, and that's what I guess that's what I'm asking. It looks like that's the amendment to this particular item. And maybe Zach's got his hand up. Maybe he has a comment.
Zach Christensen, your hand's raised.
Yes, Chair. If I may, Zach Christensen, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. The amendment with Panorama, we had already included information that these surveys were included on the cooperative segment of the contract. So if an LEA wanted to purchase, these surveys on their own, it was already under the contract where they would not have to do a separate solicitation. This is not part of the contract that the board is paying for. This is strictly part of the cooperative contract to clarify that it is something that the LEAs can purchase directly, and to clarify what those costs would be if they were to purchase that on their own.
Okay, that's helpful. So but it expands the adult social emotional learning component. Is that accurate?
I can get Aaron to help clarify.
That's okay.
But I do not believe that it expands it. It clarifies that it was already listed in the contract, but it clarifies what is, what that is, and the cost associated that for LEAs.
Okay, I might see if I can get in touch with Aaron and get some further information on that. Thank you.
Board Member Moss.
Might I ask a question about one item, or do I need to pull it or request polling to ask the question?
To follow our normal procedure in that, just pull it and then ask a question on that if it's an.
All right, I'd like to pull the West Ed contract just to ask a couple of questions.
What number was that? What number would that be? That's number.
It's the final item, but I'm not sure if it's got a number.
Okay,
that would be contract number 4.
Got it. Thank you. I keep wanting to say 5, but I want to be accurate. So we're pulling item number 2 and number 5. Am I seeing any other hands raised? So Vice Chair's help me out, because my screen is not allowing me to do that again. I don't know what's happening. I can't see everybody's hands raised. Member Klein's hand is raised.
I'd like to pull the Carasoft technology one. I think it's, what number is that? I'm not sure. It's one of the first or second.
Item number 1.
Thank you.
Member Earl, your hand's raised.
Yeah, if we're going to proceed to vote on these, or at least if others are, at least I would be interested in, even the knowledge works, which is number 2, getting some detailed information about it. So thank you, if you can pull that as well.
So we've pulled contract number 2 and 4.
And 1.
And 1 is Klein. So I've got 2 Earl, Board Member Earl. So just so you know what order these are in. And number 4 is
Board Member Moss.
And number 1 is Klein.
Yes.
Mark, and then also, if you'll recall, number 2, which is the Utah Restaurants Association, that was pulled earlier. I think we've pulled all of those 4 contracts.
Well, is that number 1 or number 2? The restaurant.
I'm looking at the summary, the agreements for board approval page in the backup, and I think that we've pulled all 4. The Restaurants Association one is number 2 on that summary. They are numbered differently when you pull up the contracts individually.
Okay. One was pulled by, here we go again.
Board Member Klein,
Number 2,
Board Member Earl,
number 3.
I think was that Board Member Hanson that pulled that?
Yeah.
I pulled number 2, and I think board member Earl pulled number 3, and board member Moss
did
pulled
4.
number 4.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
Might we consider, if these don't have to be done today, that we bring them back in a couple of weeks at our next board meeting?
Thank you. That's going to be my next question.
Thank you,
Is
Chair.
everything critical, and we can bring these back in our next meeting next week? Zach Christensen? Because I think it's important that everyone gets a chance to vet these, and
Yes.
can these wait a week? Members,
Deputy Superintendent Jones has his hand raised. I believe that the Utah Restaurant Association was going to be discussed during executive session later today. That's what Brian had indicated was the plan. I know that IT has requested the Carahsoft, and I know that there's a little bit of time sensitivity. I'll follow up with them to see if that delay would cause any kind of issue with them.
Okay.
That server in infrastructure, Jared put in the chat.
Yes.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Thanks, Chair Huntsman. So yes, number 1 is strictly just the scope of number 1 is for a server upgrade. And due to all of the cybersecurity concerns we have out there, it's really imperative that we get these servers to standard, right, or upgraded. So beyond that, there's nothing beyond that scope for contract number 1. It's just that it's a refresh for our server infrastructure. So I hope that helps with contract number 1.
Well, just to allow everyone to have a chance to get down into the details, when I'm here, I don't think 1 week will make a difference unless it's a really big SOS. So I think we'll put these on our next agenda. Next week. Zach, Christensen, your hand is raised.
Yes, sir. Just a further point of clarification on the Carahsoft. The quote that we have from the vendor does expire tomorrow, which is another reason why it does have that time sensitivity. If we do not pass it, then we'll start the process again to get another quote, and that may change the price on that.
And that's on number 2. Well, still, it's important that the board has an opportunity to review these early and ask questions and get into it. And on that, Zach, if you could expedite a quote or whatever and try to get an extension on that quote to our next board meeting, that might be what best serves us. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Chair, thanks. I just want to make sure that that we're all that we all understand that the board had approved the backups for these items, for items number 1, 4.1, and 4.2 could go in or would be submitted to the board secretary, to now Sybil, it used to be Lorraine, by 5 p.m. on the Tuesday before the board meeting. They came in a little bit after 5 p.m. That's true, but then were posted by Wednesday morning. So I just maybe I understand, the need to, have time to review these. But that is a process that the board had put into place specific to this agenda item, was to allow right up to that 5 p.m. on Tuesday, because of all the dynamics that are associated with our contracts, and trying to put it as close as possible to your Thursday meeting to try to get contracts addressed timely, or is included as much as possible in there. I just want to just remind everybody of that particular process that's been in place for years now. In addition to the $100,000 threshold, is that they're due by 5 p.m. The backups are due by 5 p.m. to 4.1 and 4.2 to the board secretary the Tuesday before your board meeting.
Okay, but one of the challenges here was that they weren't always out of sight for that review. So maybe I'm just gonna, well, they are on our agenda item. With that said, let's see if any of them can move forward. Let's take number 1, Member Klein. You have questions or comments? Because nothing on the consent calendar is going to get approved now. So we can't take a motion.
So are you asking if I have questions about Carasoft, or just, I just wanted to say I refreshed umpteen times yesterday all throughout the day, and I could never get any of the business cases to come up, anything on the consent calendar for that matter. So
with and that's being recognized by the board members. So on item 1, and I'm sure it's shared by others, Member Belknap or Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, Chair, I just would like us to consider reviewing this number 1, either now or ask all our questions, and then being able to bring it up for a vote with the importance of it for protection of security. If it was something else, I would say postponing 1 week probably doesn't matter.
So that's what I'm asking. Right now, we're talking about the item number 1. Do people have any questions or concerns? And somebody could make a motion too, but it's what we do when we pull a consent calendar, and we either make a statement or ask questions or clarifying questions. And if there isn't a vote to move it forward, then it will come back. So Member Earl.
Yeah, my question is this: I see a lot of things listed on this particular contract items, and where this particular organization doing just a quick search is kind of an open platform organization. I'm wondering about the data collection. I understand that we make people sign data privacy things, but is that the case here? And what is this all for security reasons? With an open data platform, there's concerns there that we're opening a door for other organizations to maybe access. I don't know if there's anybody that has that information or that.
Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, your hand's raised. Can you respond to that, or is there some staff?
Yeah, Director Felt can address that or answer that question, sir.
Okay, Director Felt.
Jared Felt, USB EIT Director. Carasoft is just a vendor. Nutanix is the product that we're purchasing, and it's part of our server infrastructure that we have been using already. This is a tech refresh for our current infrastructure. If we don't do this now, we may have to purchase an additional $70,000 worth of coverage on our old infrastructure until we get this in place. So it's just a vendor that is on state contract that we purchased through.
So it is just product we're buying for us to use. Is that
correct?
It's not a service.
No, it's a hardware server infrastructure virtual environment that we host our software applications that we develop in-house on.
Okay, not accessible by other outside organizations for data?
No, no, not at all.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hart,
I'd like to make a motion.
okay,
I move that we approve the contract for the Carasoft following the quote provided.
that'd be 4.1. Can I call it 4.1 on our consent calendar without objection? Is there a second? You,
Second. I'd like to speak to my motion.
yes, speak to the motion.
This is hardware. This is just another piece of the widget that we use to keep our data safe and keep our systems running. This isn't a product that touches the student, nor does it touch users, so to speak. It's not a software, it's hardware. So I see the urgency, I see the necessity, and while I would have, obviously we need to review those. In this particular case, I think it's prudent to move forward with this quickly.
Okay. Thank you. Discussion? Molly, your hand's still raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fine. So the motion before the board is to approve 4.1 of our consent, item 4.1 from our consent calendar. All those in, let's see, board members at this time, I was going to call it out, but board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete with 2 no votes. Member Earl and Member Klein. Is that how you see it, Vice Chairs?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Motion passes. Okay, the other item that was pulled was 4.2. And that was Member Earl. Did you want to speak any more to 4.2?
That one's me, Chair.
I got you on number 3?
Well, I
apologize. Member Hanson.
prefer to speak about this one. I just wondered, in light of the ongoing issues with the Utah Restaurant Association and the ProStart program, I understand that we have an ongoing contract and that we're re-upping that and expanding the scope to keep that going. But I think it's important to have staff explain what precautions and changes were inserted into this contract to avoid the kind of problems that we've experienced in the past. So could we ask staff, Chair, through you, to explain that to us so that the board can make an informed vote on this?
We can, but staff. This is.
Chair Hansen, we could either have Zach Christensen or Talia Longhurst.
Well, hang on one sec. I've got our AG, Brian Quisenberry's hand raised. Brian?
Yes, thank you, Chair. In response to Vice Chair Hansen's request, I believe we're planning on discussing this in executive session later on this afternoon. It relates to litigation, and so that would be my recommendation. And we'll have staff there available to answer questions and to have this discussion there.
I'll make a motion then, Chair, to postpone the vote on this contract until after that closed session.
Can you make a motion to postpone, and then after that closed session, we can decide whether we want to bring it back or put it on another agenda? Would that be okay? Instead,
that would be fine.
I second the motion. Board Member Cannon.
You second the motion?
Yes.
Okay. You want to speak to the motion, Scott, or have you? Member Hanson?
I think you've heard all I need to say.
Okay, we have a motion on item 4.2 to postpone. Any discussion on the motion? I'm seeing none. A motion to postpone on, the motion before the board is on consent calendar 4.2 to postpone. Board members at this time, please vote. Voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, 4.3 on our consent calendar. I'm sorry, was that member Earl? I should have this so simply.
I think I did it, Chair Huntsman. It is.
Belknap?
Remember Earl, I messed you up actually, so.
Okay, so who?
Or member Earl.
Or member Earl, okay.
Yeah, the question I am asking, is this an expansion of what we're already working on in that it creates regional trainings in order to implement individual competencies? Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know, maybe is there something?
Zach Christensen and contracts?
If Chief of Staff Sarah Young is available, we were working with her and she might be able to provide some additional information on this. But the original contract had in the scope that we had certain trainings that were planned to be in the contract, but due to the pandemic, we were not able to have a lot of those different trainings and the different trainings for the local district needs. And so this amendment took those trainings that were anticipated and moved them forward, and then provided additional funding to be able to focus on the personalization of the portrait of a graduate competencies that we have.
Okay.
Thanks, Director Christensen. This is Sarah Young. I am here to answer any questions, Board Member Earl, in case you have them.
And do you have
So
any?
we're expanding to regional meetings. We didn't hold some of our meetings because of COVID or they were having to be moved. Am I understanding it right? So we're doing these regional meetings to promote competencies within districts.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
And that's a change in scope, but so as
Yeah.
it goes. Do you have a
But we
follow-up?
didn't have the regional meetings before. We were just offering those that were interested. Is that accurate?
So prior to, we had designed these to be in-person kind of collaborative development sessions that would have allowed for that professional learning. Due to COVID, we shifted all of the development work online. And so in that online space, we have some LEAs that feel they did not get the opportunity to really dive in and learn about Portrait of a Graduate and how they can apply it to their communities. So this particular amendment is specific to being able to address that LEA request to make sure that everybody across the state has access, not just those who were participating in some of that Zoom digital development work, because there was a conflict with other needs as they emerged related to COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Member Hutchings?
I would like to make a motion that the board approves the contract with Knowledge Works Foundation.
Can I state the motion to say that you approve 4.3, item 4.3 of our consent calendar?
I second it.
Are you okay with that, Member Hutchings?
Member Booth,
Yeah.
second.
You want a discussion to the motion, Member Hutchings?
I'll just say I love that we're expanding opportunities for local areas to contribute and have better development and learning about Portrait of a Graduate and how to use it.
Good. Any other discussion, further discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board approve item 4.3 of the consent calendar. Board members at this time, please vote. Voting is complete. The motion passes with 2 no votes. No votes are Member Earl and Member Klein. Is that how you see it, Vice Chairs?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Motion passes. The other item on our consent calendar was 4.4. Member Moss.
Thank you, Chair. I support this, and in fact, I'll bring a motion to approve it. I hadn't had enough time or taken enough time, and maybe that's on me. There was, a fairly short period, but I was going to ask about our guidance of West Ed in reviewing current examples of Utah success in this area, which I think is a really important area. We've got things like the Roy Cohn Project and other things that have come along and done some good things in this space. So rather than ask our staff about that, I hope that will be part of the project. ULEAD has looked at some of this, and I hope they would be involved in looking at previous examples that have really done well, and then working this into that model of looking at who's doing it best. But with that basically superfluous commentary, I'll bring a motion that we approve this contract.
So do we have a second?
Second, Board Member Straight.
So is it okay with the maker of the motion that the motion before the board that you're making is to approve item 4.4 of the general consent calendar? Is that okay?
Yes, so moved.
Okay, maker of the motion. Okay, you want to speak any more to the motion?
No, thank you.
Okay, Member Earl's hand is raised. Discussion.
Yeah, my question has to do with, I haven't been able to go all the way through this contract, but the question has to do with whether or not what the scope of the work is. Is it research-based? Is it professional development-based? Who are the players in this? In other words, who will be writing the content? Is it just West Ed? Are they working with our staff? Are they working through Utah laws? What is the overall scope of this? And I apologize, I just haven't been able to read it.
Okay. I believe Chief of Staff Sarah Young's probably going to speak to this unless, well, it looks like Zach Christensen's hand is raised. Zach.
Sure. We have Tracy Vandeventer, who is over this contract, who should be able to address those questions if that's okay.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Tracy Vandeventer, I didn't.
Yeah, thank you so much. Tracy Vandeventer, Director of the USBE Center for Continuous School Improvement. And in Senate Bill 184, we were directed to create a pilot, innovative opportunity to bring in community engagement into our schools. We see that there's a specific need at the middle level as we look at our TSI schools, and also looking at student success from grades 5 and 6, and then comparing that with grades 8, we notice that there's been a drop in proficiency. So this pilot program is focused on that middle level across the state. It is research-based. We will be working closely with West Ed. It will have a home visit component as the community welcomes it. It's not a requirement, but we recognize making those connections are important. But it's also embracing the idea that schools, as students move from the elementary to the middle and middle to high school, that those transitions at times can be very difficult for the students. And also often the times there are questions that families have, and we want to do our best on making sure that families feel welcome in our schools, that they have a place to go to get questions answered as they move from a single teacher to multiple classes in a day with multiple teachers, how does that change and how can we best support our students in transitioning into that area? And then as we move into the 9th grade, which are at some middle levels, trying to make sure that our families have that awareness and understanding about how that ties into the graduation requirements. So there'll be a lot of information gathering and sharing out and trying to create a space. And the last piece is trying to bring in community resources into the school that could provide resources and support for our families at those middle levels. I hope that gives you at least a little taste of where we're headed.
Member Earl?
Yeah, that I have probably some concerns around some components of that. I'm sure just because we're talking about community resources versus engagement, which is the family. And so, and with so much money that we're engaging with this, I am a little concerned about what community resources we're bringing in, maybe in place of family. So I guess I still have some questions around that, but perhaps as this rolls out, it'll clarify that.
Dr. Dixon?
And as most of you know, thank you, Chair Huntsman, as most of you know, WestEd is our regional service agency of support, just like the REISs are for the districts that they serve. So I think the pilot helps us work through some of those issues, Board Member Earl, and we'll be totally transparent as we move through the pilot. The overall arching cue for the RFP is family engagement. And I think you're spot on. That is the goal. And also, as Tracy mentioned, the TSI schools are the schools that have requirements but no support. We haven't put any resources towards them, and so this is an opportunity to see how we can support those schools that are struggling, and knowing that family engagement is one of the issues that they struggle with. So really open to some of your ideas and suggestions and how you want to help guide that pilot. It's rather than having something that is lock, stock from the get-go, being able to develop it as we go is really key here, so that it can be scaled up if districts and charters so desire. So being able to get ahead of it on the front end with your input would be great.
Okay.
What would that look like, if I can ask a question? What would that on the front end look like? Because this is creating the scope. So can someone answer that?
Yeah, so designing what the pilot would look like, and that would be done in concert with WestEd. Tracy and her colleagues would be the co-developers. So it's not like WestEd just develops it and comes in and says, here it is, but we co-develop that and give them input along the way. And I used an acronym. I try not to do that. And Tracy, it's the T is for what? School improvement. I'm blanking on the T.
Targeted
School improvement as part of our tiered support.
And Chair, if I may?
Yes, please.
Just adding another piece, that the third partner in that front end is bringing the schools to the table as well, that we are not creating anything for the schools and providing it. We're trying to create with the schools, because we recognize that each school has a unique need and community, and that we want those schools to bring in families to be part of that planning also. So we see that the three groups will be coming together to decide what would be best in trying to encourage community engagement at that building.
Thank you, Tracy. Vice Chair Belknap, your hand raised.
Thank you, Chair. Just a follow-up here. Do we have any of the verbiage available now, what they're going to be working on, or are we, like Tracy was saying, allowing them to create it? Also, where will our involvement as a board be in what is going out and coming back in? Where will our involvement be included there?
Chair, if I may? Yep.
Please.
So right now, our plan is to look at 2 phases in our project. So the first phase is creating that partnership with WestEd and our organization and the identified school, family, community engagement team that will come together and go through that readiness and identify what those needs are and what the schools have recognized are areas where they feel that they could grow in involving and engaging. And then we have a phase 2 that after those schools have been identified, after some of those priorities have been identified and designated, then we will move into an area where we would be able to implement across 3 continuous improvement cycles, little chunks of time. So I see that actually there's a lot of room for us, especially as we look at that phased approach, that we could come back to the board and share what schools have chosen to be involved, which schools have selected what resources they think will really help their communities become a more important partner in their child's education. And then even within those continuous improvement cycles, providing feedback if necessary.
Chair, follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get clarity as to, we've now decided that, or picked West Ed would be our best partner in here. What rubric did we use to decide they would be our best choice? And did we ever evaluate that at a board level? I don't remember hearing this.
Tracy, do you want to respond, or Superintendent?
I could start and say that within our rubric or our criteria, we ask that they provide support to schools and innovative methods to bring in families and parent engagement, and then to try to build some understanding about strategies for success at that secondary level, which might be unique for families compared to the elementary level. And then really building a scaffolded and inclusive transition program, again, looking at the difficulties from moving from elementary to middle to high school. There were certain, these components were put out there for the different vendors that applied, and within our RFP process, we reviewed that. Those specific criterias, I'm not aware came to the board prior to us rolling out the RFP.
Oh, thank you, Tracy. I went through the RFP process. Thank you.
Okay, Member Hart.
Can someone repeat what kind of needs assessment was done to make sure that this is something that we needed to dedicate resources to? And did schools have input on that needs assessment?
So we haven't actually done a needs assessment yet. That will be part of the process once schools select to participate. Instead, from USBE side, what we did is we looked at those targeted support and improvement, or TSI schools. And as we look overall at the TSI schools, and as Superintendent Dixon mentioned, they are not currently receiving any resources and support from USBE. We noticed that in that sort of layout of all of our 448 schools, the majority of schools that have multiple student groups that are in that TSI designation are at the middle level. In fact, 80% of our schools that have 5 student groups are middle school level schools. And as we've been looking at ways to try to support these schools that have high numbers of student groups there, we're trying to find ways to help build leverage and tools for them that they'd be able to elevate the performance of those student groups. One of those areas we think is community and family engagement. We know that families are such an important and crucial support in student success. So that's why we narrowed it to that middle level. So from our end, we made that decision based on targeted support and improvement list, and recognized that our middle level schools appear to be struggling the most when you look overall at all the schools that are designated at this point.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, so I understand that part. The part I'm not understanding and perhaps I have an issue with is why is perhaps settling on parent engagement without input from the schools, or settling on an aspect of parent engagement. I feel like those schools need a say in the process, and I'm just not sure where that took place in the process.
Tracy?
Yeah, great question. So Senate Bill 184 states that we are mandated or directed to create a pilot complementary approach to school improvement that draws on community resources and engagement. So with that line, we believed it was directing us to pull in parent and family engagement and trying to increase community resources. So in that case, you're right. We were not part of that decision, but are taking our lead from Senate Bill 184, and that's on line 187 if you're interested in looking more.
Chair, just one more follow-up to that. I just want to make sure that the schools are brought into this process and have a voice very, very early on. There won't be improvements that are realized and are sustainable unless that happens. So just a note for the process.
Member Earl.
All right, I'll try to be quick. Do schools get to decide if they participate, or is this mandated if you fall under this criteria?
Nope, this is completely voluntary, and we are giving them the opportunity to choose to participate. And then also, again, in that first phase, we're actively seeking out their direction on what support they may need to bring in, again, community and family engagement, community resources, family engagement.
Okay, and my next question is, in that phase one, I didn't actually hear either community councils, which consist of a great, leaders, family leaders, or so to speak, that have choose to engage in this process. Where do you get the information to move forward? In other words, that needs that families think they need versus, a bill that got passed, right? I mean, that's nice, innovative ways to fix people's lives, but at what point do we engage with the people and ask what help they actually want or don't want in the helping of their children?
Excellent point. And so the very first step is creating a family and community engagement team that has representatives of parents. Now, whether or not the parents who are part of the community council can also be part of that family and community engagement team, we won't be able to determine that, but they are our first group that we're reaching out to. Of course, it's also opened up to all family members in the school. So there will be a team initially created to look at the what's in place and what the needs might be. Parents are an active part of that. We see that the administration and then teachers will also be part of that committee that will be reviewing that. Again, I'm not sure that we can ensure that all of those members are also part of the community council. We decided not to rely on the community council as its sole source because we wanted to expand opportunities for families to be involved. And so that's why we've created a specific focus group on family and community engagement.
Okay. And does the law spell out who's on that? Or is that something that phase one decides?
The law doesn't spell that out at all. This is part of the project recommendations that has come forth from this RFP, that they believe this is an important first step. So this is something that we've designated as we move forward, that we know we need to get that committee together to help us decide what is the best that we can do with supports we can provide for schools.
Okay, thank you.
And I didn't see who was next in the queue, but I'll go Member Klein.
I think Jim was first. Go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead. Maybe I could just wrap up as the maker of the motion after.
Okay. Sure. So I won't be voting on this. To me, this is not the proper role of schools.
Okay. Member Moss. We do have a motion, so go ahead.
Maybe just a final question and comment. I'm very interested to see that this takes advantage of what Utah schools are already doing. I respect West Ed, and I wonder if it's just a suggestion if Mikkel Weathers or Jessica Callan are certainly part of that. She's got a team, and so part of my question was going to be, do we need a full outside team when we have some really good people here in Utah and USB doing this? I do hope that West Ed adds a real research-based analysis and suggestions, and that like you said, it's provided by that statute. So I guess one question could be on the back end. This is a one-year funding. Will there be an opportunity, and perhaps it's ULEAD, perhaps it's our community engagement folks, to look at who does this well and how they did it, that's not necessarily part of a 1-year initial phase because you're just going to be getting it started. But can that be done in-house afterwards so we make sure we capture what actually works? In addition to looking backwards a little bit, like I said, Roy Cohen or others, there's some good examples already doing this. I just want to make sure we capture Utah excellence that's already happened and then channel that internally as we roll forward. Is that part of the plan?
Tracy?
Absolutely. And what we're hoping is to look at not only what benefits are happening, we've been asked and directed to make a comparison with other school improvement initiatives to see how this pilot might actually have a positive impact. And you're absolutely right. It's a short term, 18 months. So it's not enough time for us to really see immediate rise impact perhaps, but we're going to be looking at other ways to also measure engagement. You know, how can we improve and how much do we see families participating in parent-family, meetings, and how do we see attendance improving, and how about behaviors, or just doing surveys to kind of sense, is there a higher level of welcome that families might feel? So we are recognizing that we have limited aspects, looking at some of the actual RISE data, but we're trying to layer that out so that we can see improvement across many scopes that we know are crucial for student success.
Thank you. And I support empowering parents. I think if done right, this can do that. They're the best partner and support and driver of education. So I hope this, and I supported the expenditure of ESSER funds on the family engagement program through Jessica Callan's section. And I hope that's also integrated here. These are, coming at it from a couple of different ways. We're putting a lot of money in this. And so I do hope it empowers parents and helps them to be more engaged and allowed to sort of have a voice in what they need for their kids, and then support it and show up and have a welcome there from the school, as you indicate. I think that's the way to go. So thank you.
Member Booth?
Chair, I'm just wondering if I could just ask a question of Board Member Klein. I'm just trying to understand all sides of this issue, and her last comment that she didn't feel this was the role of schools. I'm just wondering what she's referring to.
Well, normally you can ask, usually your questions are addressed to the chair. And then if Member Klein wants a comment, but we usually,
all right,
get into that. So you can ask the question of what would be the concerns on what you can ask, what the concern that was previously stated and other comments might be, or something of that nature. And then we see if there's a response, but we normally don't get into the.
Okay. I would love to know what the concern would be if there is some additional information that could help enlighten this discussion.
Regarding
why what is being proposed in this motion is not the role of schools.
So you're seeking to find out how it is that how this is not a role of schools, and
right.
Does anyone speak to that? And so if somebody wanted to raise their hand and speak to it, but you might not get an answer. So,
okay.
Member Earl?
Yeah, we're working backwards, I guess, is the thing, where instead of parents asking for the services, we're telling them what services they need. So it's a backwards motion. We've done this kind of thing for years where we bring in a pilot program and it's going to increase test results or outcomes. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I think we've got a lot of history that says, that sometimes when you work backwards instead of forwards with parents, and hopefully that's what comes of this. So anyways, those are just a couple thoughts I had. But
okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so I'm going to call this to a vote. The motion before the board is that the board approve item 4.4 of the consent calendar. Board members at this time, please vote. Okay. The motion passes with 4 no votes. No votes, member Klein, member Belknap, member Earl, member Hart. Is that how you see it?
Yes, and Board Member Leary is here. I don't know if I've missed any of her other votes.
No, you haven't. Thank you.
Welcome, member Lear. The motion passes. This concludes our general consent calendar, and we will do better making sure that this is out. And I invite board members, if you don't see something, please fly the SOS immediately, so we can make sure that we get things before you in a timely manner. So thank you. Moving next onto our agenda is our monthly budget report. First item is informational. Monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Jones, are you ready to present?
I'm ready, sir. And I believe Jeff's still driving, so if you could just pull up the report so it's public facing. This is the monthly budget report for your January 2022 meeting. As the Deputy Superintendent of Operations, I am pleased to say that the Utah State Board of Education is fiscally sound. We're able to meet all of our known obligations and commitments. Our budget is intact. It's well funded. Our funds are controlled and managed well and within all of the applicable internal controls and policies and procedures. Again, just want to remind everyone that we're in the finance system that's part of the state of Utah State Finance Office. So we utilize their internal controls and their policies and procedures to the fullest extent, and then also incorporate our own at your direction. As you know, this is for what we call period 5, or for the November or month ending November 30th, 2021. At this point in time, we've just started the second half of our fiscal year. One of the key takeaways from this is, I get questions from board members, Chair Huntsman, a lot on, well, what should I be looking for? Well, about halfway through the year, and obviously we break it down here by section, right, for you to see your, and then within the section, the different programs. What's the key thing to look for halfway through any fiscal year is what's our expenditure rates versus the budget. A lot of sections, they execute the funding right at the beginning of the fiscal year, and some don't typically or oftentimes execute towards the end of the year. Just because a particular section hasn't, as you're seeing the facing of the assessment and accountability, hasn't expended particular or a lot of their budget, as you see in the blue line here, doesn't mean that there's any issues or problems. If there were, if we had issues with a particular section, we'd bring those to your attention, on our execution rates. So at this time, sir, pending any questions or concerns with the monthly budget report for the month ending November 30th, I'll move on to the discretionary funds report at your direction.
Any questions from board members? I'm not seeing any hands raised. Please continue.
Okay, if we could, Jeff, if you could pull up the discretionary funds report. The next agenda. There we go. Call board members' attentions, Chair Huntsman, to the upper right-hand corner. Again, the upper right-hand corner is a summary of the initial and then remaining balances across your discretionary funds account, which consists of these sources of funding: state funds, general funds. FML stands for Federal Mineral Lease, Land Exchange, dedicated credits, and those totals. Call the board members' attention to the main body of this report. Right now, your projects, or what you've set aside from your discretionary fund, is a contingency of $200,000, a legal contingency of $250,000. You see the seats temporary programmer, the superintendent contingency funds of $200,000, the school report card phase 3, and then the continual research and development related to the funding study. All of these in the main body were approved by the board. You can see what dates those approvals took place by you. So these are essentially funds that are committed towards a specific project. If I could bring you back up to the upper right-hand corner, you'll see that there's quite a bit of remaining balance in the state funds. Also, there's some funding available in federal mineral lease. So as I do every month, I just, respectfully request that board members take a look at any potential projects or, research and development or anything that any of you would like to see done. This would be the source for those. I mean, obviously it's subject to availability of funds or having enough funds and the allowability. For instance, federal mineral lease money is specific to research and development type activities, where state funds is pretty much unrestricted within reason. So just want to reiterate or reemphasize that this funding is available to you. It's your discretion to use those to use these funds in projects or manners that you see fitting towards your or with your position and in support of the students in your respective districts. With that, sir, that concludes the discretionary funds report. Any questions or concerns from board members at this time?
Deputy Superintendent Jones, can you explain to the board the process if they do have an idea or something they want to put a business case and move it forward on regarding that in that remaining budget?
Yes, sir. So I appreciate that. Any board member can contact myself or Deborah Jacobson with their idea. And then at that point, what we would do is we would requests for use of this funding flow through the finance committee. As you know, I'm the principal staff member to support the finance committee. So we would take that idea or that concept or project idea through finance committee. We would do the work with the board member to put together a business case in that type of fashion for use of any of these funds. And then, of course, present to the finance committee for their review and ultimate action or recommendation or not, on whether or not to use these funds to the full board in a subsequent board meeting. Did I describe the process or answer your questions for the process adequately, sir?
Yes, and it's an invitation that goes out quite often, and don't hesitate to visit. Deputy Superintendent Jones, if you have an idea, and of course it'll be vetted on whether the lands or rather the funds are restricted or not and how that plays out. So, and we've done this in the past and look forward to more of it in the future. So thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so please continue.
Well, sir, that's my jam. So
yeah, you're right.
So if we could turn it over to Chief of Staff Young for the final agenda item within this overall agenda item.
It's a 5.3.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks.
Chief of Staff Young, and then we've got both Sarahs, I believe, participating in this, I think, but Chief of Staff, you ready?
Yes, thank you, Chair Huntsman. So Sarah Young, Chief of Staff, it's actually with great pleasure today that I hand over the reins of the COVID-19 relief presentation to your other agency expert who has been leading in this space alongside me for over a year now. So with the chair's permission, I'd like to turn it over to Sarah Harward, who will be giving this month's and subsequent months presentations related to COVID-19. Chair?
Yes, Care Specialist Harward, are you ready for your presentation?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah Harward, CARES Educational Specialist. Thank you for this opportunity to present today here with an overview of the current state of our COVID-19 federal relief funding for our K through 12 education. Just as a friendly reminder, our COVID relief funding in Utah refers to multiple awards that we have received from both the federal and state legislature, which have been made available to our K through 12 local education agencies through our office administration to address needs in response to COVID-19. As we present the updates to each month, we address them in terms of our oldest to our most recent awards so that you have a sense of where we are as a state in terms of reimbursing these funds to our LEAs to support them in their projects and local needs. Each month, we like to present this table to you that demonstrates our comprehensive nature of each of the awards that we have received and the specific purposes, guidelines, and amounts to give you a sense of to see where we are and what has been distributed to the field. We call your attention to the bottom of the chart where we see our total as far as we've received $914 million that has gone directly to our LEAs, and we are managing over 1,100 awards that have been distributed to our LEAs. So starting off with round one, this is our CARES and our CRF, our Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, which houses our ESSER 1 and GEAR 1 funds, which must be spent by September 30th, 2022, which oddly enough, it's come really fast. That is this year. So super exciting with that. And then just to give you an overview of where we are as far as reimbursements amount, this data was pulled December 29th of 2021 in preparation for this presentation. I want to highlight our ESSER 1 90% award. We are at a reimbursement rate of 97% to our LEAs. So we are really close, looking really good. Our ESSER 1 base is at 89.5% and our GEAR 1 has done really well too. We are at 71% now being reimbursed to the field. Also on this slide, we have the number of LEAs that have requested their full amount of their award, just for your reference to see where we are at. Our round two, this is our Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriation Act. This is where you see ESSER 2 and GEAR 2, which must be spent by September 30th of 2023. Just to give you some key points on ESSER 2, we received ESSER 2 in April of 2021, and over 90% of that total award has been distributed directly to our LEAs. And just as we were going through the LEA plans, we see that a majority of our LEAs are planning to spend their funds on addressing accelerated learning to fight that learning loss for our students, purchasing educational technology, and specifically implementing summer learning and our supplemental after-school activities. And we will just note that LEAs do need to fully request ESSER 1 before they can request ESSER 2 funds. This is just that so that funds don't get returned unnecessarily to the federal government, and so that we can do our best to fully support our LEAs in their community response to COVID-19. Here is our chart for reimbursements as far as the dollar amount and the percentage. We do see that these are a little lower just because of that requirement to spend ESSER 1 before ESSER 2. So we see them, our ESSER 2 90% is at 28% reimbursed, and our ESSER 2 base is at 24% reimbursed. GEAR 2 is a little bit newer to the field. Awards were made in November of 2021, and we have not seen any reimbursements come in yet, but that's okay. Our LEAs are just focusing on getting those GEAR 1 funds requested. And again, we do have at the bottom the number of LEAs that have been fully reimbursed for this ESSER 2 and GEAR 2 awards. Some additional federal awards from the CRRSA Act. We have our GEAR 2, which, like I said, was awarded in November of 2021. We see a total of over $11 million, which have been distributed to our LEAs, with 146 awards going to our LEAs, specifically serving special education and at-risk students. Additionally, the governor's office directed that a portion of the Gear 2 award go to the University of Utah Reading Clinic. That award is a little over $1.3 million, which has gone up since our last meeting. We did, at the direction of the governor's office, an additional $350,000 was awarded to the University of Utah Reading Clinic, and this is just from LEA awards that chose to waive their Gear 2 funds. We also see our Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools, or EANS. USBE is serving as the fiscal agent for this award by the U.S. Department of Education. And we have 22 schools with a total of $16 million in equitable services, which we are providing to our schools in form of reimbursement as well as professional services, such as professional learning for their teachers and tutoring services available through this program. Round 3, our newest, is the American Rescue Plan Act. This houses our ARP ESSER and EANS 2 awards, and these funds must be spent by September 30th of 2024. To give you a little overview on our ARP ESSER, this was a $615 million award. 90% of those awards have gone directly to our LEAs. And then we have the 10% of the state reserve, which did have some additional federal guidelines on how that state reserve could be spent. So 5% of the total award, the $615 million, had to go towards addressing accelerated learning. So that's that $30 million. And this is, we had a focus on this in December board meeting where you brought your projects to the meeting and you approved some projects. We placed those projects in the state plan addendum, which has then been sent to the U.S. Department of Education for review. Additionally, we have 1% that has gone to summer enrichment programs and 1% that has gone to evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs. These have been awarded through competitive grants, and the board approved the initial awards in alignment with available funds in the October 2021 board meeting. To give you an update on ARP ESSER LEA plans, LEAs are required to take their plan to their local school board for approval prior to submission to USBE, and they are required to put that plan on their website so that the public can view it as well. We have received 171 LEA ARP ESSER plans. 157 of those have been approved as of December 29th. 14 LEAs are in revision and 8 have chosen to either waive or not apply for this opportunity. And just as far as plans that are in revision, these are really minor technicalities or missing a signature, or their plan is not posted to their public website, which is a federal requirement. Just to give you some highlights as far as ARP ESSER plans, there is an additional federal requirement that our LEAs must spend 20% of their award towards accelerated learning. After going through each of the plans, we see that our LEAs are spending on average about 36% on accelerated learning, so above that federal requirement, which just speaks to one of the needs at the local level where leaders have chosen to put resources, to put needs for our students, teachers, and families. In addition to accelerated learning, we see that the majority of our LEAs are choosing to spend on purchasing educational technology for students, capital improvements, including HVAC, and mental health services for students and the community. Here is our reimbursement chart for ARP ESSER. Because this is our newest award, we see that reimbursement levels are just really low, but we wanted to bring it to you today because we have started to receive reimbursements requests from the field. So we have reimbursed for 4.6 million of the ARP ESSER 90% award to the field. And then again, just how many LEAs have requested their full amount, which is 0 right now, but that's okay with this being our newest award, and it doesn't expire until September of 2024. Additionally, for the ARP Act, we have ARP EANS, our Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools, which we also refer to as EANS 2. So right now, the application is actually out in the field right now with our private schools. It's due to USBE by January 21st, 2022. So we're in the process of receiving those applications. We do have some additional federal requirements as far as which schools can apply for ARP EANS. One of the requirements being that a non-public school must meet or exceed 24% of total students in the school that are from households with a low socioeconomic status. Additionally, in EANS 1, schools, private schools were allowed to request reimbursement for items. This is no longer an option. In ARP EANS, schools will only receive professional services from USBE. Now, because of all the great work that you did in December board meeting with all the state reserve projects, I just wanted to go through and highlight some of the projects in each of the ESSER categories, just to give you some information of where we at and what work has been going on. Just to give you a little overview, as far as our ESSER state reserve, we had 26 million available in funding, all of which projects must be in response to COVID-19. And then for ARP ESSER, we have the state flexible reserve, which had 8 million available for projects that were in response to needs due to COVID-19. And then the ARP ESSER accelerated learning. This is that 5% set aside, which was $30 million. And the projects must be in response to COVID-19. They must be evidence-based strategies, and they must be approved by the U.S. Department of Education. And like I said, we have sent that state addendum off for approval. Just to give you an overview of the logistics for state projects, all the projects come from that 10% base ESSER awards. All projects must be in response to COVID-19. All projects and funds are presented in board meeting and approved in open and public board meetings. And these state projects are required to conclude when their funds expire and are time limited according to which ESSER fund they come out of. So ESSER 1 state project highlight, we wanted to showcase the Targeted Support and Improvement Summer Planning Project, or TSI schools. So this project is for updating school improvement plans to focus on needs of students in student groups that have been performing below the lowest 5% of all schools. So we provided funds to 22 LEAs for this project and supporting 206 schools. For ESSER 2, highlighting 3 projects for you. The first one being the demonstrated competency assessment. We have over 60 educators working to expand and enhance the resources we have available related to demonstrated competency assessment. So they're working on 18 courses, which are in the process of being designed and will be uploaded to Canvas upon completion. Then the Scribble software. This provides accounts and access to all K-12 Utah public educators and students and gives professional support to those educators. Most recently, they had their MOOC training offered by UEN, and as of October 31st, 2021, they had over 15,000 users. Finally, the Digital Access and Education State Support Program. This is funding a digital equity and inclusion coordinator at the Utah State Library Division. They currently have assessed the initial baseline data for developing a statewide digital plan related to the support for virtual learning in the digital world. One additional ESSER 2 project that we are excited to highlight is our K-12 Donors Choose partnership, which was approved in December board meeting. The $12 million is available to support our Utah K-12 public schools, teacher projects for classroom supplies and equipment in response to COVID-19. We encourage that our Utah teachers, they can sign up now with Donors Choose, and they'll be notified through that platform when the partnership goes live. But we will also, USBE will be emailing all educators and school leaders with details about the release dates. So this is a really exciting project. Then 2 projects I want to highlight for ARP ESSER. These are 2 projects that actually the board voted on to come from the ESSER 2 and move to ARP ESSER. So this is our K-3 professional learning for literacy. We have 8,900 Utah participants enrolled in LETRS, which empowers teachers to understand scientifically based reading instruction. And then our early learning coaches for rural Utah. We have 8 coaches in place with our Utah Regional Education Service Agencies. They're holding monthly professional learning community meetings, and the coaches are collaborating across LEAs and with state staff on addressing needs for early learning. Finally, I just want to highlight some additional USBE staff action. COVID-19 personnel are reviewing those LEA ARP ESSER plans and supporting the revision of those plans. And as of December 29th, we have over 538 million awards to our LEAs. Additionally, program and operations staff launched board authorized projects in the Utah Grants Management System to meet that ESSER 2 deadline. So we're happy to report that. Again, we've been working really closely with Donors Choose on communication materials for the upcoming launch for Utah K-12 teachers. And finally, USB staff have received final federal reporting requirements for ESSER, and we will be working to analyze existing state data sets to decrease LEA reporting for 2022. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Questions from board members. Vice Chair Davis.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for taking a look at the end there on the LEA reporting requirements and just making sure as those change federally that we are sort of adjusting statewide so that we are not putting more of a reporting burden on our LEAs than is needed. I know it's a busy, crazy time right now, and I'm sure that's much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Earl.
Yeah, I just a clarification on the library individual. And you had stated we hired an equity, diversity, inclusion librarian. Did I understand that right? That wasn't what I remembered from the contract, but I'm just trying to seek some clarification.
Yeah, Chief of Staff Sarah Young, could you help us with that question?
Yeah.
Correct. Oh, pardon me. Thank you.
Oh, go ahead.
Chair, thank you. Chief of Staff Young. So pardon me, Board Member Earl. So you are correct. The position that was approved is specific to supporting broadband. So I'll go back and double check to make sure that that language is consistent because the individual is specifically working on making sure that broadband services are available to our K-12 families.
Okay. Is there a time when this individual, and I don't know who it is, so they report to us on what they've been doing? Do you know what I mean? Is there a time when they say, yeah, this is what I've been engaged in?
Of course. So just for clarity, in terms of that question, we do receive monthly updates related to the actions as your staff at the State Board of Education. We require that as part of our MOU for this position. And we're more than happy to set up an opportunity for that individual to come and provide a report, probably starting in standards and assessment on their updates thus far, and bring that to the board in your next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Cannon.
Thank you. I'm interested in the K-3 professional learning for literacy and the LETTERS program. I've heard some positive things about this, particularly from one teacher who's been involved in taking it and thinks it's so excellent. And I'm just wondering, we have a specific number, 8,900 Utah participants. Is there any thought to tracking their success after having taken this professional development in LETTERS to see if it translates into improved literacy scores for their students?
Am I okay to answer that, Chair?
Sarah Harwood, do you want to answer that one?
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you, Board Member Cannon. Definitely. So Sarah Whipke is our lead on this project, and I can definitely talk to her on that. I'm not positive right in this moment, but I can definitely get back to you with an answer.
Well,
Sarah Whipke's on though.
I think we might have something that's just so good. And one of the things that worries me most is to have kids not reading at grade level by grade 3. And I think this is a great way to address that. And I would like to know if this investment in LETTERS is a successful way to do that. So thank you. Oh, Sarah has raised her hand. Maybe she has a response.
Can you respond? But I also, before she responds, I invite board members, if you have a concern about LETTERS and how it's embraced, I invite you to check with your LEAs in your own district. And because there's some good story. I mean, I haven't had a bad story, but I invite you to, on your own, to look in that space also. But go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, thank you. Sarah Ribke, Pre-K through 12 Literacy and Library Media Coordinator. Thank you for having me. I caught half the question.
By these 8,900 participants.
Yes, thank you so much for repeating that. So as far as outcomes, a lot of the LEAs are still finishing up like unit 2. So there are 8 units total, so they kind of have a long time to go before they get done. But those that have progressed earlier, meaning they started earlier, so some districts decided to start letters well before we were able to provide funds for that. And so those that have been doing this for 2 or 3 years have seen improvement in outcomes, absolutely. Much like anything, of course, it all depends on implementation. And so as long as implementation is going well and the LEAs have specific guidelines that they are choosing, we are not controlling implementation. That is up to them, of course. But yeah, it seems to be going very well. And like Chair Huntsman was saying, the positive comments have just been flowing in, which we sort of expected to occur once LEAs hit unit 2. That seems to be one that really excites educators. And so we've been seeing a lot of great reflections on how they're already using it in their classrooms and excited to be using it and seeing those outcomes change. So thanks for letting me be able to share that.
Just to follow up,
Yeah.
are you documenting this? So instead of, yes, this is a feel good and it seems to be turning out right, are you documenting it with data?
Yes, absolutely. We are collecting data throughout. We probably won't get the end data until they are complete. So of course, over those years that they have to complete, knowing that the ESSER funds are moving towards the 2024. So it'll be some time before we see the outcomes of the end game, basically. But yes, we are collecting that data so that we can be able to share it with you when the project is complete.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Klein.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about all of these COVID funds, regardless of what bucket they're in. Were there certain requirements for taking the money that were imposed upon the schools or districts? I mean, there are certain things that the money has to be spent on, right? But beyond that, to get the money, what did the schools and districts have to agree to?
Chief of Staff Young, do you want to comment?
I do. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Board Member Klein. So in terms of the funding itself, when the application went out to our LEAs, in addition to describing how the funds could be used, they also signed a set of assurances. The majority of those assurances are specific to receiving any federal funding. So an example of that would be you can't use any federal funds received through an award for lobbying expenditures. So we include all of those common ones that are just standard in that application document. As far as the COVID-19 component, I would call out that they did assure that all of the expenditures would be in alignment with the COVID-19 response and allowable use case, as well as that they would agree to provide the reporting requirements, which would be coming from the U.S. Department of Education. Noting that this funding went out so quickly, normally those reporting requirements are set up ahead of time, but in this case, they would be coming after the fact. So that's a process that your staff is currently working on in terms of reviewing those reporting requirements to figure out what we can address at the state level and then what information we specifically need for the LEAs. So those are the components that were described in the application that each LEA got to review before formally submitting their request for award.
Follow up?
Yeah, follow up.
Were there any mitigation strategies that were required or dependent on it that they had to comply with in order to receive the funds?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
It's a great question. So in regards to ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, there was not any specific response or requirement related to COVID mitigation. However, in ARP ESSER, it was required that the LEAs disclose if they had any specific policies related to common mitigation efforts. So an example of this would be if a school was specifically requiring that their students were to maybe have masks in common areas, there wasn't a requirement that they had that particular mitigation, but that if they did have that policy, that they disclose that as part of the ARP application. So each of our schools responded to those that were required by the federal government, noting if they had a policy. And the purpose of that was to make sure that all policies, including these plans, were then available to their parent population so that there was transparency related to any of those requirements for any LEA that was receiving ARP ESSER funds.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, so none of those funds required specifically universal masking or proper wearing of masks.
Nope, they just had to disclose if they had a policy related to mask wearing in their schools, not that there was a requirement specific to implementing that solution.
No requirement for physical distancing or hand washing or anything like that.
Again, just policy disclosures if the school had a policy.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hands raised or additional questions for both Sarahs. Did you want to wrap it up or?
Nope, Chair, that was it.
That was it?
That was it.
Well, thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work. We had three Sarahs kind of in a row there. Okay. Next, we'll move to item number 6, which is our legislative session preparation. So we're starting off with Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Yes, Chair Huntsman. So in the interest of time, if you could call on School Finance Director Sam Uri and our MSP Coordinator Dale Frost. We'll go ahead and get started with the first agenda item, which is to essentially update you on progress so far with your requests. We'll also be including a comparison or crosswalk of the governor's proposal to the legislature that has occurred since your last meeting, and then some other key information or topics as we progress into the legislative session or move together into the legislative session next week. So if you'll call on
Sam Uri and Dale Frost.
Yes, thank you, Chair Huntsman. Sam Uri, School Finance Director here at USBE. It's great to be with you. I've asked Dale Frost, MSP Administrator, to drive here, and I want to recognize, if it pleases the chair, 2 guests that we have with us today. That is former USBE board member Brittany Cummins, who's now Senior Advisor on Education to Governor Cox, and Senior Budget and Policy Analyst from the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget, Jacob Wright. They are here with us today to answer any questions the board may have as we review this crosswalk or comparison between the USBE's budget requests and what was presented in the recently released governor's budget.
Okay.
And
well,
yes.
welcome to both. They've got to be in the queue here somewhere. So
yes, I believe you should see them there down at towards the bottom. But we thank them for being here and would invite board members to raise their hand and ask questions as we review these items.
So just one sec, Sam, before we get into this. So are you going to do the overview and then come back for questions?
Yes, let's do that if that pleases the chair. We'll present this information, and then we could go back to the action item if the board has any preference to update any of their priorities at this point.
Okay.
So we will review these items. The first items are the base budget items. We have the enrollment growth of $36 million, which the governor also placed in his budget. We have the base WPU value, weighted pupil unit value increase for inflation of 2.6%. And the governor also has that in his budget. And we also have the Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind educator salary adjustments of $812,000. So the governor's budget agrees with the USBE's priorities in that regard. And now we'll move to our prioritized requests for appropriation or prioritize budget requests. So USBE has requested over and above inflation, 5% in add-on. The small difference there is due to the governor's calculation including the discretionary increase in the weighted pupil unit value. The governor's budget agrees with USBE priority of full day kindergarten at $22.7 million. Additionally, the governor's budget agrees with USBE's priority on reducing curricular and co-curricular fees at $55 million. Transportation at number 5 does have statutory increases for enrollment growth and weighted pupil unit value increases. So both the USBE and governor's budget would include that $6.2 million kind of inherent increase, if you will. USBE is asking for $5 million over and above those inherent increases, and that is where we differ with the governor's budget. So USBE's total increase in transportation funding would be $14.1 million, whereas the governor's increase would be just the 9.1 million. As far as Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts in all schools, USBE has requested 12.5 million, whereas the governor's number funds the current program at 600,000. Anyway, so a difference there as well. Small district and charter school base funding, we both have 8.6. Next, USBE market adjustments. There is quite a large difference there. Governor's number is a 2% increase. And there are also some cost of living increases that the governor has requested separately. Going to critical USBE FTEs, USBE requested a total of 11 FTEs as part of that business case, whereas the governor's recommendation is to fund 2 of those FTEs, 1 fiscal monitor, half FTE UPAC investigator, and a half educator licensing FTE. As far as the Center for Continuous School Improvement goes, USB's original request was for 1.7 million, and the governor's recommendation is to fund the director position for 1 year and evaluate before committing to additional funding. And lastly, the flexible educator directed preparation and collaboration time for 30 million is not included as a line item on the governor's budget, but could be part of the governor's one-time $253 million recommendation as we go forward. There are some other differences as we go through there, but in the interest of time, I'll stop there for questions that the board members may have for myself or for Jacob Wright and Brittany Cummins.
Okay, I'm just going to take the liberty before I forget, so I don't get lost in the queue. And this will be a question for either Brittany Cummins or Jacob Wright on our WPU add-on request. I mean, I know growth is funded and we had Amendment G and that was all awesome. But in this space on our the difference on our WPU, there is a war on talent right now. And for LEAs to deal with that war on talent on their classified employees, their teachers, and that with everything that's happening with this robust economy, which is all super fantastic, about the only way to hang on to that talent is on the wage side, and the only way to pay that is really through the WPU to be able to retain these education individuals that have committed in the past to public education, but the private sector and even other agencies are kind of not just learning away, they're signing them away with, and we're losing these employees. Can either one of you speak to that concern and of that difference, or the justification on the 2.4?
Chair Huntsman, I can speak to that.
Okay, good to see you, Brittany.
Yes, good to see you. It's great to be here, Chair and board members. Thank you for the question. I would have to share your concern with the inflationary pressures that are being felt by school districts across the state. We hear that here at the governor's office as well, both in K-12 education and higher ed situations. So the governor is proposing a 5% increase. You know, when all together, that 5% increase on the WPU value is a significant increase. Recognizing that based on the revenue numbers that were available, you know, for all of us as we go through this budgeting conversation currently, that and recognizing the other ongoing needs of educators across the state, the governor went with a 5% increase in the WPU, not to minimize or not recognize the needs of LEAs as they have to focus on their staffing as they move forward. Hopefully with this 5% increase in the WPU, they'll be able to meet some of those demands. Did that answer your question, Chair Huntsman?
Well, yeah, it's all on the hopeful space, but it's money talks in a lot of these, and with a lot of these positions, and that's what they're losing employees. I hope legislature and that will kind of consider this moving forward, but thank you for the response. I know there's other board members that have questions. I have some additional, maybe they'll be covered. Member Earl, and then I have Member Hanson, you're in the queue.
Hi, Brittany, my question is around the $1.5 million for feminine hygiene products. It's been my experience in the past that those items are available at schools already. And usually it's upon asking. If you leave it free in the rooms or the bathrooms, then sometimes those end up being used for a variety of things other than, you know, artwork or whatever. So I'm just wondering, can you just maybe expand on that just a little bit? Maybe there's some information or research I'm not familiar with.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Thank you, Chair, if I can respond.
Yeah, please, Brittany.
Okay. Yes, this was an initiative that the Lieutenant Governor was able to work with and to correspond with some of their work moving forward. I think the intent is that this wouldn't be a burden for LEAs to continue to provide these products for girls in our state. And so that it would be available. I don't have any logistical information on how that would be available, but just that the financial burden wouldn't have to be held at the LEA level or at the school level.
Okay, and most districts are saying this is a burden. They're not able to meet that requirement? I'm just wondering, because it seems like that's, available already, and it's just maybe a supply type of a thing that they're, anyway, I don't know. Maybe this is just the lieutenant governor's thing, so maybe I'm the wrong person, but yeah.
And I would just add, there's not a current requirement that these supplies be made available to girls across the state. And so this is a movement, an organization trying to make sure that they are available and ensuring the LEAs don't have to hold that burden in schools as this gets moved forward.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, can I clarify something on that?
Well,
issue?
you've already grabbed the mic, so we'll let you on that particular.
I'm
issue.
sorry.
Yeah.
I just a point of information. When those supplies are available to students, that's because somebody has personally paid for that out of their pocket. There is not a source of funding for that. So it's a secretary, a teacher, a principal, an assistant principal that have paid for those to be available to students. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Member Hanson.
Thank you, Chair. And you touched on my concern partially with the increase in the WPU. I wondered if we could ask our guests maybe to comment on both that, where we were losing teachers to the private sector and USBE staff as well prior to the inflation that's hit recently. And so now with the current WPU, I don't think they were even coming close to keeping up with the inflation, which would be status quo at about 7%. But I did see a COLA line item that's in the governor's budget that's not in ours. And I'm interested in the interplay between those two. If someone could comment on that.
Brittany, would that be you or Jacob Wright?
I'll let Jacob respond to that one.
Jacob Wright, can you join us?
Thank you, Chair. Board Member Hanson, as far as the COLA is concerned, you're right, it's not here represented in the sheet, but it's roughly another $1.7 million ongoing to cover a 3.5% COLA, as well as the increased medical costs. There's a 6.7% increase in those costs and a 1% increase. And that's a uniform recommendation across the state and for higher education.
You have a follow-up, Member Hanson?
So that would be the recommendation for all state employees to have that 3.5% COLA?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. We'll factor
You're
that
welcome.
in. Start commenting on the WPU. Appreciate it.
Member Klein?
Yeah, just a quick question again on the feminine products. Is Brittany mentioned an initiative or a group that's behind this? Who is that?
Brittany Cummins?
I don't have the information right off. I can get that and send that to the board if that would be okay.
That would be great. Thank you.
Member Straight?
Yes, could we go up to number 11? Okay, so could we speak to the note, the 253.7 million for this one time?
Is that Jacob Wright or?
Whoever.
I can speak to that, Brittany, or, oh, go ahead, Brittany, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Board Member Straight, that particular item, so the governor prioritized 250 million in one time to go towards some flexible needs, including capital and other items. And so the comment just gets to the point that while it hasn't yet been determined how those funds would be allocated to LEAs at this point, that could be an opportunity for LEAs to prioritize that as a priority if they have the flexibility within that pot of money. But like I said before, the allocation mechanism for those funds has not been determined yet. That's still a question of priority and policies as we consider how best to get that 250 million on one-time monies out to districts.
Thank you.
Oh,
that'll be.
Okay, thank you. Member Booth.
I was just wondering if, Brittany, if you could comment or let us know if those who were proposing to the governor what should be done with the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program, if they were privy to the white paper that we developed and presented to the board when we made the recommendation that we fully fund for all students in the state rather than just doing the 50% that are currently being covered.
Brittany, did you want to speak to that?
I can, and Jacob can follow up if he has any additional information. I am not familiar with the white paper that you were referencing, Board Member Booth. I apologize. I think the recommendation or from the governor's office is that, and you can correct me if this is contained within that white paper, but the concept of the minimum 20% match that a board would have, or excuse me, an LEA might match with that, looking at the possibility of what that might look like, as that's not a necessarily in statute set up as a fixed amount, but a minimum amount. And would the board be willing to look at how that might be applied in a cost-effective way across the state to come to a conclusion of what it might look like to fully fund Beverly Taylor Sorensen across the state? So if that white paper addresses that, I apologize. I wasn't familiar with that, but Jacob can chime in as well if he's aware of some other pieces to answer your question.
Jacob Wright, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think I would add anything. I think Brittany captured it really with the current 80-20 split in expected local contribution and statute setting that as the floor. But in practice, that is the amount expected.
And you have a follow-up, Member Booth?
No, thank you. I will get that white paper to you, Brittany, and to you, Jacob, and perhaps carry on some more dialogue out of this meeting. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions, but maybe Brittany, you could speak to, I believe it's item 9. Can we go to 9? On was there any research or something, anything done on the governor's side to choose to fund the 2 FTEs, the one fiscal monitor and the other split the way that it is on the UPAC?
Yeah, definitely. We had some email conversations back and forth. Some of the requests that were sent forward, the FTE looking at the school fees, one of the things that we considered in not recommending fully funding all of that was the reduction in possible curricular fees moving forward and the reduced impact at USBE on that, but making sure that a fiscal monitor was included in the governor's budget recommendations to help alleviate that transition as you move from kind of an audit space into a maintenance space through your fiscal department. And so that was that portion. We did have a email conversation with, sorry, names are slipping, Ben at UPAC. I'm sorry, Ben, I can't remember your last name. Ben Rasmussen, right? Yes, sorry. About that FTE, and he mentioned that 0.5 would be sufficient for that particular piece, as well as the educator licensing piece. And so we did have some email conversations back and forth as we considered that FTE request, and Jacob can add to that if he has anything in addition.
Do you have anything to add?
The only thing I think I would add is 2 FTEs were requested for the leadership initiative, and that's something that while funding had been provided before funding was pulled back in response to COVID, that funding doesn't exist now. So this, in our mind, is premature. Additionally, and this I think we saw with a couple of the FTEs, or the funding for a couple of the FTEs requested that they were funded with one-time funding. And I think we're a little bit concerned about FTEs being funded with one-time funding and the board later coming back and requesting ongoing funding for those positions. In that, it kind of puts the state in a bind a little bit.
Okay. We're not here to sell anything to try to change anything. We're just here to answer, I guess, questions in this space. Member Cannon?
Thank you. I want to go back to Beverly Taylor Sorensen and ask the question. You've put $600,000 in there. I think I'm saying that correctly. Is that one-time money? Is that ongoing money to keep to maintain the program at the current level? Was there any thought given to addressing the huge waiting list of schools who are seeking to get on this program? I'm just wondering if any of these things were addressed, and I want to know specifically if this is one-time money, is this ongoing money, so forth.
I'll speak to that, and Jacob can jump in if I misspeak at any point. So it is ongoing funds to maintain the program as it currently stands. And as we were speaking earlier with Board Member Booth's question, the governor is supportive of the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program. There's no doubt in that, and the benefit that it has across our state and the children that it impacts. I think it's just this line item is, and the request from the governor's office is, let's maintain the program and make sure that we understand the true cost of expanding it statewide. Is there a way to make that request more efficient by possibly shifting some of the burden back to the LEAs who participate, so that it's not, the assumption isn't that that 20% minimum is how we would fund this program. And so it's mostly a moment to pause and ask those questions and make sure that as we request that funding or that program to be available statewide, that we do so very deliberately, understanding the best way to fund that in the most efficient manner as far as state funding goes. Jacob, is there anything you wanted to add? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, follow up.
Yeah, I'm just, would you anticipate any pushback if you were to change the required amount for some districts from more than 20% to those that are already getting it with a 20-80 split? Would you anticipate pushback if you suddenly asked other districts to pay more than that? Would it be retroactive to those who already are on the program? I see that could be sort of a contentious, problematic area.
Here, may I respond? Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board Member Cannon. And I guess that's the concept that we're trying to get to is has that question been asked, and how do we move forward, moving forward with it? And so it would be a process of work and study to say what is the right model to do this, and have we done that in the past? Not that there wouldn't be pushback or a conversation, because I think that would be a healthy and important part of the conversation moving forward, but recognizing that we are at this place because we've just left it at an 80-20 split, move forward with that assumption that that's the maximum match from the LEA. And so let's ask the question, and let's be very deliberate in a request to make this a statewide program available to all LEAs.
Can I just say I'm grateful for the governor's support of Beverly Taylor Sorensen, and we want to do all we can at the state board to be supportive. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Member Cannon. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I appreciate the crosswalk being put together, and every year before we go to the legislature, and that there are some differences, and sometimes people, well, those that are through appropriations and all that, of course they grill us really good on on our justification or why we're where we're asking for what we're asking. I don't view it as a competition or anything like that, but we do value the crosswalk, and I know where the value, there's value in knowing where the governor sits in priority. So we appreciate all the efforts here. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, am I leaving anything out here before we sum this up? Or I can turn, as we're summing it up, maybe I'll turn this, well, let me hear from Scott, and then Brittany and Jacob will give you the last word. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones.
Yes, sir. That would, subject to, any closing comments by Brittany Cummins or Jacob Wright, that would conclude this portion of the agenda item. We do have an update on another business case that Sam needs to address with the board.
Okay.
As part of the first agenda item, but for the most part, we can conclude the crosswalk with the governor's budget. Again, subject to any closing comments by Brittany and or Jacob.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Jones. Brittany Cummins, do you have an invitation to?
Thank you, Chair. Just want to start by saying it's a pleasure to be here with you as a board today. It's I miss you guys. Can I just say that? But I do want to say we are excited about moving together with you as a board into the legislative session and having important conversations and moving together as we collaborate in the appropriations process. But we support you. We are here to be a part of the conversation with you, and we recognize your leadership as these conversations move forward into the session. So thank you for this opportunity, and we're excited to be a part of this. So.
Thank you, Brittany Cummins. Jacob Wright, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. I think the first thing that I'd just add real quickly is an expression of gratitude for your staff. They're fantastic to work with, and I inundate them with requests throughout the fall, and they're quick to respond and very helpful, and I enjoy working with them. So thank you for employing such great staff. The other thing that I would just quickly mention in passing is Brittany suggested this excitement to go forward with you into the legislative session. In my 8 years in the budget office, I have not seen a comparison between the boards and the governor's recommendations that line up so well as these do. This is the most alignment between them that I've seen during that time. And I would just express a lot of gratitude that the board took the time to prioritize requests. That, believe it or not, does help us out and helps the governor out. So thank you so much.
Well, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you on the Hill. We value the process and the opportunity, and we understand that we're a guest up there as we present our legislative ask, and look forward to working with you as we try to bring betterments to public education. Thank you for your service and being willing to meet with us today. You're welcome to stick around for the whole day, Brittany, and I just won't recognize you if you're trying to make a motion or vote. Occasionally, I think you probably want to shout out all in favor, whether you're aye or nay. So at least I'm tempted to do that when I'm in other meetings outside of this. I have to bite my tongue. So again, appreciate what you guys are doing and working with us. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, we have another item on a business case.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Sam. Okay.
Yes, Dale, if you can display the 6.1 item. The board does have an action item here. So if there is any reprioritization that you wanted to happen, I suppose it could happen at this time, but we do just have an update on one case, and that is it's coming up. I don't recall the number of it, but it's the Center for Continuous School Improvement, and the update, so it's number 10, I apologize. So the update would be to add $111,000 to that request. And the reason for that was inadvertently there had been a program director position included there, and in speaking with Assistant Superintendent Voorhees, Leah Voorhees, who is here to answer any questions you may have, just to provide the expertise that we'd want to carry out this program for the center, as we'd want educational director with additional credentials and experience. So that would be a difference of $111,000. Any questions or clarifications there, Assistant Superintendent Leah Voorhees?
So this is coming up through staff tab.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and the staff is asking that number be changed. There was a proposed motion. Was there not?
I apologize. I guess the proposed motion would be to amend item number 10 to increase the request by $111,000 to account for an educational director, FTE.
May I add to that? So it is not, Sam, these are two program specialists that were originally included were our support staff, and the request that came from staff as they were reviewing it would be to change those to two educational specialists. And the cost and salary between those two position types of the 5 is the $111,000. And I can give you an exact amount in just a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, Dale.
Okay, that's an opportunity for the board. Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, Chair. And the
Okay.
motion would be to change the amount on our Center for Continuous School Improvement to the exact amount that Dale's going to give us.
Second.
$1,780,500 ongoing. 1,780,500.
That's the total. That's the total.
Yes, that is the total, or an increase of 111,100.
Thank you.
Excuse
So
me.
Chair, however you want to read that.
Well, let's have it. I think it's important that I don't mess this up. So who's our driver that can put this motion on the screen?
Dale's currently driving.
Let me put up the document. I was not ready for this. I apologize. With the motion, I'm sure Deputy Superintendent Stallings is writing this up. One moment.
I thought I saw a flash on my screen, a proposed motion, but then I couldn't see it fast enough. So I thought there was already something drafted.
I apologize. This is, sorry, Deputy Superintendent Stallings. I was stepped away for a moment and was in the hall and then heard my name. So is there?
So Angie, we're looking for a motion to be put on the board. Thank you. Oh, it's not a substitute motion.
No, that's for later.
Okay, I make a motion that we increase the continuous school improvement funding $111,000 to be what, Dale?
$1,780,500.
And the amount is 101,000, right?
111,100 is the
Thank you.
increase.
111.
Chair, you got that?
Well, hang on one sec. So that's your motion. Who was the second?
Molly?
Okay, you want to speak to your motion while this is being,
Yes, I do, Chair. Thank you. I'll be short, but I would like, for $111,000, we should get this accurate. And so I appreciate them catching this now. Thank you.
okay, discussion to the motion. Member Earl?
Yeah, so if I understand it right, the governor's reasoning behind reducing the funding is to make sure there's an effectiveness in this program in the first place. I guess that's my question. How often do we get feedback on the actual effectiveness and auditing of this program? If we're going to continue to put millions of dollars into it, are we getting the outcome that we want? And that's just a question. I don't know if the governor's office has an audit or something that they've done or any, no, okay. So that's just the question. Do we frequently audit or monitor, maybe that's the better word, whether or not the progress is being made and our money is well spent here? That's just my question. It's not a criticism. I just want to make sure we're being effective in our usage of funds and outcomes.
This, and regarding monitoring this, what staff would like to answer that question?
Hey, Chair, I think you should, I recommend you call on Dr. Voorhees.
Okay, Dr. Voorhees, are you with us? I was looking for a hand to jump up.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Okay, can you respond to the question about do we monitor and for?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. So Board Member Earl is correct. The Center for Continuous School Improvement is new. Tracy has been with us for 1.5 years, and we have been organizing resources around providing all schools in the state of Utah with supports for improvement, not just those schools that have been identified through state and or federal accountability measures to be required to improve. And we are annually monitoring the effectiveness of our supports by in several ways. We have done extensive surveys and focus groups with our stakeholder groups about the needs that they have and the supports that are being provided, and if the supports are meeting the needs. But we are also reviewing all of our accountability measures to determine if the supports that we're providing are actually improving outcomes for all schools. And as you said, the center is new. And so it will likely take a little while for us to see significant outcomes, but we are annually monitoring.
You have a follow-up, Member Earl?
Yeah, I suppose so, just a little bit. I'm wondering in some regards if we duplicate intent or actions, and I'm just speaking with the U lead and other things, or if we're adding to this. And once again, it's just a question, making sure we're making best use of our resources and everything, and making sure we're really hitting where we can be most impactful, and allow LEAs, and that is a little bit of a concern I have, is allowing LEAs to decide and engage versus State Board of Education to decide and engage. Does that make sense? So anyways, just some thoughts. We can move on. Or if, I guess, if Tracy has something to say.
You have more to say on this? Tracy?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. Tracy Van Deventer, Director of the Center for Continuous School Improvement. I just wanted to highlight that as we're going through and working with stakeholders and identifying our strategic priorities, one priority that we have created that I think goes along with this is creating an advisory council that we would meet with on a quarterly basis. And on that council, we would have LEA members, we'd have families, we'd have community organizations that we partner with, and that we would bring that group together as kind of a supervisory group that would provide us with feedback specific to the work we're doing, and that we are planning on having to report to them the progress that's been taking place based on what we've committed to. So we're in the beginning stages of creating that advisory council, but that is our plan moving forward.
Okay. Member Hart, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I support this. School improvement is some of the toughest work in education. It has, there's links to the federal government, there's statutes to be complied with. It's hard, painstaking work. I support the best and most skilled individuals in these positions. And I think it's absolutely necessary in order to not waste money that we are putting towards the initiative. We've got to get it right.
Okay. I'm not seeing any additional hands raised, so I'm going to call this to a vote. The motion for the board is that the board increase the amount for the Center of Continuous School Improvement Funding request by $111,100 to $1,780,500. All those in, well, board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete. The motion passes with 1 no vote, Member Klein. Okay. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Yeah, Chair Huntsman, that would, subject to Sam saying anything else, I think that we can move off of 6.1. We did.
Yeah.
Hang on, Sam. So we did 6.1, and then we did the governor's crosswalk. So now we'd like to just walk through the Executive Appropriations Committee piece or agenda item that you see there.
6.1.2.
Right. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Which.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Jones and Chair Huntsman. So just informational item here. As you know, December 7th, the Executive Appropriations Committee met, and we've been in basically constant communication with the Legislative Fiscal Analyst Office, specifically Ben Leishman there, who's the finance manager, and Emily Willis, who both deal with education, with public education. So I guess the big takeaway from these is that there is a lot of revenue and specifically one-time revenue in the system as a whole. But, you know, that could go a lot of directions and not, you know, not all of that is necessarily, you see there in column B, that's $1 billion in one-time net available revenue. However, that can go, you know, subject to legislative processes. Some of it may go to education, but big portions of it may not. So again, there is lots of ongoing and one-time revenue in the system, but that's subject to further legislative processes. Thank you, Dale. If you'll proceed. And this is what they call the red sheet. So I would call out that you know, the base budget does include one unit for the at-risk add-on WPU, whereas USBE's budget and the governor's budget has two units of appropriation there. There is a small update to the item number 4, the public education enrollment growth. Ben Leishman has verified that that should be $22 million rather than 18. But you know, at this point, it's preliminary. This is the base budget, and there's a lot more to come. But we just wanted to let you know that we're we're tracking this closely. Happy to address any questions that you may have, but we're keeping a close eye on this, and we'll continue to work with the Office of the Legislative Fiscal Analyst as we proceed. And our first public education appropriations subcommittee meeting is this Wednesday, the 19th, as you know. So happy to address any questions, or if Dale Frost or Deputy Superintendent Jones have anything to add at this point.
Director Uri, if I may add a couple pieces of information that may be important for the board. In this line 2, the public education inflation at risk WPU, just to orient you to the other sheet, that includes the 2.6 million increase in the WPU value.
The 2.6%, yes.
Excuse me, 2.6%, thank you. Not 2.6 million, it's more than that. The budget request is requesting 56 million increase in the at-risk WPU add-on. Essentially, half of that is already included in the base budget. Just so you, and the governor's budget agrees with the USBE recommendation to add the 56 million. What that would mean in practice would just be an additional 28 million or so. And then I also wanted to point out here in the set-asides, so this is not going to be in the base budget, but the Executive Appropriations Committee set aside $72 million for additional per pupil spending. If the legislature allocates that for the WPU value increase, that would be about 2%. So but that again will be up to the decision of the legislature, and will not be in the governor's budget or the base budget bill. Those were 2 pieces of information I wanted to add. Thank you.
Chair Huntsman, if I may.
Scott.
Sir, our plan is to walk you through the base budget bill in your next meeting. The base budget bill is still protected, so we'll be able to walk through that with you at your next meeting at your direction, sir. That's all I'd add.
Thank you. I appreciate, it's important, the transparency is everything, and that we get what we get before the board and the public as we get it. So thank you, staff, for bringing this informational items before us. I'm not seeing any questions at this time, Scott. So.
No, sir, that would conclude these agenda items. So I think the next one is Deputy Superintendent Stallings at your direction, sir.
I agree. So thanks again. Well, we'll invite Deputy Superintendent Stallings. I know that we're a little bit behind, and sometimes it's you, and then sometimes it's
recording stopped.
It's Deputy Superintendent. Hang on one sec. Our recording just stopped on my. Is it back up? Staff, we're not taking any action right now, but let's make sure that's still happening. I just had it over my speaker, so hopefully it's back up again.
I haven't heard it yet, Chair.
I just had it on my speaker say recording stop.
Yeah. Jerry?
I heard it too.
Jerry?
But so Angie.
Recording in progress.
This is Jerry.
There we go. We're back in. Deputy Superintendent Stallings, sometimes you're first, and Deputy Superintendent Jones has got to condense, but can you give us a little bit of the Reader's Digest version? Then we'll see if we have any questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
This request for statutory change came very late yesterday, and I apologize for that, but that's because the request has come from our LEAs very late due to the COVID Omicron variant. Many of you may know that currently in code, an LEA may convert up to 4 days of their instructional days or educational service days to to allow their educators to engage in professional learning and prep time. In order to do this, the legislature requires that 90 days of notice be given before the beginning of the school year, that the school year calendar will be converting 4 of those days for professional learning and prep. We've had a number of our LEAs who did not exercise that authority last summer and are now finding themselves at a point where they feel their educators either need additional professional learning time or time to maybe prepare distance learning, virtual learning materials, et cetera, and have now requested, would like to be able to use 1, 2, 3, or 4 of those days, but because you have to do that before the beginning of the year, they cannot take advantage of that. So what we are recommending or asking if the board would like to support is us reaching out to the legislature to waive the current 90-day notice before the beginning of the school year for 2 years. It could be this year and next year, or even just this year, to allow and exchange that notice requirement to require them to provide reasonable notice before they convert those days. And so that's a description of the request, is that it would change the 90-day notice before the beginning of the school year with requiring LEAs to provide reasonable notice before converting those days. And that's.
Hang on, but I've lost my view here. Okay, Member Lear, welcome.
Thank you. And sorry, I was so rusty that I put up my thumbs up before I put my hand up. So I just had a question for Deputy Superintendent Stallings, if the chair would permit that.
Yes.
My question, Angie, is what maybe this is really a dense question, but I'm trying to understand with our increased IT capacity, and I know it's not perfect, but improved, why we felt we needed that. That's been in board rule for a long time. Why do we need that 90-day notice requirement, period?
Chair, may I?
Ben Stallings.
Thank you. It's actually in code, and I can tell you my recollection of why that was. I actually think I believe I drafted the bill that added this language. It was back at around 2009 or 2010 during the recession when many line items were cut and the funding was rolled in the WPU. You may remember that. One of the line items was a specific appropriation for educator preparation or educator professional learning. When they cut that line item appropriation, I think at the time it funded essentially 4 days of professional learning. And so instead, what they did is you see the language here in 4D, they provided that ability to LEAs. So it's been there for 11, 12 years to convert up to 32 hours or 4 days. And this, I can't remember why this notification requirement was put in there, only that, I mean, now we're all very flexible because of COVID. Thank you, COVID. But back 10, 11 years ago, I don't think it was common for our LEAs to change their schedule or their calendar during mid-year. I just don't think it was a practice that was done. The last couple of years, of course, has been a difference. So that's my recollection of the why behind the 90 days. But it was Aaron Osman, who was the Senate sponsor, who sponsored that bill.
And just a quick follow-up, Chair, if I may. It just seems to me that now LEAs do an excellent job of notifying parents of everything. And that seems to me maybe the biggest reason for having been a working mother all my life, as all mothers are, I guess, but out of the home, it was helpful to have that notice in advance. Now I'm pretty sure that LEAs have picked up that responsibility 4 times. So 4 times over. So I have no problem with the change, but I'm also I'm wondering why it's even there at all, and maybe we should look to rethink that or ask the legislature to rethink that.
Member Cannon?
Thank you. I noticed that Deputy Superintendent Stallings said we would change it to reasonable notice. And of course, that begs the question, how would you define reasonable notice?
Deputy Superintendent Stallings?
I think that is one of the core questions. And I thought that same thing, even as I was writing it. I think in a pandemic, the reasonable notice is going to be different than if you're in a regular year. So that is, I think, why we put reasonable notice. And, you know, in the pandemic situation, when you have the Omicron variant and you've got a number of teachers or staff who are out sick or for whatever reason, I think the reasonable notice would be much shorter than maybe a traditional year where we don't have those types of variables. So we could do two things. One, we could just request that the legislature waive that completely or remove that notice requirement. Or we could provide some more direction as to what reasonable means or put a set day in there, whether it's 30 days or 15 days or something like that. So that's the option.
So I also see an option because we don't have a motion on the table. And can we bring this back as an actionable item and let's get that cleaned up, that word reasonable, because I don't think it's going to move out of here or we'll get much traction moving forward, so we can, between now and next week, get that wordsmithed out a little bit so we can meet the intent of the request. I'm just curious, you don't have to answer that right now. Let me see what Vice Chair Davis question or comment is. Vice Chair Davis?
Well, I was just going to go ahead and make a motion. I was going to make a motion because I don't know if some of the LEAs, I mean, we're right in kind of in the throes of all of these changes right now. Is this timely? The reason they brought it last night, Angie, and you brought it to us, is because this is a timely concern and they really need to move. So if you're okay with it, Chair, I'd be willing to make a motion.
I'm good. We'll just see where the motion goes.
Okay. To amend 53F-2-1024D to waive the current 90-day notice requirement for 2 years and replace it with a requirement to provide reasonable notice related to an LEA's authority to convert up to 4 instructional educational service days for professional learning or educator preparation time. And I'll speak briefly to the motion.
Let's get a second first.
A second.
Who was a second?
Stacy Hutchings.
Who got the second?
Hutchings.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you want to speak to the motion, Vice Chair Davis?
Yeah, I think because this is rolling around so quickly, our LEAs are asking for a timely response. And while reasonable might be loosely defined for these 2 years while we're dealing with these strange crises that pop up and down, the definition for reasonable is going to change. And I think most reasonable parents know that. So I think we should move ahead with the language since it's a 2-year change.
Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, and I'm okay. The consequences of not having it clearly defined isn't going to disrupt or cause a negative effect in public education. I'm fine with that word. I just didn't know where we'll find out where the board will go on that. So we have a motion. I'm not seeing any other questions. I'll call this to vote. The motion before the board is that the board amend 53F-2-1024D to waive the current 90-day notice requirement for 2 years and replace it with a requirement to provide reasonable notice related to the LEA's authority to convert up to 4 instructional educational service days for professional learning of educator preparation time. Board members at this time, please vote. voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Just how you see it, vice chairs.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Angie. Any other loose ends, or is that?
You still need to do the Questar item on this.
Yeah, that's coming back. So on my paper agenda, I see that I missed 6.2, which is really a housekeeping item, but it's very significant. It's about transparency and doing things correct in the finance world. So it's a Questar settlement funds, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. You're going to brief the board on the opportunity.
Chair Huntsman, this is Deborah.
Yeah, are you going to do it?
Yes, I believe Scott, Deputy Superintendent Jones needed to step away.
Okay.
So I'll take this one. We're seeking, this is obviously an action item. We as a state agency are only allowed to spend 125% of our appropriations each year. This $3.3 million that we've received as part of a mediation process with Questar puts us well above that. So we need to have the legislature appropriate a supplemental for us to move forward and using this in our assessment budget. So if there are any questions.
Okay, hang on, lost my view again. So, Member Earl.
So I just have a couple of questions. What do you foresee the usage of this, or will there be, is there legislation for assessments that this will, they'll say, well, we've got the funding. I'm just trying to figure out the legislative impact. I may not be fully aware of that.
So the request would be to return the funds where they were originally spent, where they were originally appropriated to. And by way of Finance Committee tomorrow, there are some recommendations that will come through the Finance Committee on how to spend these funds in the assessment budget. Did that answer your question?
So can you speak a little bit? I think the broader question might be that she was asking is, all of a sudden we're in receipt of $3,375,000. So can you speak to how we receive that? But
yes.
Then full transparency to taxpayers and everything, those dollars were in this assessment world. So
yes.
Come in, we need to be accountable to our stakeholders and all the legislature. So this motion, I believe, is part of that accountability piece, to have it still go into our assessment budget, and instead of receive this money and it has to have a destination. Can you speak to that?
Yeah.
So I think I understand. Yeah, so naturally, when we receive these kind of funds, we've already placed it in our assessment budget. What we really need at this point in time is to have the legislature appropriate it to us as a supplemental in 22 so that we can utilize the funds.
Okay, and then my question is, do we foresee, and maybe we can't guess what the legislature is going to do or see this, but will they view this as being necessary for some other item that is already being requested? Does that make sense? Are you hearing that? I guess
Yeah.
maybe something like that could happen.
No, I really don't foresee that. I think this is more of a housekeeping type of a thing, allowing us to spend it above our original appropriation. Because this takes us well above the 125% that we're allowed to spend, if that makes sense. So it's an accountability piece that we make sure we don't spend above that.
Above that restriction.
Thank you.
Yes, above that restrict. Does that help, but I haven't heard, I don't anticipate. Could they? Yes, they could say that they want it used for other purposes, but I don't foresee that.
Vice Chair Belknap.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, Chair. That the board approves the motion requesting the legislature appropriate the $3,375,000 for an FY 2022 supplemental to the USBE for the purpose of assessment.
I second it. Board Member Booth.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. You want to speak to the motion? Vice
No,
Chair?
thank you. Debbie did great. Deborah did great.
Okay. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I'll restate the motion and then we'll vote. The motion before the board is that the board approve them. Let's see, how do we vote? That the board approve a motion requesting that. Let me see how you stated. You stated that the board approve the legislature appropriate. I don't have it in front of me again, and it's not reading right that I just wrote down. That the board approve. The motion is that the board what?
Okay, that the board approves the request that the legislature appropriate the $3,375,000 for an FY 2022 supplemental to the USBE for the purpose of assessments.
Okay, the motion for the board of the board approve the legislature appropriate the $3,375,000 for the fiscal year 2022 supplemental to the USBE for the purpose of assessment. Did I state that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Members at this time, please vote. The voting is.
Did we get a second? Did I miss a second?
Board Member Booth.
Board Member Booth.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
The voting
Unanimous,
is
Chair.
complete and the voting's unanimous. Is that how you see it?
Yes.
Vice Chair? Okay, thank you. All right, I think we're gonna kind of get back in rhythm here, back on our agenda. I believe the next item is number 7. Is that how you guys see it, Vice Chairs that are following this along?
7 is so far done. Let's just move right on. Who needs lunch?
Okay. Well, we're good to adjust ourselves. So it is 1:30. We'll be back at 2. We'll get right back into our agenda. Quick
Thank
one.
you, Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Sybil, am I able to share my screen for the slide deck?
Jerry, would you please make Jennifer a co-host?
It looks like you're a co-host now, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Okay, oh, there went my screen again. Well, it's 2:01. We've all got our battery recharged and hopefully power's on and phones and devices are all back engaged, and actually had a awesome lunch. Glad there was a microwave that worked. Let's just get right to our agenda here. The next item on our agenda is the Utah State Instructional Material Commission. We have a little bit of a presentation and overview that we're gonna see, and so Director Thronston and Education Specialist Griffin, I believe you two are taking this on, so I'll turn the time over to both of you.
Thank you, Chair. Director Jennifer Thronston of Teaching and Learning. Alan and I are here today to go over the instructional materials review process and inform the board of how the process works and to answer any questions related to that process. So I will take you through a slide deck to start, and then we will pause at the end for questions, in which Alan and I will be happy to field those questions and hopefully provide any greater clarity about the process. So first, just to kind of outline what we're talking about when we talk about instructional materials. In a board rule as well as in code, it is defined as instructional materials include these things that you see there on your screen. So I'll give you just a moment to read those. So it's a pretty broad representation, but also a narrow representation in terms of these are the types of materials that we review when we're talking about instructional materials. Specifically, we kind of go through a 5-step process. And so I'm going to walk you through each part of the process so you see how all the components work together, ultimately leading LEAs to look at their options, whether they use our resource or their own tools and resources or a combination thereof to make their own local decisions, as local context is of most importance. What works in one community in Utah may not be appropriate or usable in another community. And so when we're looking at it from a board perspective as staff, we're really looking at 2 things. Does it align with the law? Is it in compliance? And does it align well with our standards? Those are our 2 primary vehicles, which then lead the LEAs to look at their local context, anything specific that they really want to have in curriculum. So to start with step 1, we'll kind of go through each of these steps in a linear fashion. Some of them happen concurrently, but in general, it's a pretty logical lockstep. Here's how this kind of operates. So step 1, the publishers of the instructional materials submit their materials to our staff. And under Utah code, if they are material that they're seeking for primary use, which is how it's defined in code, that this is kind of a core instruction material, then they are required to have an independent summary of how well their curriculum aligns with our standards. And that has to be outside of the actual publisher, but provided by somebody else who looked at our standards, who looked at their materials and said, here's how well your product aligns with Utah standards. So just to kind of hit on the code piece that is required for any published materials that a publisher wants to say, we want these considered for core instructional use, or what we call primary instruction. The step 1 further on with the publisher submissions is basically we look at what they submit through our instructional materials database and make sure that the data is correct. Then we provide access to all parts of those instructional materials for the review. So we take everything they submitted. In the last couple of years, everything's been digital submissions. In prior years, we actually had mailings of materials that would come in, and our staff would sort those and put them on shelves and hand them out to the educators reviewing. So depending on the circumstances, the type of material, if we either get it in our hands or digitally, everything is provided in the space of review. And they tell us what those materials, what curriculum area they would like them considered for. So they might be submitting an English textbook or a social studies material. They're very clear about the curriculum area that that material is expected. Once we have all those materials, our staff organizes our Utah educators to attend to those two primary objectives that I started with. One, does it align with our standards? And two, is it in compliance with the law? And so our Utah educators are pulled from the community. We reach out to our directors in the content areas and others to say, who would you recommend to do these reviews? We have those experts in those curriculum areas come either virtually or face-to-face to do those reviews, to go through the process and looking for these two pieces of the puzzle. Do they align with our standards, and do they meet the law? So furthermore, with the Utah educators, they are provided with rubrics to evaluate those instructional material reviews. Specifically, those rubrics cover content. There's some specific criteria, and the rubrics were in your board backup, so you've hopefully been able to review those. Accessibility, how accessible are those materials to who might have a disability or other accessibility pieces. Pedagogy, pedagogy also hits on our board rule later around R27328 to ensure that it's not biased and has some of those pieces. And finally, there are some content specific rubrics, especially in the core content areas such as ELA, math, and science, that really go deeper into the instructional standards, but also the practices associated with the shifts in those standards. So with that said, those are kind of the rubric pieces, and you have all of those in your board backup. And then on the right side are they, once they've done those reviews, they've looked at the rubrics, they followed those protocols, they've considered the law and the standards. Then they're also, as they're doing the review, generating narratives to describe the desirable and undesirable features of the curriculum they're reviewing. And they're verifying that standards alignment. So we trust yet verify the alignment that the publishers give us, that they had to conduct through an independent partnership, but we want to make sure that that's true and accurate. And so our reviewers also do another verification of standards alignment. So those are the two main things that our educators are really operating upon. Then they're going to designate, based on their review, where they feel the curriculum fits. So if the curriculum is comprehensive and covers the standards in a well enough breadth of the standards, then they might recommend it primary, saying this would be great for core instruction, that this material meets all of the standards and objectives and is appropriate for core instruction. If they feel like it meets some of the standards, but not all, then they'll recommend it limited. If they think it's just a resource that's helpful for a teacher, wouldn't necessarily be instructional material that you give students, then they would recommend it as just a teacher resource, something to help them to build their knowledge or their skills in the area to be able to advance their teaching. There's student resources as well, similar to if they think that would be most appropriate for student use to just deepen their understanding, then it's recommended for students. And then the final few are basically, it's either not recommended, they don't meet the standards, they're not in compliance with the law, or there's just something inappropriate in them for the students. Not sampled means we haven't completed the review or for the items that are incomplete. We just didn't review all those things, or not reviewed, they weren't assigned, or we didn't have an opportunity to review them, and we'll have to do that another time. So those are kind of the different criteria at which our Utah educators will determine recommendation levels for the materials that they're reviewing. Those then go into our instructional materials review database and are reviewed by staff. So our instructional staff, so if I'm over English language arts, once the English language arts educators review the curriculum that was submitted by the publishers and has been reviewed by the educators, then I as staff will go and review their reviews and do any additional checking, vetting of what they've recommended or suggested in their narratives that they've included as part of their reviews. Upon completion of that, then we go into step 3. So step 3 is when all those reviews, now that the Utah educators and staff have by statute, that Instructional Materials Commission is their main responsibility is to evaluate instructional materials, then to then send on to you for approval as a board. The membership that you can see of who's engaged in the instructional materials, again, that is defined in code. Those are the representatives on the commission who review all the materials and reviews that we have done to be able to say, yes, we agree, or if they have any questions, they will send those to Alan as the staff present, and he will bring that back to the content liaisons. And we will have further discussion if the Instructional Materials Commission has any concerns or questions about the reviews they've received. So that is the step with the step 3. And next steps, let's say the Instructional Materials Review Committee is like, everything's resolved, they agree with the recommendations. That will then come to the board for their review, as it did last month, and approval. So upon approval, once you guys have reviewed and say, yes, we agree, then we post those results of the reviews to our database and release those publicly, not only for educators, but also for the publishers to view. The final step is they've been out. There's a couple little steps in between that we'll talk about, but the final step is now they're public, they're ready for LEAs to use. As we discussed last time, some LEAs use our database as kind of their primary starting place, in which they say, what is the board reviewed and feels like it has a recommended status? And that is how they might narrow their curriculum search when they're going out and doing an RFP to find their science curriculum, for example. Some LEAs don't use the database at all. It's all based on local choice. Some have local boards that require them to use the database, and some do not. So it's really just a service we provide to kind of narrow down the field of instructional materials, as in some content areas there are lots to choose from, but just know that they've had that initial vetting by the state board to say they meet the standards and they are not out of compliance with state law. That's all our recommendations really get at. And then as the LEAs do their review is to really look at, does this fit our local context? Will this meet our teachers' needs? Will this meet our students' needs? Is there anything in the materials, the readings, the content of the actual materials that might be offensive or inappropriate for our local community? So with that said, there's a few key questions that have come up over the last month from board members that we thought would be helpful to address prior to opening for additional questions you may have. So the first question is, how does the rubrics that we use as part of the educator review attend to our 277328? How's that embedded? So specifically, there is a piece in the rubric that asks them, is the material bias-free? And how that's defined, I'm going to read it to you, is materials must be free from bias and can be used by all students regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, or disability, and is free from advertising, e-commerce, or political interest, and is in compliance with the law and community standards. So it's a very inclusive piece that we help the reviewers know what that means and looks like. Specifically, that rubric criteria is also in the rubric criteria the board has approved for staff when we're sharing curricular materials through email or other avenues. So the representation is really in that bias piece of the rubric to help them to realize, is this in line with our rules and laws related to bias and sensitivity to population. Question number 2, what happens if the publisher changes content without notifying USBE? So let's say the publisher has a digital content material that they could easily say, oh, we're going to swap out Unit 2 for this new curriculum, and what's the process? So the expectation is that if they change any content, that they have to submit notification to USBE for review. If it's a minor change and we look at it and feel like, yep, that's fine, then we accept that and we update the materials. If it's a more significant update, then we actually ask them to resubmit their materials. We don't do the review under the current review process. They will have to come back the subsequent year and actually ask for a brand new review, given the substantive changes to their curriculum. So if they don't notify us, might be a question you have in your mind. It's really great when they do, but if they don't and we find out about it, we have the right to take them off the website, cancel their contract negotiations that they have in terms of having a standard pricing available for the 5 years that they're on the database. And so we kind of remove them from the database to let our LEAs know they're no longer recommended from the state board, given we're not sure what content is in there. So it's really on the best side of the publisher to let us know so they don't lose their privilege of being in the database. Question 3, what does USBE do to notify publishers of new standards? So when publishers are doing their work, they're expected to align to our standards. So what we do is Alan will notify publishers that when we have new standards come out. So for example, social studies will probably be out this summer. We will do notification to all of our publishers who are registered with us that our standards have changed. Here are the new ones. And if they are going to submit a curriculum review for published materials that are addressing social studies, they will have to show that primary alignment to the new social studies standards as part of their submission. So that's our kind of one of our roles at the agency, is just to do the notification process. We have 1 to 2 standard sets a year that updates. And so we just notify our publishers that they have been updated, and in future submissions, they will have to be aligned with those new standards. Question 4, what if a publisher challenges their review outcome or another stakeholder? So we'll start with the publisher. When we publish our reviews, the publishers will look at them and they might have like, you didn't approve my curriculum. I really would like this relooked at. I disagree. Let me give you more information on this item. They can kind of contest or appeal their review. And then that comes back to staff for additional review and consideration, and whether that review gets redone, reconsidered, or it stands. If a stakeholder reaches out, let's say a community member or a teacher or a leader says, hey, we've got some concerns with this curriculum, and we've had this happen in my time as director, we then do the exact same thing we would do for a publisher. We go back in and we review those materials and see if there is need for concern and to adjust that review. So that's kind of the process there. And then finally is the our database. Like, where do you even find all the things for instructional materials? So this is as part of our MIDAS system, which holds our professional learning offerings. It holds our instructional materials review and also our micro-credentials. It's all kind of housed in this main place. But if you're interested in looking at the materials system and what it looks like, there is a link in this slide deck that we'll share with you after the presentation that you can dig into. I'm just going to show it to you for the sake of a quick preview. Once it opens, it's taking just a moment. My computer likes to heavily breathe, and that usually means it's going to shut down. So if it does, I apologize. And here is just what you can see for our review database. This is the landing page as you come into the instructional materials review. Right away, you start to see these recommendations. So we've got recommended primary. That means it covers all the standards, and we have recommended it as it would be an appropriate curriculum for LEAs to consider through their review process, and so on. So you'll just see like SHMOOP. It has some parts that might be helpful to support the French language standards, but insufficient for covering all of them. So it has a recommended limited status. So just to kind of give you a quick view, if you actually click on them and you want to see the more detailed review, all of those details come up. Here's that rubric that folks filled out so we can see where the reviewers felt that it fell. It's just a really easy way for LEAs to kind of start their search for new instructional materials based on reviews done by Utah educators. So with that said, I'm going to pause and hand things back to the chair. Chair, if you'd like, we'd be happy to answer any questions from the board.
You're on mute, Chair.
I thought it was me. Thanks, board member.
All right. Can I be heard? Shows I'm unmuted. Can I be heard?
Yes.
You can now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Member Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Thronson, for going over that review. I'd like to just, a couple of questions. First off, that list that I believe we're being asked to vote to award contracts to, is that the same list that we looked over last month and voted not to award contracts to?
Yes, no changes were made. We were asked as staff to leave it intact. We did go back and review, and I'll let Alan speak to that. We went back with staff and asked them to validate those recommendations one more time, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. So Alan, do you want to speak to the process that we went through between this board meeting and the last?
Yeah, Alan.
Yeah, we called upon several specialists to go through their recommendations and make any corrections or additions or edits, or at least suggest them to us. And several of them did, almost all of them did. And so we have gone through and we have made some additions and corrections in certain places, not to invalidate what the reviewers did, but to make sure that they were accurate. There's a number of places where we did that, but I feel like the specialists gave their stamp of approval on what's there.
Follow-up. Yeah, so help me understand if I'm hearing this correctly. This was brought to the board last month. There were some concerns with it, including we couldn't see the notes or what was commented on the books. Staff took it back, made no changes, but said, hey, put some comments in here. But I never saw them as a board member. So here I feel like I'm being asked to vote on something again that was voted down last month, and this time without seeing the progress, just saying, okay, well, we're going to ask for it again. I don't care for that personally. And I have some other questions, but I think that's the major overarching concern that I have.
Well, I would say in regard to the comments, I mean, as Jennifer indicated, I apologize, board. May I answer the question?
Well, yeah. Well, hang on one sec. We don't interrogate back and forth. Let me just ask, because this is where this direction is going. To Member Hymas's question or comments from the previous board meeting, and then also to here was in our policy and rule, there's nothing in there that says that the evidence of all of these boxes being checked and all these processes is part of some submittal before the board. There was questions last meeting about can we see them, or I haven't been able to see, I'm uncomfortable moving this forward because I want to see, and my takeaway from that was they want to see evidence that the process happened, not only the evidence, but notes and comments. And so now it's back before us again with this overview. And then as and this is a question for Dr. Thronson here, as I'm doing my comparable, I'm not seeing any difference in the list or the motion. And so, I mean, that's what I'm seeing before us, but to Member Hymas's question here to staff, I'm just trying to help move this on. He's wanting to see, I'm calling it evidence. Is that where you're, and I guess, well, I'll go back to Member Hymas. I'm just trying to help couch your question of staff or what your expectation is.
Yeah, I think you're right on point, Chair, is that this was brought to us. We voted it down and asked for more information so we can see it. I personally was never shown any additional information. And now here I am asked to award contracts again. So how can I in good conscience 1 month say, no, I need to see more information, and then this month say, yeah, okay, great work. And I'm sure there's a lot of work that has happened, and I'm sure it has been great, but we had asked and hoped to see some more information, and we haven't.
May I respond?
Chair,
Yeah.
if I can respond.
Yeah.
We don't have any specific required notes from the board meeting of what things you wanted us to look into other than to review the reviews, which we did. So we have to remember the steps in the process: publishers submit, educators review. Their review said to recommend those materials as we brought to you. Our staff reviewed as well. They reviewed a second time, and the Instructional Materials Commission has reviewed. So we have several steps in the process to do this work. So if there are specific things you would like us to look at with specific curriculum, we'd be happy to do so. But at this time, we have no hesitations as staff with the recommendations we're bringing to you today.
So let me just go back because of how the motion went. Member Hymas, the motion I mean, there was a motion on the table. People were discussing what they liked, what they didn't like, their concerns, but there was never a motion that came from the body to say, I want a presentation different, or have it different. There wasn't a motion that gave direction that stated a change in the process, and I'm going to go to being a little more specific, because I think that's what your question is, Member Hymas, is that outside of process, you have Dr. Thronson and others saying that the steps were followed in compliance to rule and statute, and then the dialogue was, well, I'd like to see more, but the motion was to move it forward, and it failed to move forward. So the motion came back again while staff did their due diligence, which tried to bring more surety that compliance, that the process was in compliance with what's rule and statute. And I guess there's a question for Director Thronson. Did I miss that, or is that the intent?
My understanding, we were not requested any particular ones to do. Our review was to make sure the reviews we were going to come back to committee, and then we were changed to coming back to full board. So that's what we've done, is provided that overview of the process, as there were a lot of questions from board members of what was the process, how do we go about reviewing these materials so we can feel confident in the reviews that are coming out and the recommendations. And that is what we brought to you today. Like I said, we're happy to go and review particular curriculum materials that you have questions about, but we were not charged with that in the last board meeting.
So, and then I think Dr. Norman, I thought I saw a hand up and then not, but now I'm not. Oh, there it is.
Yes. Yeah, Chair Huntsman, you spoke articulately to what I was going to state. We actually went back and listened to that board meeting so that we were aware of what was being asked of us as staff. And so Alan and Jennifer were able to go back and listen, and that's how they created the PowerPoint that you saw today. The slide deck was formed after the questions were asked in board meeting. And so if there's more information, we can, of course, bring that back to you if needed. But Chair Huntsman, you spoke to what I was going to say.
Okay, well, just from being there and chairing at the point, those were the takeaways that I had when that motion fell, because those questions that were asked of members. But
Chairman, I'd respond.
Yes.
I went back and reviewed the recording of the board meeting twice, and I was aware of Board Member Hymas's concerns at the beginning. He illustrated that he was concerned with some of the social studies materials, as well as some of the health education materials. I had our health specialist go through through the process again and look carefully at all of the health education materials. And she was supportive of the reviews that were there. Now, I would say that the rubric itself has, several items that people can select from, and they're in some detail. It was the case that the people who reviewed the health materials decided to do their narrative in the evaluation section that is on top of the review. They did not respond to the narratives for the individual sections. Now, that was not required in the rubric as it is. I have asked our programmers that in the future that there must needs be a response in each of those narrative areas. Now, for the social studies materials, I found two items that were kind of sketchy in the way they were outlined. And I went back with some social studies specialists and updated those. And so there is narratives in those areas for social studies materials. Those were the two areas that I garnered that Board Member Hymas was concerned about. And those are the corrective actions that I took in that regard.
Okay. We got some other hands up. here, we do not have a motion on the table or this post presentation. Member Moss.
Sorry, I had to unmute. Thank you. Yeah, I think there were several board members who raised concerns either from materials they'd reviewed or from parents of inappropriate material. And I saw some of that stuff. I went down through, and the stuff I know about is UEN. I don't know, frankly, where that fits in here, but there's some material in there that I understand we make available to folks, and it's couched in racial consciousness, and then it goes into sexually explicit material and how you can share it with kids. And that was just my particular rabbit hole. It took 2 clicks, which is about 5 seconds. I'm not hearing how those concerns were addressed. I know the protocols and the procedures were reviewed, but I think that was the nature of some of the problem, is whether the protocols are catching that kind of material. So I haven't submitted mine. I thought we might be hearing about, where is it that you're seeing inappropriate potential material. We're of course board members, but we're hearing this from parents and trying to pass it along and funnel it through appropriate channels. Was there or is there, an effort to look and see whether these protocols are catching some of the things that prompted those concerns in the last board meeting? I think I recall we did not give some specific motion, or instruction, but I think that was the nature of the concern. And I don't know that we've heard anything since the last meeting about, looking into those concerns that were raised. So if it's possible to address that somehow.
So Member Moss, just so I understand your question was, I tried to get something specific there, calling something out. You're talking about UEN or some other materials. I'm trying to be specific, but maybe before you, I think that's what you were saying or requesting or concern.
Mine was, yeah, mine, I haven't reviewed everything, but I understood UEN to be one that somebody raised a red flag. So I took a look at that, saw something problematic, but I seem to recall some other board members finding other problems. And I'm just curious if we had a chance to look into that stuff, or if not, if there's another way that the concerns that we raised last time can be.
Dr. Norman, can you respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board Member Moss. The question that you're, let me clarify, is the UEN resources. And so what we're doing right now that Alan was in charge of is not the UEN resources, it was those that were being submitted by vendors for approval for the standards. And so that's what he has here. I know that Jennifer is driving on that. So that would be a different question than what we're doing in the Instructional Material Center for review. These are just for an initial recommendation for the 2 areas that Dr. Thronson talked about. Do they align with the law and, the standards that we have? So when they align with those 2 things, then it's still up to the LEA to do a final review, a complete and thorough final review, and have it approved with their board as well. So this is 2 different entities. So UEN would be something different. And Dr. Thronson, I can see that you're driving, and if you'll explain what that process looks like and how they're different, that Chair, if you would allow that.
Yeah, Dr. Thronson.
Yes, so UEN is not considered a publisher, so they do not submit their publications to USBE as part of the instructional materials review process. They are an independent entity who produces their own content and material, and USBE doesn't have authority over their materials at this time. So in terms of what we submit, there's no UEN content in these proposals that we have in front of you. And for the ones that were mentioned in board meeting last time, we did have staff, as Alan explained, review those materials again to see if they aligned with the standards and met law. And our staff did not find any issues at this time. That doesn't say that we looked at, some of the materials we get have thousands of pages. And so our review is looking at what we can in those times. And then if the community, the LEAs are looking at it and saying, hey, we noticed this, what do you guys think? That's when we can go back through and review and remove. So it's, but the boards, the prompt today ahead of you is to approve the recommendations as we have for you today. If there are issues that people come across, there's nothing that requires us to leave it up as a recommended product. So if we find something that is disconcerting, we can go ahead and do another review and remove that material if we see fit at any time. We don't have any contractual obligation to leave those materials up if we find something that is alarming or disconcerting or doesn't align with the law or our standards. So with that said, hopefully that puts you at some ease and peace that we do have a process that if we do find things that are concerning, that we can deal with those in a timely fashion.
Member Moss, do you have a follow-up?
Well, just thank you. Thank you for the clarification. It's sometimes difficult to know whether districts can access the materials that we make available through the state and a state approved resource like UEN, whether that could go out to districts. And so, I don't know if others had specific issues, but what I'm hearing is that if we have, as board members, hear things and we have a specific place, it typically tends to be online, I think, that we can send that to you, Director Thronson, and just say, hey, here's something we'd like to take a look at. Is that
Yeah, if it's something we've been promoting or we have in our RIMS database, that would be something we would want to know about if people have concerns. And we have a process built in for reviewing concerns as they come to us. We had a teacher last year. There was some social studies material that the reviewers had approved and recommended and had made it through the instructional materials, had made it through the board. And then they came back and said, hey, we noticed this. Our social studies specialist reviewed it and decided they were right. This material should not be recommended. And so we do have processes and procedures in place to remove content when those things come up.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, Vice Chair Belknap.
Thank you. So just for clarity, Alan, that it's on a 5-year review. We are reviewing content for law and to align with statute. To align with standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Chair, I have a motion.
Okay. Please
I gotta find it. I have to toggle. I'm working with one. Sorry, Chair, I didn't have this up.
You want me to,
I've got it.
You got it?
I've got it. Okay, I move that the board adopts the recommendations by the Utah State Instructional Materials Commission and directs staff to award contracts to the various publishers to furnish instructional materials to the schools of Utah.
Is there a second?
Second, Lear.
Second. You want to speak to your motion?
I just want to say one thing, that I voted against this last time, but after spending time in this and this discussion today has given me much more clarity that this lands squarely on the backs of the LEAs to make this decision if they want to use these products that we have reviewed for those 2 items. Thank you.
Okay, we have a discussion to the motion. Member Booth.
I just wanted to emphasize that what we are voting on is very clearly approving a group of resources that have been looked at, as Dr. Thronson said, in 2 very specific ways. Does it comply with the law, and does it speak to the standards that we have adopted in each of the content areas? That's it. We're not trying to say, okay, this is what you should do in the local area. We're saying it complies in these 2 areas. So review this in your local LEA. And they are the ones that are going to take responsibility for content and for the materials that will be then adopted by the individual school districts or charter schools or whoever. I'm so grateful for the work that is being done by USBE staff to actually make the effort a very huge and complex effort to review these materials, even to assert that, yes, they're in compliance with the law and they do speak to the standards that we have adopted. And I think it's such a wonderful resource. We need to be expressing gratitude. It's a help and an assist to those local folks who have to make the decisions in terms of adoption of the individual LEAs. So I'm fully supportive of our staff and the great work that they're doing. They're thorough approach to this and recognize that we're not expecting them to find every little detail that ought to be considered before an adoption at the local level. Thank you.
Member Earl? Jenny, Member Earl?
Yes, sorry, it's just taking me a minute to unmute here. So I
There you are.
apologize. Just two questions now. I should have written them down. Question number one, oh, a couple of things. The UETN contents, and I know we're not talking about that today, but that does, by and large, that comes from us. So there should be vetting that takes place there before we put it up there. Not everything, but there is a lot of that. So that's just a side note. My other question is, if there is a content specifically that we wanted to look at, we've seen it, like we may have read the comments and we'd like to look at the materials. Is there a way to do that? Are those accessible to a board member if they wanted to actually look at the content?
Dr. Thronson or Dr. Norman, one of the two of you, you have a response?
It's probably an Alan question, if you don't mind me deferring.
Okay. Sorry.
Yes, Board Member Earl, we make agreements with publishers to review the materials and to go in and look at the content very carefully. And that content is available for a certain period of time. The publishers obviously want to protect it so that it's not there for anyone at any given time. However, if there are any questions about the content from a board member, it's easy for me to contact publishers. I have a good relationship with them. And most of them have been very agreeable to extend the amount of time so a board member could go in and do that. I would have to make an arrangement within the database so that you'd have permission to do that. But it's certainly possible, and I'm sure publishers would be happy to extend the time so that you can do that.
Okay, thank you. I had another question.
While you're thinking of it, is there a form or a release that, Alan, that a board member would have to sign so that they're not taking that? I know that all those words are special and they've got dollar signs attached to them, and they don't want them going out to their other sources in some other way. Are they required to do any kind of
not currently, and I would say that we have designed the database so it is protected, so that the only people who can go in and see the actual samples are the reviewers and the commission. But at any given time, I can extend permissions so that a board member could do that. And I guess I'm the gatekeeper, so to speak, as to who could go in and do that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Member Earl, I just thought it was.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh goodness, I should write these down. I get thinking, my brain does. I apologize. Oh my gosh.
You want me to come
The other
back?
comment, I had two other comments. I can't remember the one. Oh, my comment is when something comes out of our instructional materials commission, and I'm not saying districts are not vetting it, but they're considering it usable. Does that make sense based on those recommendations? So while they probably go back through it a little bit, at the same time, they do rely heavily on those recommendations. And so and I know I'm not suggesting we don't take it serious or anything, but it certainly does carry a lot of weight for districts. And then the other comment has to do with one of the comments that, well, one of the items that was not recommended, which is the 1776 Unites, which is a compilation of stories from Black American history. While that may not align directly with our core, the stories in that particular narrative are very, they're powerful stories. So I don't know, I have a little bit of a concern that was considered not recommended when you go back and look at that information. Anyways, and I read through the comments of people that had vetted it, but it is interesting that it was not even considered as a possible resource, not as a primary. So anyways, those are my thoughts.
All right, thank you. I had member Straight, but your hand's down now. Okay, member Hymas.
Just quickly, I'm going to speak against the motion. Just for the same purpose that I did last month, and that is my name goes on this. I have to answer for some of these as well when people reach out. And so I would love to have that access to see. I know that the staff has done work on it. I'm sure it's great work. I just love to see it so that when I say, yeah, I voted for that, or no, I didn't, there's a purpose behind that, instead of just saying, yeah, I voted for it. I don't know what it entails. I'm sure it's good, but that's why I'm speaking against the motion today, because I can't put my name on it yet. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. The motion before the board, and then we'll vote. The motion before the board is that the board adopt the recommendations by the Utah State Instructional Materials Commission and direct staff to award contracts to the various publishers to furnish instructional materials to the schools of Utah. Board members at this time, please vote. Okay, the motion passes and I have 4 no votes. That's member Hein, member Klein, member Earl, member Hanson. Is that how you see it, vice chairs?
What was the first name you said?
It's board member Hymas first.
Hymas, or member Hymas, member Klein, member Earl, member Hanson.
Correct.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, I'll keep my comments short on my board chair's report. I just want to recognize the opportunity we've had in the past, the Utah School Boards Association, to attend their 90th annual conference. Their president, their leadership, their directors, their membership very much appreciates seeing and interacting with the State Board of Education's board members, and then also some staff also was able to attend that. It was very informative and a lot of good information and a lot of good dialogue. And from what I hear from their leadership, they very much appreciated you taking advantage of that opportunity to attend. Also in that same conference, I just want to give a shout out. Utah State Board of Education presented on trust lands. It was entitled "What Trust Lands Mean to You," and however, I was one of the presenters, but I wasn't much of a presenter. But who presented was Paula Plant, our Director of School Children's Trust, and Elise Newey, who's our School Children's Trust facilitator. The first time I was able to meet Elise Newey, and through all of that process, or while we were presenting and before and after, all I ever heard was how awesome these 2 individuals are in answering questions and moving that forward. It was also brought up that last year, $90 million was distributed there in the school trust lands funds. There's also a great deal of appreciation was expressed from USBA to pass on to the board we've revised some of the rules and come up with more flexibility for those funds. Of course, there's more accountability now with those funds going to the individual schools, and a lot better participation from the community councils So thank you there at with our trust land funds, and then also for your participation. Moving forward, we're going into the legislative session. It's a marathon, but it's a sprint. It's a great opportunity as leadership, and then also staff can do their very best to keep you informed of what's happening there and tracking bills. You see our legislative assets all get started. Believe we're presenting next Wednesday in that space. So again, if you have any questions or concerns through any of that process and you want to participate, feel free to reach out to leadership and or staff to be aware of that. My third part, and I'll just keep it really short, is you've heard the superintendent's report of the challenges that are happening in public education. There's also a lot of victories. I'm not contradicting a report. I don't want to spend time on the challenges, but a lot of players in our public education space are stepping up the plate, delivering public education, and that is very much supported. Board member Earl brought it up in her board member message about families and how important they are in participating in all this process. They are family involvement, engagement, and making education happen is on the forefront of most of the LEAs that I know of, if not all, of dealing with their concerns and issues, and then also in what's happening with their children in this difficult learning time. And so I just want to recognize and give a shout out and an invitation to you as board members that anyone you know, as you're coming and going and you see a classified employee or educator or administrator, be sure and pause a little bit and thank them. You know, I'm not sure with social distancing and what you can and do and touch and pat them on the back, but they sure do appreciate a non-solicited thank you through these challenging times. And then I just want to sum up my report with, we have a 15-member board. You guys are all relevant in the education process here at the State Board of Education. Thank you for your service, not only to the board, but in the other committees and other assignments that you have that you bring good stuff forward, good things forward, not stuff, to the board. So thank you for your service there. That concludes my report. I try to keep it short, not a lot of visuals. I'm not sharing a lot of numbers. Any questions for me? Please take that invitation to express gratitude if you would. We're going to move right along. I am going to turn the time over to Vice Chair Davis to go through our committee reports, and you're welcome to push the water to the end of the row or go as far as you want, Vice Chair Davis. Pass the reports if you would like.
Audit Chair Belknap has told me that they do not have any report to make this month. So we will move straight into the Finance Committee report. And it looks like Chair Jim Moss is going to report out today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, yes, thank you, Vice Chair. We've got 3 items up for presentation. The first is R277-726, which addresses the state online education program. And we had a couple of clarifying points. We had a pretty good discussion about the clarification needed, the reasons for the clarification. You'll see in the background, we were talking about some clarity between monitoring and auditing as it relates to the SOEP program, about the obligation to provide information to USBE for use in monitoring, and then some clarity on the assessments that SOEPs are required to provide. So I think we had last time Director Thronson was on most of this one, if I recall correctly, but I'll just present the motion and we'll see if we have any questions. The recommended action from the committee is the board continues and approves R277-726, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-726 statewide online education program draft 1 on second and final reading. Do we have discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. I see that passes unanimously. Other chairs, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Moss.
Thank you. The next one deals with a recent tweak in federal law for which we simply needed to adjust and provide clarity to make sure that the LEAs are not out of compliance when they're trying to complete their audits. So those that receive more than $750,000 in federal funding are subject to a federal single audit, typically prepared external auditors for the LEAs by November 30th. An auditor alert came out from our office from our state auditor's office, because there's outstanding guidance from the federal government that won't be available until after the first of the year. And so it would be premature to complete that audit. And accordingly, the adjustment here is to delay that in time to follow that federal guidance. So the recommended action is that the board approves that the USBA concur with the auditor alert and have USBA staff monitor the LEAs for adherence to the timelines and requirements of the single audit timelines and submissions.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board approves that the USBE occur with auditor alert and have USBE staff monitor the LEAs for adherence to the timelines and requirements of the single audit timelines and submissions. Any discussion to the motion? Board Member Straight?
Just clarification, what is a single audit?
Chair Moss?
May I defer that to staff to make sure we get it right? I'd like to
absolutely
understand it, but that's pretty technical. So,
Chair, it's Scott.
Please, Deputy Superintendent Jones.
Yeah, I apologize. If I turn my camera on, I freeze. The single audit is federally mandated for LEAs that receive in excess of $750,000 from federal sources. So those LEAs have to incur what is called a single audit. That's pretty much what it is in a nutshell. Does that answer his question, ma'am?
Any follow-up, Board Member Straight?
Well, I was just wondering, does single mean it's only related to that pile of money? It's not overall? Or does it mean, I guess I'm just still not quite certain what it means.
Yeah, it's an audit of that particular entity for receipt of those funds that are in excess of the $750,000 for the program.
I see a thumbs up. Thank you. Sam Yuri, I saw a hand up, but then it went down.
Oh, I think we've clarified this pretty well, but just for Member Straight's information, this is conducted by the same auditor that that conducts the external audit for LEAs, and yes, it will apply to their federal funding only. So.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other hands. We have a motion on the floor that the board approves that the USBE concur with the auditor alert and have USBE staff monitor the LEAs for adherence to the timelines and requirements of the single audit timelines and submissions. Please vote. I see that the voting is unanimous. Chairs, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chair Moss.
Thank you. And the third and last action item is the review and approval of charter school revolving loans. We had a good discussion from Deputy Superintendent Jones on the reasons for the application here, the stability of the schools. One of them had a contingency, Utah Arts. It's got a new building coming in, and that one was contingent on receiving funding from another source as well. So having reviewed all of those, the motion, as I'm pulling it up, is that the board recommended action from the committee is that the board approves the charter school revolving loan applications in the following amounts: Da Vinci Academy, $300,000, Career Academy of Utah, $300,000, and the Utah Arts Academy, $281,000.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board approves the charter school revolving loan applications in the listed amounts, and board member Hanson has discussion.
Just a question about the Utah Arts Academy loan. I understand that Utah Arts Academy is the precursor or the predecessor of Tuacahn High. Can you help us? There was probably some discussion in the finance committee. Can you help us understand that and the impact that it has on that loan?
Madam Chair, Scott.
Please.
Sir, this is the successor to Tuacahn. So this is the new school, and Sam can jump in here if I'm incorrect on this. But essentially, you know, due to the circumstances that related to Tuacahn and, you know, the decision to basically establish themselves as this new school, this money is warranted and allowable for them to proceed under this new school name charter, you know, and apply for the loan. Is that the question is that the question Board Member Hanson's asking, Madam Chair? And did I answer it?
Board Member Hanson.
Yeah, that goes to the question. I just wondered, did Tuacahn have any outstanding loans that were rolled over then into Utah Arts Academy, or was everything satisfied there? And then this, as a new school, they're able to get this money. Is that correct?
Madam Chair?
Please.
Yeah, so as a new school, yes, sir, they're allowed to get this funding. You know, sir, I don't know for certain if Tuacahn had outstanding loan balances. I don't think so. May we call on Director Uri to see if he knows? If not, we can follow back up and answer that question.
Yes, School Finance Director Uri.
Yes, I am not aware, Member Hanson, of any outstanding loans. We are still working with them to transfer some of the outstanding reimbursement-based grant programs within our Utah grants system. But as far as outstanding loans, I'm not aware of any at this time.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Scott again.
Please.
I'm like 99.9% sure, sir, that Tuacahn didn't have an outstanding school revolving or a charter school revolving loan, but I can answer that probably here in like 15 minutes. That's okay.
And if Dallin Pinier is joining here, he could possibly answer that for us as well.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, Vice Chair, maybe to direct the investigation, I just want to make sure that we're confident that nothing's dropped in the cracks when we go from one entity to another. It's kind of an acquisition or a transfer of assets and liabilities, I would assume. Wanted to make sure that all that was being looked at.
Madam Chair, Scott.
Yes, and if Dallin's here, we're happy to hear from him as well. Go ahead, Scott.
Yes, ma'am. And to Board Member Hanson's point, absolutely, sir. The transition process to even what Director Uri articulated, you know, because we're so adept because of your support for systems, i.e. the grants management system, this transition process has actually gone really well. We're able to track, you know, again, to his point, where they were exactly at with reimbursement requests, how much funding in the allotment memos were being tracked, any obligations. You know, I apologize that at my level, I don't know for certain that they didn't have an outstanding loan, but we can answer that here quickly. By all intensive purposes, the process is very tight, and that we shouldn't miss a beat as far as all the details that go with this type of process. Madam Chair, did I address Board Member Hanson's questions or concerns?
Yes, Well, I don't know. Board Member Hanson, did he address?
Yes, I think that addresses the concerns. So the key point here then is that the change in status from an existing school, Tuacahn, to a new school, Utah Arts, made them eligible for this funding. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are-
Through the chair. Sorry, yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not trying to direct, but you have an opportunity to postpone if you want to wait for that additional information from Dallin, or go ahead and move, or not make a motion to do that.
No, I'm fine. I
am here, so I apologize.
Oh, there we go.
Are you aware of what the question was, Dallin?
Was it that if they had an additional loan? Is that what the question was for Chair Davis?
Yes, I believe so.
If you just give me 2 seconds, I don't know off the top of my head, but I can find that out right now. So I do apologize. One moment here.
It was about Tuacahn, Dallin, whether they still had a debt outstanding.
Yeah.
Correct, Tuacahn, right?
While you're looking that up, Dallin, I'm going to go to Board Member Lear.
Okay.
And my question was similar to Scott's, because I thought this was what he was asking. I wondered, not just is there an outstanding revolving loan, but were there outstanding fiscal auditing issues as the school switched over, and would that prohibit a school from getting a revolving loan? It's maybe two-part compound question. Sorry.
Madam Chair, Scott.
Yes, go ahead.
The answer to Board Member Lear's question specific to were there outstanding issues, there were not.
Thanks.
And then she had a second part of the question, Deputy Superintendent Jones. If a charter were in the same situation and they did have outstanding loans or debts, would it prohibit them being able to be approved for this revolving loan?
Madam Chair, Scott, potentially yes. I mean, depending on what the specificity of those issues were, the authorizer would have to address those issues by way of the current rules that are in place, for the application process or what have you for that charter school. So, without knowing like a specific example of the extent, now, obviously, if there were deep financial concerns or they weren't compliant, compliance is essential, and it doesn't necessarily just mean compliance with financial requirements. It also means compliance with programmatic requirements that could prevent not just this school, but any school from either becoming a new school or opening a new school, or even expanding in with a satellite campus. If there's not compliance and they're, say, on a corrective action plan, then the authorizer would have to, or necessarily would have to, address that by way of the current rules and processes that are in place. Madam Chair, did I address Board Member Lear's question or concern?
She's nodding, so I believe
adequately. Yes, thank you.
And
Yes,
I'm going to slip over to Chair Huntsman in case he has an additional question for Dallin before we go back to Dallin.
I'm sure. Let's see what Dallin may be addressing.
Okay.
I'm going to address. I'd rather.
Official title.
I apologize. My name is Dallin Pinier. I'm a school finance specialist and charter authorizer liaison.
Thank you. I apologize for not knowing that. And
okay, no worries.
But that's really long.
It is a long title. Kind of two different things, but I don't see that they currently have a loan at this point. So if that alleviates any of the concerns, they currently, not from what I can see, that they don't have a loan.
Madam Chair, Scott.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll report publicly that Tuacahn did not have any outstanding charter school revolving loan balances.
Thank you both. Chair Huntsman.
I'm going to lower my hand because my understanding from the last meeting was that they didn't. And I just wanted to, I'm just a board member, but when I looked into it, they didn't. And this is basically like a new school, new startup, new vision, support from the LEA that's in the boundary and kind of essential need on the loan. But these are all really good questions, but they've been answered, so I'll just not comment.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, we have a motion on the floor that the board approves the charter school revolving loan applications in the following amounts: Da Vinci Academy, $300,000, Career Academy of Utah, $300,000, and Utah Arts Academy, $281,000. Please vote. The voting appears unanimous. Let's move on to Law and Licensing Committee report. Chair Lear. You're muted.
Actually, it will be Vice Chair Booth who chaired the meeting.
Vice Chair Booth.
Thank you very much.
Chair, hey, can I just dive in by being the chair, but I pass it on?
Yes.
One thing in the interest of time, because maybe a lot of these things have already been read, and then if people want more clarity, they could ask, but maybe if we just stay to the motions that came out of committee without a bunch of background might help move the meeting on, but it's up to you. I'll so you as vice chair, you're chairing it, but.
That's a suggestion to our presenters to just move forward with motions without lots of background.
We can get into background if the board needs it, if they have
questions.
That's great. I'm all about let's move it along. All right. Our first motion for the board, the committee moves that board continue and approve R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments Draft 2 on second and final reading. Board Member Norton.
Yes, I have a question about this assessment, and I am wondering if there are any plans or they're seeing anything on the future whereby the extra testing that is being placed on these children is going to be alleviated. I'm particularly concerned with the third graders who, in addition to Acadience reading, beginning, middle, end, now Acadience math, beginning, middle, end, they also take RISE benchmarks and end of year level. Plus these third graders also have, their typical formative and summative assessments in their classrooms. And I can see some pretty direct arrows showing there's going to be some testing fatigue for these little people. I'm just wondering if that is in the works or on the purview of anyone.
Thank you.
Someone from staff?
And I'm looking for a hand from staff. Would that be Deputy Superintendent Norman, Director Thronson, anybody?
Assistant Superintendent Darren Nielsen.
Assistant.
Yes, I'm here and I can address that if you would like, Chair.
Great, thank you.
We'll actually, it's interesting because tomorrow in Finance Committee, we'll be reviewing the testing time, total time spent on testing as a result of state tests. But in terms of their direction towards reducing the requirements that are established currently all come through state statutes. So it would
Assistant Superintendent Nielsen. Darren,
the question that you asked would require policymakers.
Darren, can I ask you to turn your video off? Because there's a lag in your sound. And I think if you turn your video off, we'll get it clearer. Thank you.
Does that sound better?
So far.
Okay, I apologize. And I don't know how much you could hear there. Including these, the Acadience reading and Acadience math, the RISE assessment, at least the summative assessments that have been mentioned a moment ago, those all come through requirements that are established in state code. So the question of, is there any effort being taken to reduce those burdens, particularly on third grade students? That would need to come through policymakers to make that type of change or action.
Do you have a follow-up question, Board Member Norton?
I do have a follow-up question. Also, in particular, if I may ask, is that okay?
Please.
With that Acadience math test, that's a paper pencil test. And in many situations, it's given one-on-one with the students, and then it has to be hand scored by the teachers. Do you see any light at the end of that tunnel that this is going to be automated? There's a way to get this that does not require so much time and effort to give this assessment.
Chair, can I address that?
Please.
Board Member Norton, while I don't have any specific things that I can cite in terms of progress towards reducing or expediting the data entry portion or expediting the proctoring components of the Acadience math, I can say that USB staff, various USB staff members have been working with LEA representatives on that very topic of determining ways and putting in place resources that can help help educators manage the demands that are in place because of the statute. There are LEAs in the state who have been administering Acadience math prior to the legislative requirement that all schools do that. And some efficiencies have been developed in USB staff, particularly in teaching and learning, and assessment have been working with those LEAs to try to expand those efficiencies across the state.
Thank you. I have some sincere concerns about this particular situation, and especially with the vendor involved. And I have a hard time thinking that this is going to be a big help for anybody at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Norton. Board Member Earl.
Yeah, this is more of a comment. When we as a board recommend that they do more assessments, this is what we get. So, and I'm just saying, this isn't something that Board Member Norton put into place, but it is a previous movements and direction that was put forward by previous boards. And so we really have to be thoughtful of the consequences of our actions. And while it is in law, I believe that it was supported by many on the board. So those are my comments. And I do agree we're over testing children instead of over educating them or providing them education. So.
Thank you, Board Member Lear.
With this firsthand information expressed so clearly, is this the kind of thing that we could still make a legislative request to legislators and address it even this year, given that we're approaching the session? Is that a timely request? And that's, I guess, a question for Angie Stallings or Jeff perhaps, or maybe Darren.
Assistant Superintendent Nielsen.
I would defer to either Deputy Stallings or probably somebody in her section in regards to advancing any type of legislative request.
And before we move to her, I just want a quick clarification or a question for you. Was there thought in the legislation with the doubling up of the third grade with the RISE and the Acadience? Because the other grades only have one or the other. And if that was perhaps maybe an oversight or something, I don't know, would we need to ask legislative, make a legislative request to fix that?
Yeah, I don't know that I would say it was an oversight. It is important to note that each assessment has its own unique purposes, a role that it plays. The RISE assessments that begin in the third grade, they fulfill a specific role in terms of meeting the state's responsibilities around ESSA and being able to determine the proficiency rate for third grade students in language arts and math. And the Acadience math and also the Acadience reading have different purposes that they've been developed for and then also brought into our environment here in Utah for. So I wouldn't say that there was oversight in that. as much as there seemed to be multiple needs, which brings into place these 2 different assessments, or 3 if we consider RISE and then Acadience Math and Acadience Reading,
That's helpful. Yeah,
there were
thank you.
needs for that these assessments were brought in place to try to help with.
That's helpful. Thank you. Board Member Lear.
You're muted, Carol.
Muted.
I just wondered if that could be discussed more length, and it might be an appropriate request to the legislature. I'd like to explore it further now that we have a firsthand, very articulate comment about it.
Director Van Holten.
I just wanted to make sure that Board Member Lear's question was answered regarding seeking the legislation. And if I understood correctly, was part of it just wondering if we're out of time to seek the bill? Is that what you were asking, Board Member Lear?
I was just saying, is this the kind of thing, is there still a time period when we could process this, and perhaps maybe we need to know more. I wouldn't vote on it today, but I would like to know more. And if others confirm what Kristen's saying, then I think it's really worth making this request. These are little kids. I think, and given this culture and the whole situation, this might be a really good time to request a change. But so I'm just saying, is it still timely, and could we explore it more?
Understood. And it depends, yes and no, in terms of timing with the legislature. It would depend a lot on the sponsor you get and if they can carry it forward. I would say in terms of timing, if the board were to pursue a legislative request at this point, the odds are not stacked in your favor, but you're not out of time. You just have to kind of go in knowing that there's a decent shot. It might be something that gets pushed to next session if it doesn't make it out in time, but you're never too late per se.
Thank you. Director Johnson.
Yes, thank you. As one of the people that helped with the bill that got, I just wanted to speak to the rationale of having the 3rd grade RISE and the 3rd grade Acadience, and just the whole process in general. So as a classroom teacher, I had such similar tools as what we have in Acadience Math and Acadience Reading, and they were powerful. I think what we haven't given our teachers the opportunity is to see that power, because we haven't even made it through a full year of implementation. Not saying they're not right, that it doesn't take time to grade. And what we talked about internally and with stakeholders that were like, what can we do in the meantime with so much ESSER fund available? If they want to give their teachers time to score those assessments additionally outside of the school day, they could do that. They could pay others to score them. We've helped kind of generate solutions of how to address some of the time constraints associated with the assessment. We anticipated going to the legislature next year to request some funding to support the administration and scoring of the assessment. But the power in this assessment is the teacher looking at what the student answers. And so having an auto score without some engagement by the teacher really doesn't add value in the mathematics assessment, because when you're looking through it and you see, oh, they missed every fraction question, that tells me as a teacher, I probably need to revisit fractions with this student. And that is the power of the assessment, that you can't just look at the end result and make instructional decisions with the way Acadience Math is designed. And so having done this myself, I used to progress monitor my kids every 2 weeks to see who was getting what and who didn't know. And my kids grew 2 to 3 years in 1 year of instruction because I knew exactly what they needed from having assessments like this. RISE does not give you that opportunity to know what the kid needs in that moment. And that's what Acadience Math brings to 3rd grade, that the RISE assessment doesn't provide. That interim check along the way to know if the instruction I provided is being received and understood and the learning is happening. If not, how do I provide timely instruction to make adjustments to the way that I'm providing instruction for that student and advancing their learning? So there's a lot of different opportunities. Anytime we throw a new assessment on our teachers in a year that we hoped things were going to be a little easier for them, we can expect pushback and growing pains. And I think we need to make it through the year to say, where are those opportunities? So when we do go and make changes, we know all of the places that might need to make changes, rather than like piecemealing parts of it and really having a full picture of having a year of implementation so that we can understand how we can best support. We are looking to work with Canyons as they developed a tool. They've had Acadience Math for 5 years. They developed a tool that allowed their teachers to more quickly score. And we're looking to see how we might be able to partner with them to leverage the tool that they designed for other LEAs who might want to use that to speed up the scoring for their teachers. So we are taking behind the scenes to try and assist our educators, but we also need to give it time to kind of simmer and figure out where the most need is and how we can best support. And sometimes we want to act fast to show that we care. Sometimes we have to let people struggle, just like in school. We want kids to have productive struggle, and we're providing ongoing supports throughout the year. We're designing courses right now of how to use the assessment data to guide instruction. We've provided resources earlier in the year of how to use the data to adjust your instruction. So it's just that give it a little bit of time, and then we can make those right decisions. My recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, a couple questions. So could someone talk to me about the platform for this assessment, as well as is there an evaluation of the alignment with standards?
I can speak to that if you'd like.
Dr. Thompson?
Yeah, so when we were adopting the assessment, we actually looked for that that alignment to our core standards, and it does align. Each question is aligned to the core standards. When we did some pilots down in Washington County, we had teachers say, hey, this one doesn't align. But as we investigated, it was a misunderstanding of what our core standards are asking kids to do, and they did align. So at this time, we actually have an alignment document that we could share with the board if you'd like, that shows the alignment of each of the assessment items to the core standards.
Thank you. Board Member Norton, your hand was up, but now it's down.
Platform?
Platform. Can you speak to the platform?
What specifically about the platform? Like what?
How's it administered?
Okay, so for mathematics, it's administered paper pencil. Paper pencil because kids have to show their kind of how they did their calculations and be able to solve problems. Having technology where kids can write out their problems is not really accessible at high levels across our state. And so the paper pencil administration is required due to limited capabilities in technology. And putting in only the answer is not the point of mathematics. You actually want to see the thinking that happened, how they got to their answer. And so it's currently a paper pencil administration.
Okay. I have a hand up still from Board Member Straight and Board Member and Director Johnson. I see no other hands. So we have a motion on the floor. We have a motion on the floor that the board.
Chair Huntsman, it has his hand.
Chair Huntsman. You're muted.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just slid in at the end. I wanted to try that, see how that worked. It doesn't feel good when you're got a motion going and you're trying to get in. So just really quickly, with all this dialogue, I just want to sum this up for this vote. The motion that's before us, it's a continuation and there's some tweaks to it. This is how I've seen it. And it's all to be in compliance with certain laws that are in place. So it's not like we're reinventing anything. Is that what I saw come out of committee, is an attempt to be in compliance with some extra guidance? Is that how I'm reading this? I guess there's a question for Dr. Thronston, Chair.
Dr. Johnson?
Yes, that was basically some clarifications, technical adjustments.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's all I have.
Okay. Board Member Klein?
If I recall, the math assessment portion of Acadience is not part of state law. Am I correct on that? Am I remembering that accurately? We were just adding it, but it's not part of law.
We have Sarah Wiebke with her hand up.
Yes, hi, Sarah P. P through 12 Literacy and Library Media Coordinator. Thank you. In regards to Board Member Klein's question about whether Acadience Math is in law or just in board rule, it is in law. It was passed 2 sessions ago, but then not funded of course, because of COVID until last session. And so the reason it may look like it was added into board rule is we're just making sure the board rule aligns with the legislation.
So that's helpful. Thank you. So really, we don't have options in this space unless someone in another meeting or at a time brings up a legislative change request. Am I understanding that correctly for the most part?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion on the table that the board continues and approves R277-406 Early Learning Program and Benchmark Assessments Draft 2 on second and final reading. Please vote. Okay, this vote passes. Board Member Booth, I don't see a vote for you.
I voted yes.
Okay, so this vote passes with, wait, can you leave your votes up for a minute, please?
Yeah, you got to call out the no.
Board members, can you leave your votes up? This vote passes with no votes from Board Member Norton, Earl, Straight, Belknap, and Klein. Chair Lear. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Booth.
Ready to move on. We're to kindergarten entry and exit assessment, enhanced kindergarten program amendment and continuation. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-489 kindergarten entry and exit assessment, enhanced kindergarten program draft 1 on second and final reading.
We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-489 kindergarten entry and exit assessment, enhanced kindergarten program draft 1 on second and final reading. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please. Board Member Earl.
Thank you. I had one question. I've not ever seen this in kindergarten before, and sorry, let me pull it up real quick. So kindergarten system of supports, what is that? I mean, I can read the definition, but I'm like, what is that? Right.
Coordinator,
kindergarten. So.
Yes, thank you. Sarah Ripke, pre-K through 12 literacy and library media coordinator. So thank you for asking that question, Board Member Earl. The system of support is meant to, once we receive the KEEP data for the end of the year, we look at how each LEA does. And if there are any LEAs that didn't do very well based on our performance measures that you read within the board rule, then we offer them support so that they can continue to improve for themselves and for students.
And this is outside our organized continuous improvement entity that we're, right? Okay.
Yep, you're correct.
In addition to that, yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-489 kindergarten entry and exit assessment, enhanced kindergarten program draft 1 on second and final reading. Please vote. I see the vote, this vote passes with Board Member Earl and Klein opposed. Vice Chair Booth.
Next, we have school-based mental health qualified grant program amendment and continuation. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-622 school-based mental health qualified grant program draft 2 on second and final reading.
you. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-622 school-based mental health qualified grant program, draft 2 on second and final reading. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote.
No.
Yep, sorry, I just Chair Lear in this section, you're Chair Lear.
Thank you. I have an amendment to that motion. You may tell me if it's a substitute motion, but anyway, I have an amendment or substitute motion. I'm not sure which it is.
Okay, well, go ahead and make your.
Oh, my motion. Okay, on line 41, I would like to change the wording from two.
Okay, this would be an amendment, I believe.
Okay, that works.
Yes.
So if we can show line 41, then I can do that a little more artfully. I move that the board replace the second word qualifying with school personnel, and I'll explain my motion after you, when you tell me to.
Okay. If we have an amendment in a committee motion, does the amendment need a second? Asking our parliamentary experts. Chair Huntsman.
I'm not an expert, but it requires a second amendment.
Agreed.
Okay. We have an amendment on the floor that reads, we have an amendment to amend that the board replace the second occurrence of qualifying on line 41 of R277-622 draft 2 with school. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Board Member Belknap. Vice Chair Belknap. Discussion to the motion?
Can I speak to my amendment?
Yes, you may.
This was brought to my attention by staff that we have been, and staff were asked by various people in LEAs to be able to use this money a little more broadly, rather than having qualifying personnel train only qualifying personnel. Various LEA personnel wanted to be able to train the people who needed it, which again speaks to school personnel as opposed to just a certain limited group of individuals.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap or Vice Chair Belknap.
Yeah, can we pull up line 41 so we can see exactly where that change is, please? Thank you.
Board Member Earl or Vice Chair Belknap, did you have additional, or is that just?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Earl.
Yes, when we talk about needing it, what is it we're needing school personnel versus qualified professionals to do? That's my question in this, and I'm sorry I didn't thoroughly go over this, so that this kind of changes the dynamics of it a little bit. We're asking them to provide mental health services or related services. What are the related services that we're asking? I'm just trying to skim down it real quick.
Well, I can speak to a part of that if that's okay, Chair Davis.
Yes.
It's training, it's not services, but then I think Jeff Van Holten can speak to the bigger question.
Director Van Holten.
Yeah, so we were just adding this line in originally because there's some carry forward funds. As you may recall, this is a $26 million grant to hire mental health professionals for LEAs. There's a little bit of carry forward money, and we wanted to put in here that training by the qualified personnel for the qualified personnel could be a use of that carryover funds. And we received some feedback that training by the qualified personnel for all personnel or school personnel would actually be preferred by the LEAs. We did check code. It's consistent with what is allowed with code, and it does parallel a little bit with some of the legislation that you'll be seeking as well. So this line is just about the training that's being provided by the qualified personnel that are defined in statutes, which are psychologists, social workers, and the like, and just allowing them to provide the training for all personnel rather than for others. The original thought was the qualified training. The qualified was to kind of build up capacity for newer qualifying personnel. And there was some comments made that, well, teachers and others would actually benefit from this training as well. So let's make sure that we include them in the language here.
So
Another
question. Yeah. My question is, they're training for what? Doing things that qualified personnel are only to do? That's why I'm trying to find it in here, because I'm not comfortable allowing teachers to do things that only qualified mental health professionals can train to do. And maybe I'm missing something, but I want to make sure we're not trying to overstep the ability of school personnel. Does that make sense? So we're kind of keeping that clear, especially when you're talking mental health services. I don't want just training to take place. I want a qualified personnel administering whatever, but I need to make sure, I'm not sure what that is. That's what I'm looking for.
So the training for school personnel would definitely look different for the training for qualified personnel, because the school personnel would not be certified to provide certain services. So the training might be helping school personnel see how signs they need to look for to refer to a qualified personnel, or when to bring a qualified personnel individual into the situation or the circumstance. So that's just an example. The word training is not defined. We left it broader so that the qualified personnel could provide the training to school personnel that would be relevant. But you are correct. The school personnel would not be trained to start doing things that they're not licensed or certified to do. That's not the intent.
Okay. Is out somewhere?
Your hand is still up, Board Member Earl.
Yeah, I did a quick look. I'm just not seeing that that's spelled out, and I have a really big issue with that. I don't want there to be any kind of a question that it should be something or isn't something that it shouldn't be. That didn't make any sense, but you know what I mean, right?
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other hands, there's a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277622 school-based mental health qualified grant program draft 2 on second and final reading. Please vote.
As amended.
You need to vote on the
As
amendment.
amended.
Yeah, you got to do the amendment first.
You're right. I blew it. We have an amendment on the floor that is that the board replace the second occurrence of qualifying on line 41 of R277-622 draft 2 with school. Please vote. I'm showing that this passes with Board Member Klein and Earl opposed. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-622 school-based mental health qualified grant program draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Please vote. I'm showing that this passes with Board Member Klein and Earl opposed.
That's correct.
Okay, Vice Chair Booth.
Next, we have high school course grading requirements continuation. The committee moves that the board continue R277-717, high school course grading requirements draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues R277-717, high school course grading requirements draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, please vote. I'm seeing that this passes unanimously.
Correct.
Vice Chair Booth.
Next, we have committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-733 adult education programs draft 1 on second and final reading.
We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-733 Adult Education Programs Draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. This passes unanimously. Vice Chair Booth.
Committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-801, services for student who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-801, services for student who are deaf, hard of hearing, blind, visually impaired, and deafblind, draft 1 on second and final reading. Board Member Hanson.
Just question for staff, Vice Chair, as to whether we could get an explanation for the change, the rationale behind the change from the 3% to the 5%. We had some constituent questions. I'm not sure that I understand the rationale and would like to hear about that.
Okay. I'm looking for staff. Would that be Deputy Superintendent Stallings or
Superintendent Coleman is here.
Superintendent Coleman?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this request was originated by some school districts, well, one in particular, but the others are all seem to be pretty good with it too. And it was because the 3% threshold that has been in place since about 2009 created some challenges for a district that just bumped above that threshold, and all of a sudden became aware of that this year when we notified them. And so they approached a couple of board members who then brought the rule, had the rule drafted and asked us for input, and we're very supportive of it, even though USDB did not propose the change. To your question, Board Member Hanson, the change allows these school districts to benefit from USDB services without having to contract for them, like the other 32 districts and 145 charter schools in the state do. These are the medium-sized school districts. These are not the largest ones in the state, but they're the ones that are just close to that threshold. And we actually had one district going the other way that was above 3% go back down. And so the proposal was made to change that to 5%. We also inserted a clause in the rule that says USDB will not be assuming all of their services. This is only the needs of future students that may be born or move into the district in question. And so they will continue to serve the current students they have just the way they are, as long as those students are part of their school district. And so it's a very minimal impact, but it adjusts the threshold to solve some logistical challenges for districts. And it'll also allow them to have better access to services from USDB for their students.
Follow up, Chair?
Please, go ahead.
Just wondered what will the impact be then on USDB? We'll be providing more services. If so, what about funding? Can you talk about that?
Yes, that's a great question. So when we were asked by board staff to kind of analyze that, we put that there's no fiscal or financial impact, because what will happen is these additional, I think 4 or 5 districts that will now be eligible for increased services in the future, they will be in the same pot with the other 180 LEAs that are already in that situation. And each year an LEA might lose a student, but another one might gain one somewhere. So there's a little fungibility from year to year as we reassess our obligations throughout the state anyway. So it will be what the attorneys called de minimis when we spoke with them about it. I think that's a term I'm not familiar with, but he said, yeah, it means it's not that much and you can't really evaluate any significant impact at all.
Just one more quick follow-up. Do you have an estimate of the head count change or the number of students who now versus after this change?
No, because we don't know how many new students will be coming to those districts in future years, or how many all the other districts will be losing. So there's no way to estimate this. The footprint stays status quo for now, as far as all those students go.
Thank you.
Board Member Harness.
Yeah, thank you. I actually wanted to amend just a portion of this rule. And I don't have it typed up. It's a simple amendment, one that I believe after some conversations accommodates the needs of the districts seeking that assistance. Oh, here it is right here. I move that we amend R277-801 draft 1 to replace all references to 5% with 6%.
We have an amendment on the floor to replace all references to 5% with 6%. Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Hart is a second. Discussion to the motion or to the amendment. Board Member Lear.
Does Board Member Hymas want to speak to his amendment?
Board Member Hymas, do you want to speak to your amendment?
Just again, just restating that the 6% will more accurately accommodate the needs of those districts who are reaching out and seeking help.
Thank you. Board Member Lear.
Can I make a comment and then also hold my place in line to make another amendment?
Yes.
I initially supported this and then I heard a number of concerns from individuals, from parents, from employees in the field, and I think this bears more discussion. It's not quite as simple as it seemed to me to begin with. So I would be opposing this, but I would like to have more discussion about the broader issue.
Okay, Board Member Straight.
Yes, I would like to express appreciation for the amendment, although I'm still anxious because it came about because there was obviously some pushback, and I appreciate that there was an effort to fix that. But I guess I'd just like to hold off on that and until we even vet it a little bit more.
Thank you.
So is he making a motion, an amendment?
Are you making a motion, Board Member Straight?
No, I think that goes along with Board Member Lear's motion, doesn't it?
Board Member Lear has not made a motion. Do you
Oh,
have-
I thought she was wanting to make a motion.
An
So I'm gonna
amendment.
hold off.
Do you have an amendment to the amendment, Board Member Lear, or?
If I can still, if I can still do that, I would do that. I thought that was not okay.
You can make one amendment to an amendment, but no more than that.
And
On one amendment.
can I make a substitute amendment to this amendment? Or substitute?
I believe so.
I want to make a substitute motion to this amendment. This would be what I'd like to do.
Chair Huntsman, I think that's okay, but I don't know. I'm gonna check with you. Can you make a substitute motion?
So I'm trying to get to the space to try to accommodate where the previous board's members' 2 comments, and they're basically heading into the place of a motion to postpone. I believe it's where both of them were going with.
Right.
But I don't know. So that's, you're chairing. I don't want to get in the middle of it, but certain things can.
Okay. Deputy Superintendent Stallings.
Thank you, Vice Chair Davis. So a motion to postpone would leave it in the same body. So meaning you'd be postponing it for board action in a future month or at a future meeting. We actually just found out about this motion to commit is the actual correct language. And I worked with Brian Quessenberry on that, and he brought this to my attention. When you would like to refer a motion back to committee for additional discussion, it's technically called a motion to commit. So if the board wanted to keep it at the board level, you could do a motion to postpone, and then it could come back at a future board meeting. If you would like to refer it back to committee, it's called a motion to commit.
And I was all ready to make that substitute motion. If you're ready
So
for it.
are you making a motion to commit to refer it back to committee?
Yes, my motion would be, and thank you, Angie, for explaining it. I would make a substitute motion that the board commit R277-801 back to a board committee.
So it's not a substitute, is it? I'm sorry to weigh in. I just want to make sure we're following this right.
An amended motion then, or
No, it's just a motion.
a motion? Okay, but it's piling on Matt's motion is what my point
So
is.
Deputy Superintendent Stallings,
Yeah.
would we vote on this motion first or the other amendment first?
I believe so. And I could probably use some help from Brian. So they made a motion to amend, and then I thought it would be a substitute motion, since now you're not amending, you're trying to create a totally different motion. And
Correct. But which takes precedent? Do we vote on that first?
I would just ask, was the intent of that motion to amend really to commit it back to the committee?
No, he just wanted to change it.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
Board Member Hymas' amendment was to change the number, and Board Member Lear's motion was to commit back to committee.
Yes.
So I think you'd have to handle the first motion first. Member Hymas's motion.
We have to vote on the amendment first
It's on the table.
and then make the substitute motion to the first motion. Okay, we have an amendment on the floor that we amend R277-801 draft 1 to replace all references to 5% with 6%. Do we have discussion to that amendment? Board Member Hanson?
I am going to speak against the amendment and in favor of the motion that's to come to push this back to committee. I just don't hear that we have any good rationale for 5% or 6%, and would like to have that more fleshed out before we take a vote, rather than make a decision here in board meeting without any additional information.
Okay, seeing no other hands, please vote. This motion fails with board members Moss, Klein, Hart, Hutchings, Hymas, and Earl in favor. Sybil, were you able to get that? Do I need to repeat that?
Yes, I do believe I have that. That was member Hymas, Moss, Hart, Klein, and Hutchins in favor, and everyone else opposed.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to board member Lear for the substitute motion.
Now I make a motion that the board commit R277-801 back to a board committee.
I'll second that.
That was board member Straight second. Sybil? We have a motion on the floor to commit R277-801 back to a board committee. Discussion to the motion.
Can I speak to my motion?
You may speak to your motion.
Thank you. I said most of it. I am not certain if I would support eventually a change from 5% to 6%. Joel Coleman was great in responding to me with some questions, but I also had significant questions and concerns coming from several LEAs and both parents and employees who clearly don't understand the import of this. And I think before we act with sort of disregard for those concerns, I think we need to do a better job of explaining the way that the USDB is paid by LEAs and how it uses its line item appropriation as opposed to its contracting power with LEAs. So I'd like more understanding for all involved.
Thank you, Board Member Hymas.
Just a quick question. Does this go to February committee or is it put on tomorrow's committee?
And it would go back to the executive committee to place on an agenda, but presumably it would be a February committee.
Thank you.
Any other discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. Looks like this motion passes unanimously. Vice Chair Booth.
Okay, next we have a motion for the board. The committee moves that the board continue and approve R277-916 College and Career Awareness Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board continues and approves R277-916 College and Career Awareness Draft 1 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, please vote. This motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Vice Chair Booth. Chair Hansen.
Chair, I think there was a no vote by Board Member Earl.
Oh,
Sorry, it is a yes vote. I apologize.
Oh, but you did do it no. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I did, and
Thank you.
I accidentally bumped it.
Thank you.
Thanks for helping me watch. I appreciate that. It's crazy with all the little moving parts. Board Member Chair Hansen.
Thank you. Just two motions for the board from Standards and Assessment today. 11.4. The motion for the board is that the committee moves the board approve the Teaching as a Profession 3 Standards Draft 2.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor that the board approves the Teaching as a Profession 3 Standards Draft 2. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, please vote. The motion passes with Board Member Earl and Moss and Klein opposed. Chair Hansen.
The next motion is on item number, just 1 second, 11.7. The committee moves that the board approve the definitions in EDI definition set 1 as equity, diversity, and inclusion board approved definitions for final approval.
There's a motion on the floor that the board approves the definitions in EDI definition set 1 as equity, diversity, and inclusion board approved definitions for final approval. Discussion to the motion. Board Member Hansen.
I have an amendment to the motion to amend the motion to the committee moves the board approve the definitions in educational equity definitions set 1 as educational equity board approved definitions for final approval. Just to keep our terminology where we've had it in the past, we're talking about educational equity.
Director Van Holten, do we have that? Or, can you repeat that, Chair Hansen?
Sure.
A little
I
slowly.
move. So the committee, this would amend the motion to, I move that the board approve the definitions in educational equity definitions, set 1, as educational equity board approved definitions for final approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. That was Board Member Straight, Sybil. Discussion to the amendment.
If I could speak to that briefly.
Please do.
We have bounced around a little bit with terminology, and I think the terminology that we started with and want to be consistent with is educational equity, and not equity, diversity, and inclusion. This would entail changing the title on the document that you have for review and make it match with our other work that we're doing in committee.
Thank you. Board Member Klein.
So equity, diversity, and inclusion, those are definitions that are included in this definition set. And yet we're calling it educational equity. This is an extension of R277-328. Why? I thought we were done with that. Why are we continuing to move beyond the model training that we've already done?
Chair Hansen.
Sure. R277-328 obligates USBE to provide model training for various aspects of the rule. This is a start or a part of that model training. The definitions are necessary to put all of that model training in context so that we're consistent in our use of words. Not sure what else I can say there. The training that we have done now is just training on the rule, not training in educational equity. It's just training on what the rule provides and the provisions that are there, the prohibitions, the guardrails, the things that are in the rule. So that is just an explanation of the rule that's been done now, and there is more model training to come.
Follow up?
Thank you. Did you have a follow-up question?
Yes, please. My understanding of R277-328 is that it said that we will provide a model training, not a whole series of trainings. I think we should be done with this. I don't know why. At what point does this end? At what point are we done, if not now? Also, if we move forward with all of these trainings, are they all going to fall under educational equity training so that they're all open to the public if they request to review it, or are they going to be called something else so that they can avoid the scrutiny, since the model training or the rule as it states allows parents to review any trainings under educational equity?
Chair Hansen, and then we'll swing back to Board Member Hymas.
There we go.
We also have Director Van Holten, so I don't know if Chair Hansen or Director Van Holten wants to answer that question.
Yeah, I believe actually Patty Norman has a slide that may help us here, but with regard to 328 and transparency, we've been nothing but transparent. I think the board has been transparent. The intent is to be transparent. That's one of the keystones of the rule, is that any training that goes out is visible to the public. So that is certainly the intent going forward. But Board Member Klein's understanding of the rule is certainly different from mine, and we're taking direction from board leadership. So if board leadership directs us to do otherwise, we will. But I think it would be helpful to look at what Patty Norman has prepared. If we could look at that just for a second.
Can I have access to the screen? Can I have access to screen share? It still won't let me share. There we go. Here we go. So I'm not sure if this is helpful or not, but this is what has been put in the backups since about August, about where we're at with the modules for R277-328. Within 328, there are 10 components that are the shalls of what needs to be taught in an LEA. And those 10 components are part of some of the modules that will be in there. So the first part of the module was the step 1, which was the overview training on the rule. And that wasn't a module. In the rule itself, it listed professional learning, and professional learning had a definition with it, which means it's extended, it goes back and reviews, and there's learning that applies with it. So the first piece, as they've been following through in standards and assessment, and as we've been bringing it to the board, the first piece was a training on the rule, but it did not include the 10 essential elements that were led in a way that describes professional learning. So those 10 elements were then listed out. And then there's some guardrails in there of the main knots of the things of how that should be done to not promote or endorse. And let me show you what that looks like. So the first part would be that what the board described, the narrated slide deck. We have this on the Educational Equity webpage. What the board approved, and then the slide deck, and then the narration as well. The second part in going through this would be determined with the module 1. When we met with our Utah State superintendents, when we were talking about how these 10 elements that you can see here with the dots on the side that are right here, an LEA shall provide professional learning to educators concerning educational equity. These are the 10 things that the rule established. So the first one is the civil rights and law. And then the second would be how to discuss those things. And then, of course, the LEAs can choose to use their modules that they have, but the requirement is that they cover these 10 elements in some way. The requirement from the board was to produce a model training that would go along with them. So anyways, any questions on that?
I do have a question, but I'm going to let some other board members ask it. Do Board Member Hymas?
Board Member Klein has a follow-up.
Is this a new question, Board Member Klein, or a follow-up to that one?
It was just a follow-up comment.
Okay, go ahead.
The way I see this is this looks a whole lot more like draft 1 of R277-328, which was actually a very pro-CRT draft, and that was only changed because the House and Senate passed their resolution, and now it seems like we're going right back to the intent of draft 1, which goes against the House and Senate intent, the resolution that they passed. So I'm just making a public statement that I am not in support of any additional modules or training in this regard where we are inserting these words or that are very much critical race theory and an installation of it. So just wanted to be on record.
Thanks, Board Member Hyman.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Dr. Norman.
Yeah, I just wanted to provide clarity that none of this was in any way edited. These 10 elements come directly from the rule as stated and approved by the board. So this was not edited in any way. So these are the exact statements that is in the rule that was approved by the board.
Thank you. Board Member Hymas, I think we were back to you.
Yeah, well, briefly, and I know this is minute, but I appreciate what Chair Hansen has done here by bringing educational equity back into this. And I don't think that educational equity and EDI are synonymous. And so I don't know how equity, diversity, and inclusion made its way in. Is there a way to get back to what we began with? I mean, words matter. And so I'm not sure if that's a possibility or if Member Hansen is starting something that we need to get back to, but on some of them it says educational equity, then it gives the rule. Some say EDI, then gives the rule. I feel like as a board, we're all over the place. If we can't even come together and say, this is what it is, there's larger concerns. How do we get back to educational equity?
Okay, Chair Hansen, did you want to respond to that? And then we'll go to Board Member Earl. Oh, I missed Director Van Holten, who has had his hand up the longest. Let me go to him first. Go ahead, Director Van Holten.
I just wanted to quickly piggyback off of what Director Norman said or Deputy Superintendent Norman said in that the training that was provided that you all approved was a little bit out of the norm. We don't usually provide an extensive training on what a rule says. And the reason we did that is because the LEAs are not required in this rule to follow the models that are created. And because of that fact, we wanted to be very clear with the LEAs that if they choose to go out on their own and do their own professional learning in compliance with this rule, that they are very clear on where the lines are and what the board meant by all the words in the rule. So the training that you approved is not the professional learning that the rule talks about or the models that the rule talks about. And the rule does state at the end that the superintendent or staff with the board approval will create professional learning that is in compliance with the requirements of the rule. It doesn't specify whether that's one professional learning or if it's many. And there's been a lot of conversation about the fact that there's too much in this rule for a one and done kind of professional learning opportunity. So the approach that is being taken by the committee is modules that hit each requirement. So hopefully that adds some clarity as to where we're going and kind of the timeline that Patty had put on the screen.
Thank you. Board Member Earl, and then we'll go to Board Member Straight.
If I'm correct, and maybe you'll have to correct me if I'm not correct, but what Patty put up earlier, we will be discussing tomorrow. I don't think we've actually voted on that, although there's tenets of it that are from the rule. The number one talks about standards, and I'm not sure we approved any standards that we want to pull out of resolutions that in 5 years disappear. Or, actually it's 4 years from now. So there is more dialogue. Am I right in saying that about that? So I think, it's good to voice concerns. All those professional learning elements have to go through the process of those 4 items that the legislature, or 3 items the legislature, 4 that we put into place. So they should have a vetting mechanism. Although I would say, while it is optional for districts, I'm well aware that these LEAs are waiting for us to even move. Like they're nervous in this area. So to say that our professional development that we're recommending does not have any impact would be false. They're waiting for us to decide what to do or not do. And so it needs to be, we need to be careful how we weigh into this. So anyways, optional maybe, I don't know if they view it that way, so.
Thank you. Norman?
Yes, I wanted, so there's 2 different areas with educational equity. And I wanted to draw back to the motion for today, which is set 1 on the definition. It's not the modules. So the set 1 definition was actually discussed during the creation of the narrative for R277-328. At that time, there were certain words that were talked about. For example, we heard public comment this morning about abusive conduct. What does that mean? There were other words that had different meanings or multiple meanings depending on the audience. And so this was meant to have a common definition. So when a word was stated, that everyone knew what the Utah State Board of Education was speaking to, and there would have that clarity of saying that when the Utah State Board of Education uses this term, then this is what it means. So on that today, there are 9 definitions, and those 9 definitions are mostly found in R277-328. And then there are also the definitions that will be a part of some of the questions that are coming up. So I just wanted to frame that this is specifically about those definitions, not the modules themselves. And we've actually been working on the definitions since August of 2020.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Yes, I just want to speak in favor of the motion by Chair Hansen in that it returns us to our strategic plan, puts us in alignment with what we've done from the very beginning. I remember that from my first day on the board. In fact, it was just clarified that 6 months before I came on the board, this was put in place by the rule. And so really what Resolution 9001 did was it imposed upon what we were already working upon. We incorporated that within. And, you know, I am not in agreement that this is CRT. I know that's been expressed. That's an opinion, just like my opinion is that it is not. And we are working for the betterment of all children. I appreciate this change with the amendment by Chair Hansen because it brings us full circle back into alignment with what the strategic plan and the mission and vision of USBE is. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Belknap, Vice Chair Belknap. Oh, you took your hand down. Board Member Earl, your hand is up still. Did you have a follow-up? You're muted. You're muted.
I'm thinking at this point not. I have more to say maybe in committee tomorrow, so.
Okay, Vice Chair Belknap's hand is back up.
Well, I was just going to call the question, but Board Member Moss, I was coming in behind him.
Okay, Board Member Moss.
The quick procedural clarification. We've got 10 definitions here. They run through C. Is the idea, and I apologize if I've missed it as I've tried to be digging into the weeds of this particular set. Is the idea here that there are more to come? And if so, when? What's the anticipated next steps if we vote yes on this set?
Chair Hansen.
Respond, Chair.
Yes, and just to clarify, this amendment is just to change the wording on a label, not on any content inside, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I can respond to two things. First, I think that we as staff and the committee have not been diligent enough in keeping our terminology consistent with educational equity, and that is the heading that should be on all these documents. That's what we're talking about. And so my motion is to start a process on this document to have that in, and we can instruct staff, and we will in committee, to use that educational equity heading and keep our terminology consistent. With regard to the definitions, we have these words that are being used in training that need to be used consistently. And so this is the first set of words, and we anticipate that there will be another set. And as we complete the training, there may be more words that are added. And so the board will be asked to consider possibly several other sets. But in lieu of waiting until we had 50 words for the board to consider and consume all that time, we took this in chunks. And so this is the first 9 that the committee came to a consensus on to pass on to the board. And I would anticipate that it's on our agenda again this month. So we'll be discussing another set of words.
And to your other question, I think a couple of people have asked this is, well, what's the scope of this? Where's it going to end? How long is it going to go? My understanding is that that's up to the Standards and Assessment Committee, and they'll put forward, they'll just decide narrow or wide or whatever they decide they'll put forward to the board. That's my understanding.
I think if I can respond, Chair Davis, Deputy Superintendent Norman laid out the basic parameters that that's the direction that we're proposing and heading, and that will be discussed in our meeting tomorrow. But we need to cover all the tenants in 328 to comply with our own rule. So whether that's 1 module or 5 modules or 3 modules, it really depends on the length of the module. And our constituents, I guess, in the school community have asked for smaller chunks. So there will be several smaller modules is the direction that we're headed now, rather than one big training that would consume a day or 2 days.
Thank you. Board Member Straight.
Well, I just want to say that I sensed in that question, maybe I misunderstood it, that it's standards and assessment. We're calling the shots, we're making the decisions. We're doing it based on what we see as our mandate from the board. If the board wishes to make that different, then I hope that the board will speak.
Yes, and my comment was to scope, to narrow or broad scope. So thank you. I lost my participant list.
We've got an amendment on the table.
Okay, can you put that amendment in writing back up, Director Van Holten? For some reason, it has disappeared from my.
Find it too. Excuse me.
Seeing no other hands. We have an amendment on the board that we move that the board approve the definitions. This is not, we already passed the amendment. Sorry. Did we pass the amendment? This is the motion that we're looking at. Can we put the amendment up on the screen?
This is the amendment.
You're
It's
not.
not, that would be an
original-
amended, that would be an amended motion if this
Correct.
amendment passes, but we have an amendment that needs to be passed to get to this point.
It's changing the title.
We just typed it on the screen a few minutes ago.
This is what they typed. I don't think they typed the whole thing, Chair Hansen.
Oh, they,
Okay.
so I'm gonna just wing it for a minute, I guess. We have an amendment on the floor that the board amend the title to educational equity definitions. Does that work, Chair Hansen?
That's fine.
So we have an amendment on the floor to change the title to educational equity definitions. We had discussion on the amendment, so please vote. This passes unanimously. And now we have a motion on the floor that, and that would be what we just had up. I think, or do I read it as the original motion as amended with the EDI language in it? Okay, so I'm getting a nod from Vice Chair Belknap. So the board approves, we move that the board approves the definitions in EDI definition set 1 as equity, diversity, and inclusion board approved definitions as amended for final approval. Any additional discussion to that motion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, Board Member Hutchings, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I did not see your hand. We're in the middle of this vote. That passes with board members Klein opposed.
That's how I see it.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I think we're at the end, and Chair Huntsman, I'm going to pass the baton back to you, but there was a request from someone via text that to see if it would be possible to take a quick break before we head into executive session.
We usually we make a motion and go in, but we got to get our recording up. So, and then that's a pause moment. So we'll expect everyone in 10 minutes, if that would be okay.
So I'm going to turn the baton to you, and you can take the motion when you. Are you saying we need a motion now and then take a break?
Yeah, and then we'll be moving and we'll have a 10-minute break as we're moving into executive session. So Sybil, you ready with recordings and everything? You're good?
And did you have the reading that you're supposed to have?
Yes.
I do.
Yeah,
I
do.
have it.
Okay, so I'm seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonable imminent litigation.
So moved.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is a roll call vote to go into executive session. Vice Chair Belknap,
Yes.
Member Booth,
Yes.
Member Cannon,
Yes.
Member Klein,
Yes.
Vice Chair Davis,
Yes.
Member Earl,
Yes.
Member Hanson,
Yes.
Member Hart,
Yes.
Member Hutchings,
Yes.
Member Hymus,
Yes.
Member Lear,
Yes.
Member Moss,
Yes.
Member Norton,
Yes.
Member Straight, Member Straight, Chair Huntsman's a yes. Did we lose Member Straight? Hopefully not. So
Can we take our break and then go into the session, or do we?
no, we have enough votes to go into, so we're now moving into executive session, but we're moving in 10-minute break.
Okay.
Okay. So 4:40 will be actually in our session. So follow the prompts and then take a break, please.
May start when you're ready.
I'm muted. Now I'm unmuted. I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved. Board Member Cannon.
Second,
Second, Board Member Booth.
not seeing any discussion. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those in-
Aye. Aye.
Okay. Oh, who did not want to come out? Oh, there's all ayes. Okay, I'm just rushing the vote. Okay, all right. But now we're gonna do our regular voting on the side. Okay, seeking motions coming out of executive session. Member Norton,
I move that the board approve the amendment to the contract for the Utah Restaurant Association Foundation.
is there a second?
Second. Cannon.
Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, no,
Aye.
sorry.
Aye.
I'm way out of bounds there. Board members at this time, please vote. Let's do this. So we see that record. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, I'm getting back in the groove here. Okay, please continue, Member Norton.
Okay, in case number 191694, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second. Cannon.
Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board on case number 19-1694 accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, in case number 19-1712, I move that the board deny the educator's request.
Second. Cannon.
We have a motion before the board, discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is in case number 19-1712 to deny the educator's request. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
In case number 20-1748, I move that the board adopts the remand order.
Second, Cannon.
Okay, we have a motion before the board. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, the motion before the board is at case number 20-1748 to adopt the remand order. Board members at this time, please vote. There we go. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
In case number 20-1772, I move that the board accepts UPAC's recommendation.
Second, by Cannon.
Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is on case number 20-1772 to accept the UPAC recommendations. Board members at this time, please vote.
I think this is the one I'm supposed to recuse myself.
I think you have, I want to just make note that you are refusing yourself, and the one before that also, you refused yourself.
All right, thank you.
The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. In case number 20-1789, I move that the board accept UPAC's recommendation.
Second, Cannon.
Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, on case number 20-1789 to accept, motion is to accept UPAC's recommendation. Board members at this time, please vote. So some things, I'm making sure I'm getting all of these. The motion passes. I have 3 no votes. Member Earl, Member Klein, Member Vice Chair Belknap. Is that how you see it, Vice Chairs and Sybil? Thank you. Please continue.
In case number 20-1813, I move that the board accepts the educator's request.
Second from Cannon.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is on case number 21-1813 to accept the educator's request. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
Okay, I move that the board appoint the,
UPAC consent.
sorry, that is UPAC consent. I move that the board accepts UPAC's consent calendar recommendations.
Second.
Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar recommendations. Board members at this time, please vote. It seems like there was one that was going to refuse.
That's me, Board Member Straight.
You have that, Sybil? Thank you. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. Member Norton, please continue.
Okay, I move that the board appoint Stephen Davis to the AE Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, representing the charter school administrator for a term of 4 years.
Second.
We have a motion before the board? And a second discussion to the motion? Seeing none. The motion before the board is to appoint Stephen Davis as the charter school administrator to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee. Board members, please vote at this time. The voting is complete and motion passes unanimously. Is that how you see it, vice chairs? Okay, please continue.
I move that the board appoint Joseph Ned Jensen, representing secondary school principal, to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee for a 4-year term.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Joseph Ned Jensen as the secondary school principal to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee for a 4-year term. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I move that the board appoint Leanne Wood, representing a parent, to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee for a 4-year term.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Leanne Wood, representing a parent, to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee for a 4-year term. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete right there. And the motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I move that the board appoint Robert McDaniel to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, representing an at-large member with assessment expertise for a 4-year term.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Robert McDaniel to the Assessment and Accountability Policy Advisory Committee as the at-large member with assessment expertise to a 4-year term. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete. The motion passes unanimously.
Hey, I move that the board appoint Marcy Elliott to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel, representing a district special education director for a 3-year term.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Marcy Elliott to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel as a district special education director for a 3-year term. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete. The motion passes unanimously. Please continue.
I move that the board appoint Leslie Ann Hansen to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel, representing the Utah Parent Center for a 3-year term.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Discussion we have a motion and a second. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, the motion before the board is that the board appoint Leslie Ann Hanson to the Utah Special Education Advisory Panel as the Utah Parent Teacher Liaison. Board members at this time, please vote. The voting is complete and the motion passes unanimously. I believe we've covered everything out of our executive session. Vice chairs and Sybil, do you see anything that we missed? Okay, thank you, Member Norton. Next, we have board member comments. Do we have any board member comments at this time? Member Cannon?
Yes, I just, while we've been in meeting, oh, you can't see this very well. I have my background blurred, but you should have received from NASB a new standard, which is their magazine. And this one is on supporting students with disabilities. If you turn to page 37, you will notice that NASB took interest in our Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind, and as Superintendent Joel Coleman is featured there as one of 2 superintendents giving input on the programs in their states. So I think that's a tip to Utah. It's a tip to our Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind. And if you have a minute, I hope you'll open your standard and take a look at what Joel has to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or any as a board member comments? Any other board member comments? I'm let's see, Member Booth.
I just wanted to mention that at the USBA, I had a chance to attend a workshop this last week, and then talking with the superintendent from Nebo, where I spent 16 years on the board, we talked together about this session on mental health and on services and resources to help parents as they're dealing with children with mental health issues. And I'm going to send all of you a link that I just got from that workshop of parent resources that have been developed by the Cook family from doTERRA fame. They've contributed $15 million towards the development of these resources, and they're free. And I've watched a number of them since the weekend, and they're just, I believe, very helpful and could be a really wonderful resource to add to district websites across the state. And you might have opportunity to share with your districts that you represent once you've had a chance to see some of the material and vet it for yourself. But I heartily support and endorse the good work that this group is doing to answer some of the needs that are yet unanswered with children with mental issues, particularly in this difficult pandemic time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. And also, if somebody wanted to get there really quick, because you haven't sent the link, if you go, I believe it's Nebo district, right next to the UT app deal that they've got on their website, you will see a connection or a link to that. So good organization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Earl.
I just have a question, if that's okay to ask for Randy. Is this a Saturday session?
Ooh.
Remember if it was?
Can you?
The only reason why I'm asking is because
we're not
other board members text me.
To your question, you might want to take your video down. We couldn't hear you.
Oh. Okay. I just wondered if it was the Saturday session that meeting was. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I think it wasn't Saturday, was it, Randy?
No, it was
Oh,
Friday.
okay, because there was some great comments from the Saturday one. I got feedback from other board members that just said it was outstanding. So it would be good. I hope they post the information from these, from some of these workshops, because they were, quite a few of them were exceptional.
They were.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. I want to thank everyone for their participation in today's board meeting, moving the board's work forward. I know it's been a long day. Thank you, staff. Thank you all those that have participated in this. Tomorrow's a new day. We've got more meetings, committee meetings, and etc. Thank you. Take care. Be safe, and this meeting's adjourned.